สวัสดีครับ
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
สวัสดีครับผมตั้นครับสวัสดีครับต้องเปิดโพลเลอร์คู่ไหมฮะไม่ต้องครับเราไม่รู้ว่ารายการมันจะออกเป็นแบบไหนอะบอกว่าพี่ดูตามใจพี่แล้ว ดูตามใจพี่แล้วไม่อะไรเดี๋ยวมันเบรกรายการด้วยดูยากดูลำบากไปดูรี่แป๊บครับนกดูบุหรี่เหรอโหนกแม่งฮาร์ดคอร์จัดดูไปดูบุหรี่ก็เครียดมันเครียดไงมันเครียดอ่ะช่วงนี้มันเครียดอ่ะไปดูบุหรี่ไปโอ้โหเพิ่งรู้เนี่ย ทุกคนนกดูบุหรี่ด้วยวะเฮียของจริงจังอ่ะเพิ่งรู้เนี่ยใส่เครียดอ่ะแล้วแต่ แล้วแต่ดีแล้วแต่นี่พี่แบงค์สวัสดีครับผมเซนโยครับวันนี้ให้ใครครับ GE ไม่มีโค้ดฟอสน่าจะเก่งขึ้น ไม่มีโค้ดฟอสแล้วน่าจะเก่งขึ้นนะคิดว่า
AJL should be scared of us because we are the defending champions. We are known to be Chinese team slayers.
就是没有跟我们交手过，然后他们没有尝试过我们的风格，可能会有一些需要就是小心点我们吧。
Why should XLG be scared of us? We have Martin, you know, they don't have Martin.
我知道他们
เสียงเบาปะ
Martin 非常厉害，那我们有 Rock。
I think anyone on our team can pop off. I think we're all strong players. I mean, we're really good.
I like to play against good opponents, so it's gonna be a fun match.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 here at the Esports World Cup Valorant. It's Degon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as we set up our second set of matches here for the groups that haven't played yet, Group C and Group D. Yesterday was great. Can't wait to see what else we have today. How's it going, y'all?
It's going well. We got there yesterday. Finished up all the matches. Spain won 3-0 in football. So it's a good day. It's a good day, and we have the reigning champions that are about to play. So Absolutely amazing.
I feel like we couldn't have asked for more from an opening day. That map one of BBL EDG going, what, 5 overtimes?
5 overtimes.
Just ludicrous. This is why you come and watch good Valorant, people. This is where it's all at. So I think we got another banger day in store.
That's right. The exciting part is we had that first day jitters from some of the teams yesterday. We get to have that again here today on day 2 because we only had Group A and Group B teams play. So we had ourselves 4 matches. Those are done and dusted. But now we welcome in those other teams, including, as you alluded to, the reigning title defenders, Team Heretics here up against AGAL. And then later on this stream, it'll be G2 playing in just a bit. And we've got a format explainer to explain how it all works.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year. And this time, everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to
ถ้าวันนี้
EWC
มีปัญหา
as
เยอะ
the
อีกก็
title
เซิร์ฟ
defender,
โดเน
the
ท
second
มา
place
10
EMEA
บาท
squad,
ฮะ
Team
อยากตบ
Vitality,
เฮีย
also
ทีม
received
วัด
an invite.
พี่แบ
The
งค์
remaining
ทับ
teams
ผม
all
แชมป์
battled
เทีย
their
ร์
way
2
through
เค
the
รื่องหมาย
online
สี่เหลี่ยม
qualifiers to make it
โหมด
here.
แก้
3
แค้น
teams from
ที่เคยโดน
EMEA,
ตอน
Pacific, and the
เอ็กซ์เฮีย
Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier
อยากตบ
also advanced to
อยาก
land.
ตบเฮีย
We
ทีม
kick
ว่ะ
things
พี่แบ
off
งค์
with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of
เอาดิ
4
เอาดิ
teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches,
โหมด
and
แก้
you
แค้นที่
advance
เคย
to
โดนตอน
playoffs on the
เปอ
main
ร์เซีย
stage. Lose 2, and you head
โห
home
อัพ
early.
ทีมมึงตอนนี้
All
นายยัง
group
สู้
stage
ไม่ได้วะ
matches
เนี่ย
will be a best of 3.
ทีมแม่งอัพ
The
เกรด
top 2
รัวๆเลย
teams
ฟู
from
เซน
each group will advance to the single
ฟูเซนโหด
elimination
ขึ้นเรื่อยๆตอนนี้
playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
That's right, we've got ourselves those GSL brackets going on right now. 4 groups of 4, 16 of the best teams across the world. Several earned
วันนี้เป็น
their
คู่
spot
คู่ไหน
through
บ้าง
the
ครับ
opening
วันนี้เหรอ
split, the returning title defender as well, and Team Heretics. Everyone else had to go through those open qualifiers, make it on
เรามาดู
in.
น้ำกัน
You get slotted in as a 1 seed and a 4 seed, and then everyone else 2-3 kind of got put into the randomness there. And then those top 2 teams from
ภา
each
ษี
group
MIBR
make
ดี
it
กว่า
on
เนอะ
out. We've seen upsets
ผม
already.
คู่นี้
big
จ
time.
ริงๆเอาจริงอะ
Yeah,
ผม
I mean, I feel like
คิดว่า
that's the
MIBR น่า
way
ชนะ
it
แหละ
is with
แต่
this
ว่า
format.
ผมอยากเชียร์
You
จี
get- you get the momentum
อยากดู
when
ว่า
that
ฟอร์ม
first
เป็นไง
game of the bracket is against
อยากดู
the
ฟอร์มเป็น
Wolves.
ไง
If you lose that opener,
ส่วนคู่นี้
that's
ผม
it. Your
ผม
last
คิดว่าเฮ
life
เลติก
has
น่าจะภา
gone.
ษี
You
ดีกว่าเยอะ
have to level up if you want to make it out of the group
Heretic
stage,
ครับ
get towards those playoffs, which of
คู่
course
นี้
everybody's trying to do here.
And one of the best things about this tournament is the fact that we
รายการนี้ดู
there
มีปัญ
are
หาเยอะ
teams
อยู่
that we do not get to see in globals, or we see
M8
so little, or we haven't seen in a while. And we're
อันนี้
like,
ผมไป
how are
หนอง
they
ชิมว่ะ
doing?
เพราะว่า
Teams,
G2
for example,
แม่งดรอปละ
like MIBR, you know, they players, people around the world, Valorant fans want to see these teams compete. They go into this
ประมาณนี้
kind of tournaments and
อัน
prove
นี้
what
คู่
they're
ไหน
made of.
วะ
And
เนี่ยเดี๋ยว
finally,
เราดู
they
ข้างหลั
have
ง
the
ก่อน
chance. For example,
All Gamer
going
วะ
no
กับ
further,
ทีมเฮติก
All
ปะอันนี้
Gamers had an immense
อันนี้ยังไม่มาเลย
and great start of the year, and then things started to get
Understanding the game
อันนี้ก็ต้อง
play
เป็นคู่
almost as
นี่
if
ดิ
we had the
คู่
other team on the
MIBR กับ
map
G
every
ปะ
single time.
ดู
The
คู่นี้ดีก
final
ว่า
game went down on Breeze, and this was where Kiko put on
กลับ
a
สวัสดีครับพี่ชัยสวัสดีค
performance,
รับ
of course,
สวัส
on
ดีครับ
the
ผม
Jet
แล้วก็สวัสดี
Scuba,
มากครับ
on the Viper was a player to watch as well. On the other side, for Paper X, who's going to have a bigger day 3, because they, of course, have the day off to prep for their elimination match.
Yeah, they do, and I think they have an easier time in the lower bracket. No disrespect to KC. I know that they're kind of like hometown heroes over here, but I think they may unfortunately struggle to be able to make it in front of a French crowd because they've got PRX in the lower bracket.
Right.
And even if they cause that upset, they then have to play the loser of Vitality and RG after that. That's going to be a very rough run. That group is very stacked.
That may be our group of death so far. And speaking of the groups, we are here for group stages all of week 0. If you're just joining us, let's catch you up on how the format is going to work.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year. And this
สวัสดี
time,
ทุกคนนะครับ สวัส
everything
ดี
is
ครับ
bigger
ผม
and
ลืมบอก
better.
ไว้นี่วะ
We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
Excellent breakdown right there. If you missed any of it, the big takeaways, we've increased the prize pool from $750,000 more. That's up to $2 million with $600,000 going to first place. You can't win the tournament though without making the run throughout our group stages. And if you do make the run and make it through groups, you're in our top 8. Top 8 is getting paid out. Look at this, $90,000. That is a nearly $40K difference here, Athena, if you simply make it out.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's really promising as well for a lot of these teams that could sometimes struggle to get placements in global events where they kind of don't get any reward for that. So this is really nice that they have that format, that they're able to kind of make some money.
And of course, if you win your opening round in groups, Pilsky, you are guaranteed into top 12. So you're going to be making some serious cash out of the gates. But these players aren't here purely for the prizing. There's a lot of pride on the line. Is it regional pride or is it still team specific at this point in Valorant?
Both, but usually regional pride. I mean, I think that there is very much a heavy regional fan base for each of them in Valorant, and a lot of pride goes with that. And how you perform at the international events, usually for Americans, that's kind of meh until champs and things like that. But they just got themselves a dub, so they're all very proud of themselves.
So where'd your regional pride go?
Where'd my regional pride go? Unfortunately, second place. It's a little sad. But look, we go back to the Masters before that. Very proud because that was an all-Pacific grand final. So that's pretty good.
Paper X, of course, is his favorite in the Pacific region. Let's take a look at all of our groups and how things broke down. Starting with Group D today, you're going to see the Heretics in action against AGAL. That's going to be over on our Alpha stream. Here on Bravo, we open things up with MIBR LOS versus Global Esports. Now, both teams having a few change-ups here. Can we talk about Global Esports and the coaching change that occurred leading up to just this event?
We could talk about it, but I'm not sure I can necessarily explain it. I think a lot of people are a little bit shocked that that's actually something that's come to fruition. Frost has always been a coach that's been able to take teams that don't necessarily fit together in a fully straightforward manner and make them better than the sum of their parts and bring them to good placements. And GE was an organization that had never made playoffs in Pacific, that had never made it to an international event. And with Frost at the helm, they do that for the first time, and then immediately afterwards, he's on the way out. I don't think anybody really can expect
it. Looks like a situation where the board gave in to the players. We'll see if it plays out in the way they think it will. Athena, can we talk about Group C, though? I've got my boy Baby Bay, a man who hung it up, put on a headset, was ready to just be a broadcaster with one of us for the rest of his life. He throws down the headset, he jumps back into that driver's seat, and he is taking over games for G2. That was months ago. Back in London, though, this was not the prettiest performance. Are G2 the favorites in Group C, or who do you have your eyes on?
I'm I'm not sure, but for me, what I'm looking for from G2 is to put up a performance because this is finally their time to prove that they can actually do something at a globals. They've struggled every single time they've made it. The addition of Baby Bay has made it a little bit easier, though. I feel like they've added on to that fragging power, and he's done a phenomenal job. But for me, I always gotta pick G2 as my favorite, only because America's baby. But I don't want to make any promises because they've struggled.
No promises. So you're on the G2 side of the fence that they are the favorite, or
I don't want to. Yes.
Yes. Vague answers today. Okay. I'm going to grill you tomorrow. Grilling you. Bilski, can we talk a little bit about the rest of the competition? I've talked a lot about the American teams. You, of course, watch the Pacific region. We've watched a lot of games from EMEA.
Yeah.
Who should the fans be excited to watch throughout the week? Because we still have 2 more days of groups.
I think the rest of the group that we just finished the first game of yesterday, I think you're looking at an NRG Vitality game, and then after that you get another Gigabanger game. Those could all be kind of top 4 games in EWC as far as I'm concerned. So that's an extremely exciting group. We're going to see Heretics play very up and down team, a team with a very high ceiling that came into EWC last year and actually just hit that crazy purple patch of form, even despite kind of struggling in some of those early games and getting pushed a little bit. I think even in the XLG game where they're playing with like a coach champion and then they go on to win the whole thing. So I think that's what's great about EWC. Sometimes you get these dark horse teams that just hit a crazy patch of form.
I have a hot take.
Hit me.
I think I might be ours. I think they might be ours. Listen, they just beat Leviathan 3-0 to qualify for EWC. Leviathan, by the way, the ones who just won Masters in London.
Was this on LAN?
No.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Fact checking, just fact checking.
Okay, but have you seen this roster? Hold on. Have you seen this roster, dude? They've all
I'm the new guy. I'm just gathering as much data as I can before.
Aspas isn't online, and we all know it. Like, when has this guy ever been to a live event and put up numbers? Definitely not kill records. I've never seen it.
A lot of these teams are going to be feeling pressure to not just perform here in Valorant, but to perform at EWC for their club. The club championship has millions and millions of dollars up for grabs. That's what everyone is playing for in the overall scheme of EWC. Who are some of the club favorites? Because Heretics were able to get their team into the top 5 due mostly to their Valorant start last year.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of organizations that are representing. I think NRG are in good form right now. You have to keep an eye on whether they're in some of the other games. Vitality are in a good position to make their way early into the playoffs. And I think on the other side of things, you've got a lot of organizations that might not have much more representation in other games. I think PaperX is the perfect example of it. If they come through and win this whole event, they'll at least get themselves into a relevant position in terms of the club championship, but they're probably not going to be getting many points from elsewhere. But as we saw from last year, even if you manage to win one game, that's going to be good enough to get you at least some cash in the club championship there.
Yeah, I also think we're in Paris, right? We're in France. I'm going to see KC, Carmine Corp. They have the biggest fan base, in my opinion, especially when it comes to the French players. So I'm really interested to see how many fans show up for that team, for that club specifically, because they're across so many games too, right?
Yeah. Which region will have the most teams represented in our playoffs? There are 8 spots. America has 2 wins so far.
I want to make it easy. EMEA, because they get 5 spots thanks to Heretics.
Okay.
Thanks, Heretics.
So they get an extra try, right?
Yeah, they're just lucky that they've got extra representatives.
Notice how
สวัสดีครับน้องฮูนี่เฮ้ยทำไมวันนี้คนที่ไม่ค่อยมา
Honestly, he had zero faith in RRQ taking
แปล
a
กๆว่ะ
single match.
วันนี้วันพิเศษแล้วนะ
On yesterday's breakdown. Maybe a single round. He's
Give
not
him
even
a
a single
map.
round to me off camera, Theo.
I gave him a map.
100% said that.
ไม่กินเลย
On the map.
พอคิดถึงนี่คิดถึง
At
กำลัง
some
สิ
point,
ละ
you have to just kind of back it off a little bit, you know?
อ้าวเรื่อง
Let's talk a little bit deeper
Oh,
into
so
the matchup that we are
ใช่ไหม
about to witness because the players are on stage and I just saw the photographer shoot away, which means we're about to begin here in
ตื่น
just
มาก็
a
กิน
few
ไม่ลงแล้ว
moments.
เอาจริงวะ
The gentlemen's
ปัญหา
playing
เพียบเลยครับ
tomorrow,
ผม
but over here on the stage,
ปัญหาใช้
we of
เงิน
course
แบบ
are going
ว่า
to see Global
สะพัด
Esports
สะบัด
against MIBR to open the day. So we start with Global
ที่ผมต้อ
Esports.
งหาเงิน
Who is this team?
หาเงินไม่
Who
ทั
are
น
their
นะ
star players? What am I looking at?
สวัสดีครับ
I
สวัสดีครับ
mean,
น้อง
it's kind of a
YF
mixed team
2299
of the core that was built around from last year. You've
สวัสดีทุกคนเลย
got
นะครับ
Crystal in there as well as
ที่ชอบ
Unitarn.
ตัว
They
แบ็ค
tried to put a mixed team together. That
คู่
didn't
ที่
go
ผมเลือก
particularly
ดู
well
เป็น
last year.
AIBR
Didn't
เจอ
get
กับ
the
จี
greatest
นะครับ
of
ไม่ได้ดู
placements. Then they've upgraded the roster, bringing a
ไม่ดู
lot of
คู่
firepower.
นะ
They've
อีก
got
คู่
all
นึงจะเป็น
over from
ทีมฮิติก
China.
เจอกับ
Australian
อ
player
อเก
by
มเม
the
อร์
way.
ผมว่าคู่นั้นจ
So
ริงๆ
he's
ไม่
obviously
น่า
cracked
ไม่น่า
because,
ยาก
you
มาก
know, all Australians.
ถ้า
All
ไม่
the Aussies. If you make it
แชม
off
ป์เก่า
the island,
ไม่
you
น่ ยอมฟอร์มเท่าไหร่แต่คู่นี้น่าจะน่าสนใจอยู่ครับอยากดูฟอร์ม GE ซะหน่อยนี่ฟอร์มเราจะเล่นดีขึ้นไหมนะ
No, but yeah, honestly, this is a team that's been well kind of
นอนมันสุกตื่นทีวันจันทร์ไปมึงตายหรือเปล่าวะเป็นดอลสกินไหนดีครับช่วงนี้เบื่อจริงแล้ว
worth his weight in gold, quite honestly. But moving into a head coach position, I'm eager to see if the team is going to be as cohesive. I think Patman is kind of the player that really takes over games and can really be the one to be a difference maker. He just goes into hard carry mode, and when he has a good read on the game, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
We're going to keep talking about this first game a little bit more here. We've highlighted some of the stars from the Pacific region. Let's talk about America's stars because you told me NRG is not the worst team in America. And if it's not NRG, does that mean it's MIBR, Athena?
In all of America, not here specifically. Listen, MIBR, if you don't know this team, I feel like you've probably been living under a rock because this is a super team. When you're looking at these players, you have Zek and you have Ospas, you have these players that have consistently made it to global events previously.
MIBR แม่งน่าจะมันเก็บตัวฝึกพอสมควรนะกูว่าไม่น่าจะมาโหดอยู่
They're not all Brazilian. There are mixed. They're all from all over America. So it works out.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It works out.
Look, all I'm saying is MIBR built a super team.
ตัวหนึ่งพี่
built a team, one international event. It's a bit of a disparity
there. It's okay. Listen,
เขาเลือกสิ่งล่อเขาเสียงแก้คุยอะไร
Hold on. Let me tell you about MIBR. They've constantly been in 4th and 5th place.
กูทำเสียงจะหล่อเลยไม่บอกกูเสียงแก้
Listen, they've been insane. They've been on the come up. For them to lose in Americas, they lost 3 BO5s in a row not to qualify. They were 1 game away in kickoff, and when it came to stage 1, they struggled. They just couldn't find their footing. But from what I saw in the qualifiers for EWC, this team looks very changed. They understand the firepower that they have. They've been going kind of crazy, and I think beating Leviathan in itself 3-0, by the way, is a really big feat.
This looks like a shank on his arm, a historic French piece of weaponry on his left forearm. I am feeling like an MIBR win based purely on skin tattooing. Expectations for this match before I hand it over to you guys for agent selection.
Honestly, I think you need to take a look at Autumn's tats. He's got some pretty sick tats as well, Puckett. So make sure you scan all of the players before you make up your mind. Expectations for this game, I think I have MIBR as the favorites. They're looking like a very, very strong team. I think they've kind of underwhelmed domestically, but I think there's a lot of teams like that do only okay domestically or maybe don't hit their heights, and they're still good enough to come into an international event and do very well for themselves. And GE, much like all of the Pacific teams at this event, are in a state of flux. They have just had a head coaching change, and I think a lot of people have their eyes on this event and this game in particular for GE to perform, and it's not an easy game right out the gate here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think MIBR is on that, and as well as that, we talked about them not making global events. Each of these individuals has at least played in some form of international event. 2 of them actually winning. We have Ospas who won with Loud, and then we have Zekin who won with Sentinel. So 2 Masters and Champions wins on this roster. It still plays a big part. You were talking about have they played on a stage together before? Not really, but I think it's going to be great for them, especially with the changes that they've made in terms of
his nose. These nostrils are flared open. He is set up for success. When you got the breathe right strip on, you know this gamer is locked in. He's got the Red Bull. He's got the Monster Energy ready to go. Pilsky, how do you activate this man in game though to his maximum potential? And what about the big dogs over on Global Esports? Who's the threat we have on camera now?
I mean, that's Harvey. That's their IGL. He's a rookie IGL coming into Pacific just this year, and he's been able to bring them to an international event. A little bit up and down in terms of he actually is mechanically pretty sharp, but especially when the game gets hot, I think that's where the IGL brain drain really hits, and his performance does sometimes take a dip. At the same time, though, he's got a lot of heavy hitters around him.
ขอดูฟอร์มจีหน่อยดิไม่มีคนฟอร์มแล้วเป็นไงนะ
He just activates
ออกมา
himself.
ดีไหมนะ
That's true.
Just round 3. Give him an AR, let him rip.
Literally.
ผมขอกำลังใจได้ไหมครับก็เรียนภาษาอีสานอยู่เหนื่อยมากเรียนภาษาอีสานผมฝันจะเป็นพ่อครัวร้านส้มตำเป็นภาษามาจากเลยครับจริงปะเนี่ย
He's been really good at taking those fights.
ถ้าจริงก็ขอให้น้อง
is that he's not too aggressive of the duelist to the point of where he takes a lot of those over peaks. But what I do really like is the way that Zekin and Ospas have worked together recently. Their synergy has made them so good at becoming more aggressive together, taking those peaks together. Their gameplay has been really well-rounded, and I think for Zekin and Ospas, I'm looking at them to be that dynamic duo when they are playing the double duo.
Guys, we have the option to go to an ad, but I think we can keep chatting a little bit here.
ไม่มียาดูน่ากลัวกว่าจริงนะแต่ผมว่าประสบการณ์เก่งเลยต้องให้จีก่อน
we can talk about some historic rivalries, some matches that they've had in the past, but I want to start here about your opinion on adults with plushies, aka stuffed animals.
ตามอร่อยว่าอย่างนี้ตามอร่อยว่าเรียนภาษาอีสานไปตามรสชาติไม่ใช่อีสานก็จริง
You're pro stuffy.
I mean, have you seen a lot of these plushies? Most of them actually have really deep meanings for these players, which is really cute. Some are given by girlfriends or wives. Some they bought when they went to some sort of global event that reminds them of home. And I think it's nice to just always have something that kind of grounds you.
So you don't see it as like a visual chain.
No,
it's more like happy, positive thoughts, reassuring comfort, gifts. Okay, understood. I don't know. I saw a purple hippo up there on the desk. I was like, I don't know what's going on with my star player.
You're just mad.
มันไม่เครียดกันเหรอวะในทีม
My wife has not given me a stuffed animal.
มีข่าวออกแล้วแบบว่าเตะโคตรฟอร์ดออกอะไรอาจจะมีในทีอาจจะมี
Talk to me a little bit about the mojo though. If you're looking for a swing in momentum, is there a hype man on Global Esports? Is there like an emotional leader on that squad?
I think they have several. I think Harvey and Patman
แล้ว
are
ปา
kind
ทู
of
น
the
ก็
duo
มาเป็นคน
coming
รายการ
out
นี้
of
เลย
the Philippines that bring a lot of
แต่
energy
จริง
to the
ฟอร์ดเขาก็
team.
ชัดเจน
They
นะเขาไม่
both
อยาก
have
ทำแข่งรายการ
a
นี้
big kind of hand in the calling
ไม่อยากแข่ง
presence,
ราย
and
การ
I think
นี้
Autumn is kind of the calming presence in the team that has
รายการนี้
by
เงินเย
far
อะ
the
ดิ
most experience on this team.
คุยเริ่มกี่โมง
Whenever
นั่น
an
น่ะสิไอ้คู่
Australian
เริ่ม
guy
ยังไง
gets hyped in your ears, you're going to be pretty pumped up. He's going to G up the boys.
6 โมง
On the other side of Athena, we're taking a look at a few of the players here from
มีดราม่า
MIBR.
เลยครับ
Who is my in-game leader and who is my duelist to watch that could go for that pop-off moment on camera?
Burna is going to be your in-game leader. Absolutely insane in the server, by the way. Just get ready to watch him. But in terms of duelists, you actually have two. You have Zekin and Ospas that are highly considered two of the best duelists when it comes to Americas. Obviously, nothing on Sato and Neon right now because they're kind of going crazy on Leviathan. But they're so good. You should watch them play. And I think the most important part is you should watch them and how they play together. Because together they become this crazy like twin flame moment. They just go crazy.
Get low, big time. Get low, big dog.
ดีครับจานสวัสดีครับน้อง
Our
จำปอย
friends from the Alpha stage making their way across as they are trying to get eyes on all of
ที่
the
ผม
action.
เมื่อก่อนผมใช้
It
เมาส์
looks like
โล
our
จิเทคบ่อย
players
มาก
are
นะแต่
getting
นี่ผม
into
ไม่ได้
this
ใช้
map
เลยเนี่ย
veto
มีคน
in
ใช้โลจิ
just
เทค
a moment. So let's dive
ผม
into
ยุ
this
คแรก
match
ผมจะ
and
เป็น
talk
สติลซีรีส์
big
ครับ
picture.
ซีรีส์เมื่อก่อน
It's a
ทุกคน
best
จะ
of
ไม่
three
คุ้นเคย
this
นะ
time around here at
แต่ยุคแรก
EWC
อ่ะ
2026
ไม่มีแบรนด์ไหน
and the
สู้มา
first
ทุก
ban
ซี
is
รีส์ได้
in.
ครับไม่มีเลยครับ
MIBR getting rid of
ซีรีส์
Sunset
คลองตลาดครับ
Fracture is out. So
ไม่
we
ว่า
are
จะเป็น
going
โค
to
เว
see
เยอร์คน
some
ไหน
new
ว่าจะเป็น
maps
ใครใช้
today,
ซีรีส์
starting
หมด
with Lotus here
โลจิเทคนี่แบบมีแบบปะปาย
Looks
น้อย
like
มาก
we're going to see Lotus
เลเซอร์กันน้อยมาก
by MIBR.
Yeah, I think this
แต่ปัจ
Lotus
จุบัน
pick
ซี
makes
รี
a
ส์ไม่
lot
มี
of
นะครับ
sense.
ตั้
I
งแต่
mean,
เปลี่ยน
for
แบบเหมื
MIBR,
อน
they've
ผู้
had
บริหาร
so much
อะไรอย่างเงี้ยไป
success. They actually had a 100% win
ภาพเปลี่ย
rate.
นเลย
Granted, it was the one win.
แล้วฟอร์ดมาคงเซ็นไหม มาครับ
2 months when
มา
they've
แน่
played
แน่
Americas, when they've played
จริง
in
กูพูด
those
จริง
qualifiers. They've
มา
also
แน่แน่
played recently in the EWC qualifier
รอเลย
against Crew, and they won it 13-7. Which, if you know anything about Americas, Crew has been the
ไอ้
team
ตัวไหน
to
มีปัญหา
beat
วะ
on
ไอ้ปลาทู
Lotus.
มัน
They've
เก่งกว่า
always
ฟอร์ด
had
กูยัง
really
ได้ไง
good protocols. So for MIBR
ไม่ใช่
to
หรอ
kind of win that
มัน
game,
ไม่
I
ได้
think it makes sense to let that through, especially seeing how for GE they don't really have success on that map.
At the same time, though, if you go back and
ผม
look
ไม่แน่
at
นะ
GE's
ปลาทู
history
อาจจะ
on
เก่งกว่าก็ได้
Lotus,
ใคร
3
ไม่รู้
different games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They
แล้วเขาก็รู้วิธี
always
การทำทีม
change
ฟอร์ดด้วย
comp.
อาจจะ
They
ใช้วิธี
even
การทำ
played
ทีม
a
ฟอร์ด
really
มาทำก็
crazy
ได้
triple set decomp, I think, inspired by XLG up against Paper X.
ฟอร์ด
That
เขา
didn't really
ส
go
ไตล์
well
เขา
for
จะไม่เหมาะกับ
them
ทาง
over in
ทาง
Ho Chi
ฝั่ง
Minh
บ้านเราเท่า
finals.
ไหร่
So I think it's going to be hard for MIBR
แต่ผมว่าฮูเซนรู้อยู่แล้วล่ะ
to have a
เคยทำงานกับ
read
ฟอร์ด
picking
มา
Lotus against GE, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which
เขาแยกทาง
direction
กันโดย
you're
ที่แบบ
going to
อาจจะ
get from
ไม่
both
ได้
of
อยาก
these
แยก
teams.
อะไร
For MIBR,
โลตัส
does seem like they're kind of
สอง
considering
ดู
their
ครับเจ็ด
options
เลส
here,
ว่ะ
but
อุ
a
ทัม
deadlock
มี
does
เจ็ด
seem
หรอ
like a
อุ
bit of
ทั
a
มเลสเอาไป
departure
Lock
from
in the
what
Reina,
they were
you
playing
won't.
last time.
เชี่ยอะไรเนี่ยคอมอะไรเนี่ย
At least Verno's locked in the deadlock. Over on the side of GE, though,
แต่เมน
they
เม
go
น
a
หลัก
lot of different
เฮ้ยเอา
directions in terms of their
เฮีย
calls.
เลน่า
This
ไอ
time
สัตว์นึ
they're
กว่าเล
gonna
ส
lead
เอาอะไร
into
เนี่ยเอา
something
มัน
a
จะ
little
หยิบ
bit
เฮียอะไร
more
เอา
standard looking with the double duelist. I
เล
mean,
น่าเดดล็อกมาแล้ว
I'm confused
แล้วไอ้
because
ไอ้เทค
we
เล่นอะไร
do have the graphic around a certain way, and I do think that the comp on the right
เฮ้ยอะไร
looks
เนี่ย
more like
ไวเปอ
something
ร์เหรอไวเปอร์
that
ฮาร์เบอร์หรืออะไรวะ
GE might play. Maybe not the Harbor though, and I do know that some of the
Aspar ISO
you know, Latin American players and teams.
เซน่า2 ตัวคุยไม่ใช่มั้งฮัลโหล
You have been accurate with your question.
อะไรอ่ะคอมอะไรอ่ะ
He might be onto something. Athena, do you agree with this?
มาแพทตอนนี้ตัวไหนนะน่าใช้พี่
I think MIBR
เอาจริงป่ะครับ
could potentially roll with the Harbor. Also, the Reina is just
พี่อ่ะ
such a
ไม่มีความ
crazy
รู้เรื่องมา
pick.
เท่าไหร่
And I
คือ
think
ที่
that
พี่
we've
ใช้อยู่อ่ะ
seen
คือน้อง
it
เบน
have
เบน
some sort of
TFT อ่ะ
success.
โดเนท
I think
มาให้
when you're playing on a map like
ถ้า
Lotus,
ถามพี่นะ
it takes
ตอนเนี้ย
away
ตัวที่พี่ใช้อยู่
a
อะ
lot
น่า
of
ใช้
kind of potential.
อาริซาน
Like,
โปร
when you're playing a
โปร
Phoenix,
ท้าย
you have the
99
wall,
ครับ
you have the flash around the
ตัวสี
corners.
เขียว
But the Reina flash is
สวัสดีครับ
just
น้องทู
not
สวัสดีครับผม
that good in my
จนกระทั่ง
opinion.
โค
So
ซู
I
ใช้
am a
จีโป
little
ทุกคน
worried
มาใช้
about
ตาม
whichever
ไม่เคยใช้เลย
team
ไม่เคยใช้
did
จี
pick
โป
the
เลย
Reina.
รู้ปะ
You're saying a little bit
ไม่เคยใช้เลย
His
ซุปเปอร์ลง
batshit.
ซุปเปอร์ไลท์
Like,
ไม่เคยใช้เลยครับ
honestly, what is going on, man? This is crazy.
สวัสดีน้องทูนะครับเห็นมีรูปหลุดฟอสไหมพี่หรือไง
Honestly, it
ใช่
has to be GE because if it's
ใช่
not
ครับมี
MIBR,
รูปหลุด
lost the plot.
ลิงก์
Like,
ในสต
this
รีม
is a
ผ่าน
team
ส
that
ตรี
I've
ม
watched play a lot of
ซึ่ง
double duelers and
But
things like
low
พี่ว่าชัด
key,
เลย
it might be a
ชัดเลยแหละ
strat. Like low key, if it's MIBR, they're like
ไป
guys, we're
แน่ๆ
better.
ครับ
Let's
แต่
just
แค่
run
เขา
it
ยัง
out.
ไม่ประกาศ
Yo,
เฉย
if I am the brand new coach, I'm bringing out a brand new
ก็ในเมื่อ
comp, and
ข่าว
I'm
มันหลุด
about
มาแล้วว่า
to
ฟอส
blow
หลุด
the
สี
Valorant
ทำไม
community's
ทำไม
mind.
เบ
It
น
was
จะไม่คว้า
time
ไว้
to
ล่ะถูกปะล่ะ
shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reina, that you're really gonna have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
What if it
you
works?
lose.
What
If
จิบ
it
หายดับเบิลเลน่า
works, sorry, sorry,
ดับ
my
เบิลเล
lord.
น่า
Do you guys remember the
They try,
G2 run where
Well,
they
let's try
literally were
to-
playing ISO Harbor on Bree?
But
Sorry, so
the
they
common
made
gap
it
thingy
work.
là-
So I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's because we've had it before in the
Is,
past.
ต้องดูว่า
is
เขา
this
บิวคอมมา
concern
เล่นแบบ
that
สไตล์
ISO
ไหน
is not
เล่นยังไง
strong enough? Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak agents at the moment. They don't see a lot of play in the meta. There's some of the less peak duelists. I can name 4 or 5 duelists better than a Reina ISO.
You should name 6 or 7 duelists.
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah.
เขาออกมาแปลก
Oh, killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge. I
Yeah.
love that. I'm going to keep throwing them at you. Athena, you've been on the fence here, so I'm going to
I'm not on the
really,
fence.
I'm really going to make you
น่าสนใจครับ
give me a
Okay.
ทีมนี้คงไม่
declaration.
ปล่อย
Okay.
แปลกๆกว่า
Who
เรา
is
ผมไป
the
ซ้อมมาแล้วแหละ
first to 8 rounds in this
แล้วทีม
game?
ที่ซ้อมมาแบบ
MIBR.
ซ้อมมานานน่าจะ
They're, I think
น่าจะมีอะไรให้เราเห็น
personally,
เยอะ
no, we're not lucky. I think personally they have much more firepower on this team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners, as champions
ช้ากว่า
winners.
เซโร่
I
เยอะไหม
can't
พี่
see
ไม่เย
a
อะครับ
world where MIBR here doesn't take it
AVR
to
สอง
those
ลบ
first
เลต
8
โก
maps because
ไอ้
they're
สองลบ
just so good. And
ฟา
looking
ติก
at
หม
the
ดใจ
smiles
ฟา
on
ติก
their
ไปไหน
faces,
ไม่
come
รู้
on, the vibes are there.
ใช้มัทฉาเลยเหรอพี่แบงค์ใช่ครับผม
Breathe right strips.
You and these stuffed animals.
น้องเบน
man.
เขาโดเนทมาให้ครับ
Locked.
You're really
We gotta get
profiling
him on.
MIBR.
พี่ใครโดเนทอะไรมาให้ก็ใช้หมดอะ
Not really profiling, just
ไม่
observing.
ไม่มีตังค์ซื้อ
It's one of my strengths.
Yeah.
I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready, so I think we could be going to an ad soon, and when the match is ready to kick off, we could be diving in deeper. Production, go ahead and clarify that. In the meantime, Pilsky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
Sure. I
เมื่อไหร่
do
เวล
love
คัม
that.
สุด
If there is
โอ้โห
a strong,
นี่เขาได้คนโหดไป
I
แล้ว
love watching snipers. They're the
แล้วคน ตกงาน
flashiest thing. If you hit
จะ
a
เอาไปทำไม
headshot, it's nearly an insta kill almost all games. Who is
คนตกงานไปไหม
the star sniper on
ผ
both
มว่าจะ
sides?
สู้โคตรฟอก็ได้
And are there
ได้ก็ได้แต่
multiples
ว่า
that could pull it out? Because Ethan, for
คนก็จะบอกว่า
example,
อุ้ยล้างสนามมานานแล้ว
Big
อ้าว
Marshall at
จับ
times
ให้กูลงสนามสิ
collecting enormous rounds on the
กูก็ไม่ได้อยากล้างสนามหรอก ให้ลง
Just
สิ
a star op player for GE. They've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the outlaw? When am I going with the operator? Talk me through like how I spend my economy throughout
Long
this
sân
series.
ball.
Anti-eco, or if you think the other team is light on cash, like if the rounds have been close, you know their economy is struggling, you're going to go for an outlaw. You will see probably both of
วันนี้
these
มันจะเริ่ม
teams
2 ทุ่ม
use
อยู่ไหม
the outlaw. I've seen
โอ้ถ้าเหมือนพรุ่งนี้
Fast
ไม่
do it, I've
โทษ
seen
โทษที
GE
ถ้าเหมือน
do it,
เมื่อวาน
I've
ก็
seen Autumn pick it up. So
ก็
that's
แปลก
exactly
เลย
that.
เฮียมันไม่แก้ไขเฮ้ยทุกคนครับ
Yeah,
การ
exactly,
นี้แบบ
that's
มี
true.
ดราม่า
Operator
เต็มหมด
in
เลย
any
เนี่ย
other
ยูซี
circumstance,
แทบ
you
จะทุก
know?
เกมเลย
You want to
รู้
mix
ปะ
it in for a gun round?
I have a question for you.
แล้ว
Hit me.
เห็น
Who
ได้เห็น
on
ข้อมูล
the-
ล่าสุดป่ะที่
based
วอลเลอ
on
ร์
the-
โค้ด
on the
เป็นเล็กบอกว่าของหาย
Who's gonna op? The Reina or the
มีคนงัด
ISO?
เข้ามาในห้องเก็บของเก็บกระเป๋าอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็มาขโมยของในกระเป๋า
Whether
ได้เห็น
that's
ใครได้
the
เห็น
fault
น้ำ
we're
มา
gonna see when we get
ห็น
in the
เห็นใน
server,
เอ็ก
because
ยัง
we
เขาโพส
are
นะครับ
resetting the lobby as far as I know.
Yeah.
So they may have
ไอ้เหี้ยงานแม่งน่ากลัวอยู่นะ
News. Ignore what we've seen in the past. The
เข้ามาข
Harbor
โมย
Wave
ของในห้อง
could
พัก
still
นัก
be
กี
in
ฬา
the game. He could be
ระหว่างปลา
removed.
ทูกับ
We're
ปลาแซลมอน
gonna
พี่เลือก
find
อะไร
out as only time
ปลาทู
will
ครับ
tell. We've got a whole bunch of new
เรา
awesome
เป็นคน
graphics
บ้านๆ
being
กินของ
loaded
ปลา
in
ทู
across the board here. If you guys could could
พี่
see
ไปขโมย
what
ทำไม
we
อ่ะ
see. We are in the middle of a massive expo
ช่
center
วงนี้มีตังค์ใช้จริ
downtown
งว่ะ
Paris, France,
ขอโทษนะ
and they are building
มี
all
เงินใช้
around.
จ
The
ริง
stages
ชาเปอร์
are
แข่ง
going up. We've got video walls growing.
เอาเริ่ม
and
แล้ว
our
เรา
players
แวบดู
are
ด้วย
still filing in. We've got MBOL still going on.
โอ้ยังไม่ได้เลย
Excuse me, and of course,
YouTube ไหม
this game Valorant going on in week 0. Agent Select is ready. Let's
เอ้ย
get into it and find out who our players actually want to play
แวบ
on our
เฉยๆ
first
เฉย
map. Athena, remind me what is
นี่
map number 1? Where are we playing and what
คอม
fits
จริง
well?
คอมจริง
Lotus,
มี
and I
มี
think
อัดปาเป็นเว
both
เล
of these agent selects make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of
เมื่อกี้คือ
MIBR
คอมหลอก
because
แบบว่า
that
กด
Whaley
ลอง
hasn't
เข้าเท
really
สห้องเฉย
found that much success
ฆ่าคน
recently.
ขโมยของได้
It's
ขนาด
kind
นั้น
of crazy that the
จัดที่อิน
Americas
เดียเหรอ
teams we
ครับ
saw
ไม่ใช่
NRG picking that up on the
เอาจริงปะ
fracture and kind of struggling to find success.
โซ
But
น
I think
โซน
when I'm
ต่างประเทศ
looking
เขา
at
เป็นแบบนี้
Ospas,
จริ
I
งนะเว้ย
really like him on the jet,
มัน
and I'm
อั
a
นตราย
little
มาก
bit
ครับ
worried that that
จริง
first
ๆบ้านเราก็ไม่ได้
double
ปลอดภัยหรอก
duelist
นะ
pick is
แต่ว่า
gonna be scary.
ถ้าเทียบกับบ้านเขา
I think
คือ
for
แบบ
MIBR, this is a departure from the comp they were playing just previously in the qualifiers, but only by a little bit. I think the
ก
Waylay
ฎหมาย
is
เป็น
the
เรื่องรอง
single
อะเนี่ย
focus to that.
เรื่องอยู่รอดเป็นเรื่องหลัก
GE,
สำหรับบ้าน
as
เขา
I mentioned before, they played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They played 3 different comps, and this is nothing surprising to see them lean in to get another different comp. Once again, though, running the double duelist, just a little bit of a different flavor.
ครับผม
Honestly, I think what MIBR are running, though, the Waylay is
ขอบคุณนะครับน้อง
fantastic against the Vice. It's so
น้อง
easy to be able to play
Yeah.
some of those setups and then just refract out. Really helps you work the map here on Lotus.
Yeah, that's very true. I think the way that they play it is really important here, and I hope they have some answers.
มาเว้ยเริ่มไวจัด
Neon has been
เชี่ยมาว่ะ
really good, and
กู
immediately
ตายไหม
right off the bat, we're gonna see
แอดบาร์เลย
play with
เฮ้ย
the
แอนเซเกต
Waylay.
โอ้โหแล้วบอมตัวเทพด้วยกันด้วย2คนยังไงเบิร์กอยู่เนี่ย
Autumn getting ready for the dash on
นะครับตัวเทพตัวเทพ
It's going to slow
ตัวเทพตัวไปก่อนแล้วหนึ่ง
for a moment, but the double dive on in is finding some impact.
โอ้โห
As
แอด
the
บาร์กู
side
เมา
of
ส์
the site cleaned up by Yudutan.
แอดบาร์เหมือนไม่เล่นนานแอดบาร์บอกตื่นเต้น
MIBR trying to force their way through waterfall, but it's
สอง
not
ตัวยิงกูไปคู่เลย
really looking for.
โอ้อ้าว
Pick through the smoke goes the way of Harvey. As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on spawn side. The IGL of GE really starting to warm
เหี้ย
up.
หรือจีที่ไม่มี
On the other side of things, it's
ที่ไม่มี
Burnout
ฟอร์สมันจะ
for MIBR that has to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, GE
อย่า
starting
บอก
really
นะ
explosive, just going, contesting that fight and making
ปก
sure
ติ
they're
ปา
able
รีสจริ
to
ง
push up. Udotan
แบบนี้
gonna
ที่
get the
ใช้
sheriff
โค้ด
kill
ใหม่เหรอครับ
onto
โค้ดพา
Verno.
ทัวร์ใช่
But
ครับผม
yes,
โค้ดใหม่แล้ว
Pistol going the way
ประตู
of Global Esports, and I think for
ตัวขโมย
MIBR
ป่า
here,
รางวัล
I mean,
นำจับ
taking
100
that
บาท
peak
ลักษณะ
is
ขอโลน
one
ดีครับ
thing,
ลุง
but
สวัสดีครับ
not
พี่โต
having a fallback plan is a little bit scary.
แอ
That
ด
pistol
80
just trying to
วิแบง
scout,
ค์ทำไอ้
get
แกะ
some
มาเอ้ย
information,
ขอ
I'm
โทษ
assuming, and they weren't
ไม่
expecting
มี
the
ตังค์
whole
กิน
pack of
ข้าว
GE
ตอนเนี้ย
there.
จริง
I mean, honestly, you
กู
wouldn't
ใช้ตังค์
have
นะเว้ย
had
ตอน
it
นี้
any other way
ฝากดู
if
โฆษณาด้วย
MIBR. If you're playing double C
ฝากดูโฆษณาหน่อย
with Second and Aspas on double duelist and the other team runs into you,
80 วิเอง
can't really complain, honestly.
หายใจ
So
เข้า
GE
ลึก
are
หายใจ
gonna be
ออก
quite
แป๊บเดียว
happy about
นา
how
ที
that round
นาที
went.
กว่า
Now into the anti-eco. Haven't fully committed to this buy. Autumn and Zavi with a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. Got the C's nade over on the A side of the map.
โอ้โห
Aspas
ปาดขึ้นมา
getting
แชร์บอก
active.
อุ้ยโดนนั่นน่ะ
That refrag
โดนนั่นน่ะ
does
โดนนั่นน่ะ
at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
ดูดิ
This is
ว่า
the type of
ว่าเจ้าของ
round
ทีม
that
แพทเมน
Puckett
เขา
would
วันนี้
love
จะ
to see.
โชว์ฟอร์มไหม
Two scope weapons online for both these
เจ้าของ
teams,
ทีม
but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some
จี
pressure,
โค้ด
using
จาก
the power
3 เหลือ 1 คน
to
ส
clear
เตจ
that
2
door.
ไม่
And
น่า
it's
รอดแบบ
actually
นี้
gonna pull 3 of these
เอ้า
players
มี
on
คนนึง
MIBR into
โค้ดแพทเมน
this
ไง
site. They do have a chance to re-clear, but
ตอนดูบุหรี่
anything
เครียด
that
ละ
they do right now might be just a little bit too late.
เจอโฆษณากด
because
รีเฟรช
GE
เรื่อยๆ
are
โอ้โห
already all over on this side.
ดูให้หน่อย
Let's
สิ
see about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR just stepping up where the
บาทหนึ่ง
pressure
ก็ยังดี
is, but GE are
ได้ค่า
giving
โฆษ
them
ณา
the ground right now. Straight up
นิดนึงก็ยังดีน้อง
site. No opposition there from MIBR.
กลับมาแล้วโอ้โหมาไม่ทันช็อตเมื่อกี้โอ้โห
Damage done with these pistols.
แม่งยิงกลางอากาศเลย
Pushing towards the
Ôi,
spawn
ố
here.
ơi.
Autumn, kind of scary with this Phantom. Gets
Mấy
there
sắp ra
and
khẩy á,
gets
ố.
greeted instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre,
Ê,
and
biển
the
tối
hands
mèo
of
khá
Zekin
chang
actually. And they're holding it on, and they're
Mấy
trying
chai
to
mắc
do
thì
this
thật,
one
cái hình như
retake,
tồn
but
tem ta
Patman
này.
shutting
Ui.
it down. Alspas with a trade back onto
ผม
it
แบบ
now.
ผม
Just
อ้าว จี
not have pushed
เอาเลย
into
เอาเลย
spawn there. That was not a good idea.
มั่วแล้วมั่วแล้วไอ้สัตว์มั่วแล้วมั่วแล้ว โดน
At the end of
โดน
things,
โด
but
น
that is a very bitter defeat for
แบทแมน
GE,
สั่งแล้ว
unfortunately. Echoed by
คิด
not
ต่อหน้า
by
เวอร์เลย
four
ทำควยแล้วเนี่ย
classics and a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is
มันเปลี่ยนตัวย่อเป็นแมวครับแต่ก่อนย่ออะไรนะครับ MIBR
massive boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
ก็ MIBR ปะย่อ4เลยครับถ้าจะเห็นหรือเปล่าวะแต่ทำไมถึงใส่ตัวย่อผมไม่เข้าใจรายการไหนมันจะต้องใส่ตัวย่อปกติเขารายการก็ไม่ใส่ย่อนะ
Two pistols, Sheriff and a bandit.
MIB ปะ
We have
เมื่อวานผมไปงานคอมมาดผมได้ลองจับเมาส์เจสันครั้งแรกเขาซ่าพูดเล็กเลยพี่มันจะเล็กกว่าซุปเปอร์ไลท์ได้แต่มันจับพอดีมือพี่ว่าจะขายเมาส์เหมือนกันโอ้ยขายเมาส์ตัวเลเซอร์ซิกเนเจอร์ดิชั่นนะครับที่มันมีลิมิเต็ดมีกล่องจะดูว่าจะขายอะไรไม่ต้องออกจ่ายของเปล่าด้วยจ่ายเพาเลอร์ไปเปล่าเลยทีนี้อุ้ยโดนจับไอ้สัตว์เอากีตาร์มาตัดไอ้ฟาดได้ครับเฮ้ยเสียงเบาไหมวะระหว่างโค้ชจริงๆกับพวกนักวิเคราะห์แล้วมาเป็นโค้ชที่ว่าใครดีกว่ากันโค้ชจริงๆดีกว่าครับนักวิเคราะห์เขาเรียกว่าอะไรอะนักวิเคราะห์คือเก่งหลังเกมอะอันนี้ไม่ใช่คำดูถูกครับคือเขาอะดูเกมไปแล้วเขาก็มาวิเคราะห์งงไหมไม่งงนะส่วนโค้ชอะต้องวิเคราะห์เกมที่ยังไม่เกิดขึ้นคือลาวที่ยังไม่เกิดขึ้นว่าจะแก้สถานการณ์แบบไหนมันไม่เหมือนกันไม่เหมือนกันเป็นเล็กแม่งหลอกขายของเก๊ทีหมื่นนี่หว่าแม่งรู้ว่าของไม่ดีทองฟอร์มแต่มันได้แชมป์นะพอได้แชมป์ปุ๊บคนไม่มีถ้วยผมไม่รับความคิดเห็นนะครับผมมีถ้วยครับ
I love to see the vibes from MIBR knowing that they're just
ผมรอซื้อครับหมายถึงตูดที่ขายว่า
taking a lot of these peaks I mean Mizzino just
นี่ไงจีที่ไม่มีคนฟอนมั่วเลยใจเย็นเพิ่งเริ่มวินได้นิดหน่อยไอ้สัตว์เล่นแล้วใจเย็น
really feeling the pressure of losing those 1v1
เพิ่งจะ2-1เองเฮ้ยแต่ไม่โลโก้ไม่ VR แบบว่า
but it's okay because now
มันดูไม่ขลังเลยว่าต้องแบบ
online with the operator that operator that we were talking about so much so
เชื่อผมเคยได้แชมป์มาก่อนเย็ดคุยมันกล้าพูดกันจริงๆแต่คนเป็นนักกีฬาแบบเป็นคนมาใช่นักกีฬาเขาผมว่าเขายิ่งแชมป์นี้ต้องถ่อมตัวนะเว้ยเอาจริงผมพูดจริงเอารู้นะชาบี้รู้นะครับ
Now post plant for GE trying not to overextend because they have numbers but look at how fast these players have gone over here from the side of MIBR using that nightfall on both sides
เวอร์โนบายหลังบอมชัวร์เลย
pushing or moving forward
โอ้ยบายเดี๋ยวบายไหนเนี่ยโอ้อะไรอ่ะ
finally gonna get
เอาไม่บายหลังบอมวะถ้าบายหลังบอมเราแอดฟาโดดไปน่าจะฉิวเลยโอ้อะไร
for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit.
พี่ว่าประตูเหรอครับเกินไปแบงค์ต้องผมว่าประตูน่ะเอาจริงป่ะผมไม่ได้เกลียดหรือชอบเขานะถ้าผมรู้สึกว่าเขาอ่ะมีประสบการณ์ทั้งเป็นนักวิเคราะห์แล้วก็ทำเป็นโค้ชด้วยแม่งดีนะเว้ย
Yeah, looks like
แม่งดี
MIBR
นะเว้ย
the flood
ส่วนตัวผมว่า
just
ปาทูน่าจะ
wasn't
เก่ง
there.
จริงครับ
Zekin was all out
แต่ว่า
once he started using
มันจะ
both
พอหรือเปล่า
satchels
กับ
and
การ
no
ทำงาน
one
อัน
was
นั้น
there to follow
คือ
up.
ไอ้ที่ทำงานคนเดียว
The
มันเป็นอะไรที่
util
แบบว่า
wasn't
นร
really
ก
there,
สัต
but
ว์
now a
พูด
little
เลยนะ
change of
นรก
pace
จริงครับ
here for MIBR using a heavy stack towards this main to get control.
ไอแพนมันบอกอากาศร้อนว่าอยากได้ฟอร์มมาช่วยพูดในวอล์กมั้งแต่พูดกับคำปั่นๆเฉยๆอ๋อเหรอ
Paranoia. Crystal's got him back to decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of Rebel, they've lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards the C here. They're not worried about it. They've come
ล้างสนามมานานเหรอ MIBR ฮะ
อู้
ยาไอสัตว์มาสู้เหลี่ยมนี้กับบัณฑิตโอ้2-2เฉยเลย
All of a sudden, it's a 2v2.
แพทเป็นมันน่าตึงจัดไอ้เหี้ยจริงจังจัดเลยแพทเป็นจริงจังจัดน่าตึงจัดโอ้โหแล้วใครตั้งกล้องแอดฟาสในสัตว์เห็นแต่หู
For a little bit of information, the Fade on the other side of things looking to slow this one down. Both of MIBR creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle, does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues channeling.
เรียบร้อยอุ้ยจังหวะสวย
This off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Aspas into a very difficult 1-on-2, able to punish Patman for the peak on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking. A little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's through the wall.
แอสบาร์ว่ะ
Massive 1-on-2 for MIBR.
ดูง่ายเนาะแบบว่าเฉยๆก็เล่นปกติ
I questioned a little bit. the Ospas waylaid, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive picks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side when they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough. But for GE, this right here, Bruno getting these two was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're running into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done
ตอนนี้สุดต้องหาค่าอยู่ค่ายาที่บ้านก่อนหาตังค์ก่อนทำได้เหมือนกันแต่ว่าหาตังค์ก่อนไอ้สัตว์เลยรายจ่ายพลวัน
Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
แต่เกมกันน่ะเฮียมัน
slow group
มันได้เปรียบกว่าอยู่แล้ว
towards the C side here. MIBR have literally
ไม่มีคนว่ามีคารูซีเลยอะไรวะเนี่ยสูตรไหน
two players rotating over towards Spawn make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here in the Prowler
เล่นอยู่มีเพลงด้วย
execute. That's going to be so
กูเปิดอะไรวะเนี่ย
noise, but they're positioned really well here for MIBR to have a really fast flood.
Big ults for both of these teams.
เพลงมันคนละมูดกับที่เล่นเลยนะอะไรเนี่ยดิงดิงดิงดิงดิงดิงอะไรของแม่งวะสัตว์จะรู้อ่ะโอ้ยโอ้โหตีไม่โดน
Finally breaking through for the time.
โฆษณาเหรอ
Still tentative, waiting
โฆษณาเด้งเหรอ
to elapse on the side of GE who are all playing inside of the side.
โอ้ยโอ้ยต้องมีกระสุนเหลือนะไอ้สัตว์
Out of ammo, a couple of trades come through.
เอาเหลือตัวคัดด้วยเอาดิเอาดิแอดเมนโอ้โหมันกัดสปอยดิภาพแม่งสปอยแล้วเมื่อกี้แอดเมนอยู่นี่แหละเฮ้ยภาพสปอยอะเนี่ย
That's crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly
จอเมื่อกี้แพทเมนพูดแล้วนะมึงไม่โหไอ้สัตว์ยัดแม่ไม่คนไม่มีถ้วยมึงฟังดิ
It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that site where Tex had set up all his cypher trips. But they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over. Still, a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the slopes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions, lining up a little bit. It was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR winning out with the power of their frags, and now on this round
วันหนึ่งถ้ามันไม่ลั่นขึ้นมาหรือมันไม่เล่นไม่ดีขึ้นมามันกลายว่าตอนนี้มันต้องเล่นแบบกดดันตัวเองตลอดแพทเมนจะน่าจะเหลือท้ายๆตลอดแบบเหลือตายสุดท้ายแบบประจำโดนไปด็อกนึง
That was scary. That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something
นี่ครับจีซูดโอ้โหให้กูเข้าไปเฮียโดนเฮียแพทเมนตบอีก
to take it a little bit
มึง
slow.
เป็นใครวะ
Trying to find their pick.
มึงคิดมึงเก่งมากเหรอ
Trying to get that number advantage so they could pick where they want
เจ้าของ
to
ทีมลงเล่นเองแล้วเหรอ
go. They want to
เลยเหรอ
end
ครับ
towards this A here, but a little Prowler not going to get
แต่
any
รู้สึกว่าเลเวนนั้นเขาจะ
info.
เทคป่ะเหมือนมีข่าวเลเวนนั้นจะเทค
Autumn,
จี
and all of a sudden
อุ้ย
that's a lot of information for them because Mizzino has all of
หน้าพี่
three
ไหลมา
and 3 players now on
ยั
this
งไง
A site
หน้าพี่ต้องเปิดได้สักตัว
to
วะ
keep it fight for it make sure they don't get
คริส
on
ตัลโอ้โหเข้าเอนะมึงระเบิดแน่นอนอุ้ยโดนนะแต่ไม่ตายกูจะวัดโอ้เรียบร้อยครับจ่ายเลยเพื่อความชัวร์ธรรมทานล่วงต่อได้บีครับทำอะไรไม่ได้เลยใครพูดอะไรอ่ะพี่เขามีปัญหากันในทีมครับซีก็คือของในตู้เย็นของฟอร์ดโดนขโมยครับของกินฟอร์ดมันโมโหแหละแบบมันซื้อข้าวมากินตอนกลางคืนอ่ะพี่แพทเป็นเอาไปแดกเฉยเลยทะเลาะกันออกทีแม่งเลย
felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan but now this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary but then also when he's on that site able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick
ถ้ามันกินกองกับฟูเซนกูอะไรดิแต่ปีหน้ายังไงก็ทีมแตกวะเขารวมหลายชาติเกินน่าใช่ครับพี่กำลังไปดิกูสุดฟอร์มลังสิตจริงเราเป็นแค่สื่อครับผมเป็นสื่อตอนนี้ผมเป็นสื่อเราก็ดูไปตามเนื้อผ้าดูไปตามดราม่า
They've had success on getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite messy and drawn out, unfortunately. Neither one of these teams really getting the clean execution that they're looking for, and MRBR always coming ahead in those situations. So
ลุงก็บอกได้แชมป์ซี2021โอ้
because you're kind of trying to adjustโค
ตรเก่าอ่ะเฮียไอแพทมินมันปากแซบขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอครับไม่รู้ครับ
But
we'll see what the approach is going to be.
ผมไม่รู้อะเฮียกูไม่ได้ไปอยู่ทีมเขาอะผมไม่กล้าพูดเหมือนกันเราไม่รู้เรื่องหลังบ้านเขา
Trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol, got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that, MIBR is really starting to pull ahead now.
มันเอากินข้าวแล้วกิน
Yep,
ช้อน
another
แล้วแพ็คมัน
operator
เดือด
online
กูจะ
for
กินยังไงไม่มีช้อน
Ospas
น่า
this
ใช่ครับ
time. Bought to him by Verno,
แปลก
and
ๆ
they're
เลย
gonna do
คุ้น
another seize nade towards
GVS
this
X10
rebel,
Blue
trying
Win
to punish any A main. The dash comes in.
อุ้ย
He
ปัจจุบัน
might get
สู้
caught
ทีไม่ได้แล้ว
by those nades, and
ถ้าเป็น
Saki
ทีชุด
gets
ที่
that
ไม่
pick
ชุดเนี่ย
onto
ผมว่าสู้
Autumn
ได้ครับ
with those paint
ตอนนี้
shots.
มัน
Mazino just pushing up. His
ปัจจุบันมัน
aim
เก่ง
is
กว่า
so
เมื่อก่อน
crisp.
เยอะมาก
Uno getting
คนละเรื่องเลย
caught
ครับ
off, just trying to
กู
jump
ไม่ใช่แค่ยุคก่อนหรอก
up
ให้ยุค
towards that
กูทารอน
half
ต
wall,
อน
and
ยู
now all
ทา
of
ร
a
อน
sudden
ยังอยู่
GE's plan is just
กูสู้
falling
ไม่ได้แล้วตอน
apart.
นี้
They can't get this lobby. They
ที่มัน
have
เก่งจริ
no
ง
presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
ที่บอกที่ซอฟกูแชมเปี้ยนยังไม่อยากนมแม่เลย สาดไว้พี่ชายสัตว์ไม่ได้ไม่ได้มันพูดอย่างนั้นไม่ได้เลยมันไม่ใช่โลกของแบบว่าถ้าเป็นโลกของฟุตบอลหรืออะไรนะพูดได้ฟุตบอลแม่งแบบตำนานแม่งแต่ละคนแม่ง
The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mazino alone on this A site, but Tex to join him. The baby door being held two here by Zekin. And Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like towards A. Tex with a beautiful flank, and Verno getting that final pick.
หลังดอกเอาแล้วไง
Yeah, that's Tex's best position. He's just won 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot.
PGE
Perfect timing. Or he's just valuing his life and waiting in the wings, knowing that his Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map, and then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start well. Credit to Crystal.
ดูสไตล์การเล่นอีโก้พีคบ่อยนะแบบมั่นใจข่าวลือก็ไม่แน่ชุดที่ช้อนซ่อมชอบหายปะไม่ชุดนั้นก็ปัจจุบันก็คงสู้ชุดนั้นคงสู้ปัจจุบันคือปัจจุบันมันเก่งกว่าอดีตเยอะครับการแข่งขันมันสูงกว่าเยอะคนก็เพิ่มศักยภาพตัวเองขึ้นทุกวันครับวันละ 0.01 มันก็เก่งกว่ากูตอนนั้นเยอะแล้ว
So it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards tree. Texas here just spamming full setup.
ถ้ามันจ่ายตีแล้วมันสแปมใหม่ผมว่า
really been contested yet.
ไม่มีโอกาสโดน
breaking any of those cipher trips on
ไม่
the
โผล่
side
แน่นอน
of
ครับ
GE.
ไซเฟอร์
So
ผมว่า
Texas just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as he can, and now gathered from Mazino, they're gonna know that their players.
โอ้นี่ไงจนได้ไอ้สัตว์มันสแปมไม่โดนจนได้ครับเล่นระยะปืนจัดครับระยะปืนเท่าไหร่แม่งเล่นหลังกำแพงด้วยเฮ้ยอันนี้เรียบร้อยอุ้ยใบสวยจัดอุ้ยที่แผ่นพลาสติกปะวะนี่
This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless from MIBR.
แพทเมนไม่ค่อยยิงเลยอ่ะแปลกๆว่ะ
This is
แพทเมนที่พี่รู้จักมันต้องหลันหน่อย
MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing.
ทำไมย้ำบ่อยจังมาร์กมันเสียความมั่นใจแล้วทีนี้
both sides of the map just because they can.
ตอนมันอยู่กับสาวอะไรมันก็สาวบอกว่าพี่มาเสียงหล่อจังเลยค่ะ
with an op anywhere that he wants
ที
to
นี้บอก
go.
มาร์กเสียง
And
แก่
just being really annoying. It feels like
หมด
they're
กัน
not
ความมั่นใจ
even forcing it that hard. They're just
ตายได้
allowing
62เหรอ
GE
จริง
to take the bait on a lot of these fights.
เฮ้ยโค้ดพอดหน่อยโค้ดปะทู
setup towards B site. We said that they never really challenged it.
โอ้โดนแน่ครับ
Two players here for the first
เอ้ยโอ้โหสัตว์เหลือ1เหลือทำไม
Given a stern warning there.
เกียร์โดนหัวเข่าแตกหมดแล้ว
Aspas might go back for a second helping here. Down by the prowler there from Mazino.
แพทเมนบอกไม่เสี่ยงไม่เสี่ยงดิฟ้า
Verno continually just has this C info line self-sufficiently for MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers. And once again, GE given a rubble control because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Tex is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trick, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully,
ถ้ามีดนตรีขึ้นมาอีกแล้วเป็นเสียงของพรหับนี่คือแปลกแล้วไม่ใช่แล้วไม่ใช่แล้ว
towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out. Stops that execute from ever happening for
ไม่หล่อไม่แก่เสียงคนปกตินี่โค้ดดูย้อนหลังอยู่รอบวิเคราะห์แป๊บอาจจะเก่งด่านใครด่านมันอาจจะนะก็เป็นไปได้ครับพอเฮเว่นจีก็เก่งโอ้โหเฮียท่านแตกแน่โอ้ยโหดูว่าจะเห็นเซเกนอู้แล้วเหลือบอสเซกอ้าว เรียบร้อยครับวอเซ็กเก้นกูดึงจับโอ้เจ็ดเท่โอ้ว้าว
That is an easy 3K for Zekken. How many rounds have they just walked up into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane.
ไม่เอานะฟอร์มแบบนี้ไม่เอานะที่ปกตินะ
He's able to hold whether the team is literally not on site. They're able to rotate in time, and every single time they're just punishing GE using the C's nade combo at the best of times from MIBR. It feels like they've really got a definite good read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like. And now we're going to be looking at this round. 2 players from MIBR here towards this C mound, but it's 2 different players. Bruno and Tex this time.
เราดูแบบTex
getting 2
อุ้ยรอดไม่รอดครับ
He's been a star player
อุ้ย
so
นี้
far
จีได้เปรียบเราวินนี้
this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned into a spike play.
โป้งเรียบร้อยครับ
already into
โอ้ย
He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's
แพท
not
เมน
enough.
อาจารย์แพทช่วยหน่อย9-2 ไปเลย
Oh man, I mean again GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that C side, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with.
ในเกมพูดอย่างหล่อเฮีย
just light speeding in with
นี่
the
นะมัน
shorty.
เสียงหล่อจัด
Able to end that
โค้ดใหม่
round
เพิ่งจะมาเล่นได้ไล่โค้ดแล้วหรอจริงท่านแพทเมนจะเอาใครออกครับรอบนี้
9-2. This is very rough going
พี่
for
ประตูผมว่า
GE.
พี่อาจจะยังแบบ
Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent
พี่ยัง
on the side
แก้
of
เกม
MIBR.
ไม่ตรงจุดปะแต่ว่าพี่ยังดูเกมไม่ตรงจุดปะผมว่านะพี่ลองเพิ่มเรื่องนี้หน่อยลองเพิ่มถ้าเตะ2แบบพี่ยังเป็นอย่างนี้ผมว่าอาจจะไม่ไหวว่ะพี่เป็นนักวิเคราะห์ผมว่าพี่ก็ดีแล้ว
Just, you know,
ฮัลโหล
reminding you that
ลุงเจสซี่
America's gonna be on top. But
เจส
anyway,
ซี่
3 of these
ลุงเจสซี่
players
ทำอะไรอยู่
from
ช่วงนี้
MIBR, they're set up towards A.
เฮ้ยเอาโอ้ตาย
That there's something going on here. Zekken using the nades with the
ตายแน่
Waylay combo. That was insane, and another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this side.
เฮ้ย
Here's that TP all
แผนอะไรนี่
taking that
โอ้
insane, and now all these
โอ้โห
traps are
respect
gonna
tap
slow
respect
down
tap
the rest
เอ
of the
อ
execute. Tex punishing Udo, but the
ไม่
trade
คุ้มเลยครับ
with that rocket.
Comes to Steel Garden.
Ui, ui, ui,
Desperation
Epad.
stations here for GE as
Ui,
Bruno's
Epad
able to
ด้วย
deal
สั
with
ตว์
Patman, and it's a 10
โอ้
and
ตาย
4
แล้ว
for
ตาย
MIBR.
แล้ว
Just absolute domination
อูท่าบอกว่า
here
เฮีย
on
คนฟอร์มไม่อยู่
Lotus
ไม่มี
defense.
พลังใจเล่นเลยว่ะผมว่าคนต่อไปก็คืออูท่านี่แหละ
we haven't talked about
อูท่า
is Tex, and he's on the
อะไร
top
นะ
of
มึง
the
มาเล่นเพราะว่าอะไร
scoreboard
นะอยากเล่นกับใครนะ
from MIBR. He's been playing so well, and
I wanna
feel
play
like
with
this
Force,
player
guys.
has consistently
Okay,
been
you out.
a
จัดไป
rock
กู
for
เพลง
this
Force
team,
ไป
a stabilizer. He's always good for his playing that senti role. His lurks have been insane. He's constantly been
ทานแพท
really
โม
good
โฮ
with
นะ
those rotates, as we can see on
โอ้โห
this
แล้ว
map
กูท่าบอกกูจะเล่น
specifically.
ยังไงมึง
He's
ดูกูโดน
always
ดิ
in the right
กู
place
เล่นไง
on
อะ
the right time. And now I'm
นี่
kind of
นี่ท่านนี้
excited
ไม่โด
to
น
see how he plays on this attack side, seeing how he's going to lurk,
Oh,
how he's
level
going to
เหมือน
take
กันนะ
those
เนี่ย
ones, because you can tell none of
โอ้
these
ตัวยิง
players
ด้านข้างกันด้วย
on
ไอ้สัต
MIBR
ว์
are scared to take their ones.
เล็กกว่าตอนมาสเตอร์อีก
Nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked up on this
พี่แบงค์เห็น
roster.
ดราม่าทัวร์จีน
And
เสีย
now
ยัง
they finally
เครื่องแม่ง
got
มี
the
มาแวร์
chance
ตัว
to
นักแข่ง
grace
โดน
the
แฮกไปอะเห็นแล้วครับ
international stage. They are
แล้วมาแวร์แบบ
definitely
เห็น
not
เขา
gonna
บอก
take
ไม่
that
ซ่อน
for
เลย
granted.
โตจันอย่างเงี้ย
This is
แบบ
been
มา
a
แวร์แบบ
little bit of a
ไวแฮกเลยอะ
demolition. Unfortunately, at the
แม่ง
expense
ของ
of
จริงจัด
Global Esports, who have got to try to get something rolling in the second half. Even if they don't win this map of Lotus, they definitely need to at least play for a little bit of momentum coming into their own pick.
If you're GE, what are you talking about in this halftime? What are you trying to do?
ไม่แต่แบบเผื่อเอาลูกเจได้เป็นโค้ชไง
Because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
เฮ้ยแต่ตัวนี้แม่งรายการ
If
นี้
you
แม่ง
said that to me and I
แม่ง
was
หนัก
10-2
เหมือนกัน
down,
นะ
I would
เฮี
be
ยแบบ
like,
ว่า
it's okay.
ดราม่า
let's
ที่อ
just
อกมา
win
แต่ละ
this.
อย่างแบบ
You could say let's
ทั้งอะไร
just
นะ
win
ทั้ง
this. I
ไฟ
might try
ไหม้
and just
ทั้ง
make people laugh.
Yeah?
But yeah, it's okay.
โอ้ย
That's valid. I mean, this is a struggle of a map for
Just,
GE.
guys, we're not playing MRVR, we're playing X team that we always dominate.
อะไรอะ
New half. Let's just pretend, okay? A little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then Osfos is in your face and refracting
คอมพิว
back,
เตอร์โดน
getting
โดน
space,
แฮก
Zekken's throwing nades at you consistently at the perfect time.
คอมค้างระหว่างเกม
I understand.
การ์ด
They're
จอ
good.
เสีย
They're playing well. They're playing well.
ถูก
But
ข
it
โม
is
ยบัญ
MIBR's
ชี
pick. Just be like, hey guys,
ไฟ
listen,
ไหม้
it's
ใน
MIBR's pick,
อา
don't
คาร
worry.
เฮียอะไรก็ไม่รู้
They're gonna win this one. We go into ours. We're prepped. We know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head coach in the coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with the roster in all of their runs recently, though. But Platoon has definitely got to step up as a little bit of a leader here for Global Esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have many words to be saying to the boys. Try to keep them a little bit more focused.
แบบนี้จีแก้ไงแก้ที่ผู้เล่นหรือโค้ดดีแพทเมนไม่ได้กล่าวแต่แพทเมนคิดจริงไม่เอาจริงปะคืออย่างนี้ทุกคนบางอย่างอ่ะมันไม่ใช่สิ่งที่เราถูกใจหรอกครับแต่มันขับเคลื่อนผลลัพธ์ของเราได้ดีอ่ะเข้าใจความหมายผมไหมคือเหมือนการลดน้ำหนักอ่ะไม่มีใครออกกำลังกายหรอกแต่มันจะลดน้ำหนักได้ยังไงอ่ะถ้าไม่ออกกำลังกายถูกไหมครับมันเหนื่อยมากแต่ถ้ามึงอยากได้กับร่างทองของมึงอ่ะมันต้องอดทนเว้ยมึงต้องมีแพชชั่นต้องมีชาเลนจ์เนี่ยเหมือนกันเลยคือฟอสอาจจะไม่ใช่น้ำจิ้มที่ถูกรสชาติอย่างเงี้ยแต่ว่าคือแม่งกินแล้วแม่งส่งผลดีกับร่างกายเข้าใจความหมายปะประมาณนั้นอาจจะโอ้โหไอ้ปาร์ตกูใครแม่งทิ้งไอ้ปาร์ตกูวะประธานคิดถึงตัวเล็กแน่ๆ5 สุดคือโค้ชผู้ช่วยเป๊ปโดนกี่กระเป๋าในห้องอะไรก็ไม่รู้ BCG โบกี้พี่ว่าไง2 คนแบกลงเสร็จโบกี้อย่างเปียกไอ้เหี้ยท่านแพทเมนลงสนามแล้วทำความเคารพโจนแม่งมายันห้องโค้ชจริงผมว่าโจนนี่เขาลือกันให้ควักมีลักษณะคือผมบางช่วงนี้กูไม่ค่อยมีตังค์วันนี้ใช้ตังค์เยอะด้วยคุณต้องเหลือตังค์ให้กินข้าวตอนนี้ไม่อยากกินก็ต้องกินใช่ไม่ได้อยากเราไม่ได้มีใครอยากกินคีนหรอกอยากกินแซ่บหมดแหละแต่ว่าเหมือนอยากกินอาหารแซ่บๆนะไม่อยากกินแซ่บแบบที่นั่นคืออยากกินอาหารอร่อยๆแหละแต่ว่าบางทีกินเนี่ยกินอาหารคลีนรู้ว่ามันดีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่ว่ามันต้องมีมือคลีนชีทเดย์บ้างต้องมีแบบมื้ออร่อยให้ตัวเองบ้างเลยอุ้ยเฮีย
And all players are up on this front side.
Getting
the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. Paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half scary. Padman, he has no HP. Second, could this be an ace to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being.
Padman!
Walking away. Oh my god, this is going out.
Tapping the spike, just gonna stick it, but it's second, and that is just insult to injury for global esports.
ผมแบทแมนนุ้ยสัตว์หลอกกูเป็นเด็กเลยสัตว์
here on Lotus in the second half.
ตายดีกว่าทีได้ดีกว่าทียังไง
That is just perfection from yet another one of NRBR stars.
Really good
12 ไม่พอพี่
They were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open and they were like,
One boy fuck กูจะหลุดโคโต้ง
But for GE,
หรือจริงแพทมันไม่เคยพูดเพราะผมหาคลิปไม่เจอแต่จำได้ว่าเคยดูในวอล์กมันเป็นคลิปพูดคำนอนพูดคำๆด้วยหรือผมหลอนไปไม่มึงโอ้ไอ้ท่านขอโทษนะมึงจะเขาไม่มีใครติดตามชีวิตแพทเป็นตลอดเวลาหรอกน้องบางทีก็จะพูดกันตอนซ้อมหรือแบบว่าตอนแบบเขาไม่เห็นไม่ตรงกันเขาไม่ได้เอาลงคลิปเสมอหรอกเข้าใจไหมมันอาจจะไม่ได้พูดที่มึงบอกก็ได้เราไม่มีใครรู้เลยครับเพราะฉะนั้นฟังหูไว้หีอะไรอย่าไปเชื่อทั้งหมดครับเราไม่รู้ตื้นหนาบางอุ้ยดูหลังขาดปาดูหลังอะไรวะเนี่ยปามึงโดนแล้วพี่แพทเมนกูแลบลิ้นพี่แพทเมนกูแลบลิ้นแหละแพทเมนกูแลบลิ้นครับมาที่เรียนปาหรอโอ้ยเหี้ยเหลือ3-3ปืนกันไปหน่อยจีขอมันหน่อยเฮ้ยมันจะจบไวไปน้อง
The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peaks. Padman getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot, and Verno trading instantly, getting two, and now a 1v1, but it's
ถึงข่าววิวอุโดสวย
win this round as well.
ไออุโดม
Really good try.
อุโดน้องพี่แพทเมนเองไปเข้าคอร์สยิงติงเกอร์1,000 ตัว
Fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR. They're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekken denying global esports around on that A site.
ขอบคุณสำหรับใครครับน้องซอสของผมขอบคุณสำหรับเน็ตด้วยนะครับผมขอบคุณที่สนับสนุนช่องตัวแบ็คครับผมโอ้ยช่วงนี้ตังค์ไม่มีจริงครับผมถ้าใครชอบฝากกด subscribe 1 ทีครับถ้ารักเลยก็ฝากกดโดเนทสัก1 ครั้งครับผมฟอสช่วยด้วยแพทขอโทษนะแพท I'm joyful sent already broลีกนี้มีแค่น้องทีมที่ต้องการพี่ ไม่มีใครต้องการพี่ฟอสเลยน้อง
Lots of C-mount
พี่
pressure.
ไปที่ไหนก็โดนเตะ
They're walking into Navi. Autumn, sorry, getting picked
Oh,
up
Tham.
from Tex. That's actually insane.
มึงโดนเพ่งแล้วนะเพ่งเล็งนะ
From Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lyrics.
ถ้ามึงยังเล่นอย่างนี้นะอ๋อถ้าพี่
But they're gonna try to re-clear towards this.
ถ้าเรียกกูมึงไม่ต้องเรียกกูพี่ก็ได้
The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so
เรียกกูมึงเลย
good.
แพ
From
ท
MIBR, Osmos
โอ้โห
getting that pick.
พี่แพท
Everyone's just following up with each other.
พี่
And
แพ
all
ท
of a
ติด
sudden,
ตู้ไง
1v4 to win this
แต่เขามากันเป็นกองทัพ
Yeah, Yuditan has got his work
จี
cut out
จี
for
ครับ
him. We'll have to announce
ไอ
his
สัตว์จี
presence by opening up the
13-2
door.
กูรู้อะเลย
Nicely exiting
อุ้ย
in
โล
the
ตัส
corner
ปล่อย
here.
มาก็ต้องมี
Low on HP, doesn't
มี
want
แผ
to
นมีอะไรหน่อย
overcook
เปล่า
this one. Yuditan really going looking for
แพ้เพราะอะไรอะ
someone. Somehow in the player cam he's playing without
พี่
one
ผม
hand
เพ้อ
on
เพ้อ
pass.
เพราะว่า
What's
พี่อูทามยิงไม่ได้นะแบบนี้แค่นั้นเลยถ้าพี่อูทามตัดซะหน่อยเกมเปลี่ยนแล้วหลายวินเลย
playing his time in the door and Tex
จริง
will
พี่
get
จริง
it done. It
ผมว่า
was
จริงๆเรื่อง
only
รู
really
ป
a
แผน
matter of
เรื่อง
time.
จ่าย
Let's
ของ
be
อะไรผมว่า
honest,
ผมทำดีแล้วนะ
fantastic opener here for
พี่
MIBR
กิสตอก็สั่งดี
Yeah,
เหลือแค่ตัดเกมอะพี่แบบถ้าพี่ตัดเกมได้ภาพเปลี่ยนเลย
And this is what I was talking about. When it comes to firepower, so many of those rounds were won just
อ๋อ
by
ตามไม่มีแรง
sheer
โค้ดที่รัก
peaks,
ออกไป
just
แล้ว
by
หันไป
taking
หา
their
แพท
ones,
บอก
making
หวย
sure
แพท
they're aggressively playing, taking that
ไอ
map
แพทมันรู้สึก
control
ปีเดียว
because
ฟอสออกเลยไม่ยิง
quite
โอ้โห
frankly,
ผู้ชาย
they
มัน
feel like it. They feel like they're gonna win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR.
แพ้เพราะอ่อน
they
เอง
really
หมด
tried
ฝึ
to
กซ้อม
climb back
ฟอส
into
ช่วย
it,
ด้วย
but I just
ไม่ฟอส
was
เป็นข
not
นาดนี้เลยเหรอ
I mean, there was a couple
ขนาด
of
นี้เลย
almost rounds. I think there was a
ขาด
lot of
ฟอส
those
เหมือนขาด
rounds
ใจ
where things go
นี่
kind of down into these
เอาจริงนะแมตช์เนี้ย
messy
เอาพูดจริงนะแมตช์เนี้ย
situations, but unfortunately
จี
when
นะผมพูด
one
จริง
team
นะไม่มี
wins
ใครยิ้ม
all
เลย
of
ครั
the
บ
clutches,
แต่มีอยู่คนหนึ่งยิ้ม
all of the post
นี่
players, they're usually going to win the game.
มีอยู่คนหนึ่งยิ้มมีคนเดียวเลยที่ยิ้มอะ
Also makes it look good.
โอ้โห
Oh, for the rest, can they find
โอ้ย
anything?
ออกเกมเมอร์น่าจะ
Another
น่าจะโดน
Ares kill.
ออกเกมเมอร์น่าจะไม่ต่างครับนี่คู่นี้ไม่จำเป็นต้องดูเลยเอาจริงปะแชมป์เก่าอ่ะเฮียออร่ามันไอ้นี่
นัก
มัน
วิ
แบบ
เคราะห์โดเนทมา10 บาท
ขอบครับ
พี่แบงค์พี่ลองสังเกตบิ๊กฟรอสไปไหน ก็มีปัญหากับทีมเกาหลีกับเทอร์มิตอนทารอนก็โดนบังคับ แล้วมาปีนี้มีปัญหากับแพ็คมันผิดที่ใครครับ เครื่องหมาย
ก็จริง
สี่เหลี่ยม
ก็จริงแต่คือบางปัญหามันไม่ได้ถูกใจมึงเสมอไปหรอกคือฟอสเขาอาจจะเป็นคนแบบเป็นคนที่ท็อกซิกจริงเว้ยจริงๆนะเว้ยเป็นคนที่ท็อกซิกครับแต่ว่าบางครั้งความท็อกซิกในบางการทำงานอ่ะมันก็ส่งผลให้เราเติบโตได้ไวขึ้นครับมันไม่ได้ผิดไม่ได้ถูกเข้าใจปะมันอยู่ที่ว่าเรารับได้มากแค่ไหนคือมันก็จะมีลิมิตของมึงก็มึงแบบไอ้เฮ้ยแม่งอยู่กับไอ้ที่นี่แม่งเครียดเกินว่ะไม่ไหวว่ะถ้าไม่ไหวก็แค่แยกกันไปครับ แต่ถ้าใครอยู่ได้รับผลลัพธ์ของมันได้เขาเป็นผู้นำที่อาจจะต่อยมึงด่ามึงชกมึงรัวๆอย่างเงี้ยแต่วันนึงถ้ามึงแบบตีขึ้นมาได้เฮียแม่งกูต้องแบบนี้จริงๆว่ะถ้าเขามันเป็นทางที่เขาถูกอะแต่คือเอาพุ่งตรงนะฟอสอาจจะไม่ใช่โค้ชที่ถ่ายทอดได้ดีแต่เขาถ่ายทอดได้ตรงจุดประมาณนั้นแล้วกันมันก็ตามนั้น
in the form of Woot. And the rest of the players on the other. Benji already managed to clear one nice shots though. Do they realize the Reans are still here? Yes, they do. Good paranoia. Make sure all the danger is.
โบนัสลาวมึงมีปืนอีกเก่ง
I mean, it's
ขอ
Woot.
อนุญาตทุกคน
You're in a
อย่า
3
ไปบอกใครนะ
versus 1 against Woot, and you're low HP. Pop the ult. Go look for him. I think they know it's, or at least suspect after earlier.
เฮ้ยใครเขาอยากดูเพลเยอร์วะอยากดูสกอร์เว้ย
Thing is, you're going back to 125 shields. I forgot he was the player on light
โอ้โห
shields.
เฮียวูจะมี21แล้วเหรอวะ
Still, it would be a 1
เฮีย
and
ตัวแชมเบอร์ก
done.
ดดันนี่
But GRQ finds 4 in this round.
เขาก็สะดุดนะครับนักวิเคราะห์ของผมพี่ก็ไม่รู้อะเราทุกคนต่างก็ไม่รู้ครับเราก็แค่ดูไปตามเนื้อผ้าเนื้องานนะว่าแบบคนนั้นคนนี้แบบเข้าเอาออกยังไงมีปัญหาอะไรกันเขาก็มาบ่อยไง
Not the worst for Heretics, but I think the main thing is that if GRQ is going to start popping off like this over on the Phoenix, that's something that almost feels like a necessity going into this.
ไม่ถือว่าเวลาดีนะเวลาดีเมื่อวานเริ่มทีก็ทุ่มแล้ว
Phoenix, this is where he should thrive on the defense. Phoenix is really hard.
ใครมีเน็ตพาร์ทโดนหมดใครวิจารณ์กูมึงมีถ้วยเหมือนกูเปล่าแบดมินบอก
Operator in hand. Woot has been pretty disrespectful with the way.
ต้องจุดตะแรงมาหน่อยมีทั้งข้อดีข้อเสียอยู่ที่ผู้เล่นจะรับได้ไหมใช่
Walking down again.
โอ้ยอะไรเนี่ยแฟนเจีย
That lasted about 5 seconds.
วางเป้ารอเหมือนมือ
The first blood for this squad. All gamers now in trouble.
โอ้โหโอ้ยโดนแล้วนะโอ้ย
He's taken one.
อย่าคอสมาร์ท
Another on half, and he has sent them scurrying
ไอ้วูดมันยิงแต่ EWC เลยเหรอ มันถูกใจอะไรงานนี้วะ หรือห้องเงินวะ
for this squad as
เรียบร้อยครับคู่นี้น่าจะไป
on the board for Team Heretics.
Like they were almost ushering them into exactly where they
กูว่าวน
wanted
อยู่ที่เดิม
So you have the operator to push them out of one
แต่เหมือนเราจะได้พกนะ
Then they go towards middle. You're like, okay, they fall back, we get them with the Odin. It's like, okay, what happens if they now go into garage? We've got not just one flash.
แต่ไม่ได้ดูนะครับผมไม่ได้ดูนะครับผมแค่แบบว่า
That was a paranoia, and then the
เผลอไปกดโดน
Rose on the other side as
เผลอไป
well.
กดโดนเปิด
So
ไม่ตั้งใจ
there's no way anybody. You dodge one of those, you're still completely blinded.
แต่ฟูน่าชิงกับฟอสแล้วปะ
Swing it together. That's a gorgeous round from Heretics, and from all gamers. You basically fell for
ชินผม
every
ว่าชินแล้ว
step of their plan.
ผมว่าชินแล้วครับ
I'm gonna be honest.
แต่
the first 4 rounds I
ชิน
was
มัน
so
มีอยู่
worried for
สองปัจ
Heretics.
จัยก็คือชินแบบแรกคือชินแบบว่าเอ้ยผมรู้ว่าพี่ฟอสทำงานยังไงผมเข้าใจแต่ชินแบบนึงคือฟังไม่รู้เรื่อง
Second half, the
แล้วก็ให้
defense
ทีมมาแปลแบบย่อยๆเอาแบบย่อยเอาเข้าใจความหมายปะย่อยให้มันย่อยง่ายอ่ะ
Not caught him.
pressure.
คิดว่ามึงเล่นอย่างงี้มึงแม่งออกไปเถอะเฮียเล่นควายๆอย่างงี้โง่
Quite low.
พี่
Headhunter.
ว่าวันนี้เองเล่นไม่ค่อยดีว่ะ
น้อง
เอ๊ะ
รักบางแบงโดเนทมา
Face
10
coming out
บา
on
ท
long.
ขอบครับผม
แต่ไม่เคยท็อปอีกในความสัมพันธ์
He's
นะค
going
รั
for
บ
the players,
Wee.
not the drone.
ตรง
This
จิ
is
ตรัก
exactly
แบบ
what
ตรง
happens.
ใจ
You get your drone
ไม่แบ่ง
cancelled,
ความ
the
รัก
spam
ให้
through
ใคร
the
กลั
wall
ว
and
โม
the
ผม
door.
โทรมาก็ไม่
Done
รับ
a
ไม่
lot
คุ
of
ยรับ
damage.
แต่สายพี่นก
I think the worst part is Wood is still sitting in that corner. Now a little bit wider.
ไม่คุย
and they
รับแต่
suspect
สายพี่นกอ่ะแปลกๆแล้ว
it's
แปลกๆแล้ว
been too long
ไอ้นก
without
มึง
it
มี
peaking.
หนุ่มแล้วเหรอ
So they shift walk and
พี่
he
ดีด้วยนะ
misses.
นก
Oh, you know, there's a first
You
for
know it.
everything. A little bit of pressure now
นก
being
แม่ง
put on.
เล่น
This
ลิ้น
is a
หน่อย
ruse. This is a fake.
อุ้ยเบนจิโอ้
Now
เรี
they
ยบร้อย
are
ค
gonna
รับ
have to trip the wall in order to
โจ๊ะ
give
พึม
this
พึม
up. Benji's
น่า
also
รู้ว่า
gone
มาดี
pressuring into middle,
ไม่มาโทษ
and
ที
they've
มา
sent
สิ
the rotation back for Koshmaras. They've actually realized
เฮ้ยอะไร
so
โอ้โห
far. Okay, even with the wall
ไอ้เชี่ย
trick,
เขามาร้านเล่นเหมือน
he's
โยนเลย
still
สัตว์
sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage
โอ้
now.
อัน
Never
นี้กัน
mind.
เหมือนกันเลยดันมาคน
Who's
เดียว
already
ใช่คิระ
managed to
อะไร
trade
วะ
it back into their favor once again.
โอ้ล้ม
Jockey
อีกอ่ะ
needs another big round, and he's got
Bye,
nothing. They are
bye.
losing every single fight.
สาดไปโอ้ยโอ้โห
Sneaking up back around. He
โอ้
needs
แต่เขา
to
เข้าบอลไป
get
แล้วอ่ะ
well, basically needs to get 2 at least
ยิง
from
โดนไหม
this scenario. The first one
ปึ้ง
might just be
ปึ้งไอ้
three,
แบบ
but
โอ้
then
โห
they turn around
โอ้
with 3.
โอ้โห
Moves it down to 1v1. Shrimp has picked up the big gun, the Odin, to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it though. Halfway, already gathered up. Almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot, and he will get it. A 4K for Benji. Fangis, who
เมื่อกี้เพื่อนเอาให้สวยจัดครับ
and unfortunately, they are now facing map point.
ไม่มีอ่ะเสิร์ฟ
12 on the board. Again, the first 5 rounds, it looked like we were going to get a completely different game here, but Heretics have
โคตร
activated.
โสดอะครั
And
บ
that's the scary
ผ
prospect.
มยังโส
Woot
ด
being
โสด
on
อยู่ตรง
fire
นี้
like this
โสด
right out the gates.
Look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
อ้าวเลย
Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around, kills the guy in spawn, and then kills the guy all the way back towards long. Like, he's basically fought every single possible angle that he could have in this round.
น้องผมโสดครับจีบได้ครับผมน้องๆรวยนะ
I'll be honest, this time out feels a little
บ้านรวยจัดครับ
like I
ดู
know
แล
you're not
ดี
just gonna
ทีท
give
ดี
up
เทค
at
แค
this
ร์ดี
stage, but when
ขอ
you're
แค่หน้า
12
มึงหล่อ
down-
เหมือนณเดชน์พอ
What would you say in this moment, Mitch? You were
หล่อ
an
เหมือน
ex
บูอะ
analyst or
หล่อ
assistant
เหมือน
coach, was it?
ชาอึน
Of
บู
a-
อะไรอย่างเงี้ยหรือแบบ
of
ว่า
a team. So like,
ขอ
if
หล่อ
you
ที่
were
สุดเท่าที่
given
มึง
the
จะหล่อได้อะ
opportunity
แค่นั้นพอเลย
by the
ที่เหลือ
head
เดี๋ยวนก
coach
ส
to
กัด
talk, what would you say in this
กิน
moment?
อยู่
Now,
ดู
if
แล
given
ดี
that,
อะไรดีแบบทุก
opportunity,
อย่าง
I
ครับ
think the first thing I tell the boys is, listen,
ที่ผ่าน
we
มาเยือน
lost
ผม
this
ถอด
map
แรมมา
about
เช็ด
5-6
แล้ว
rounds ago.
Okay.
So we've always got the
And then I go, as head coach, come on,
แรม
be
อะไร
quiet
DDR
now.
4 DDR
Anyway,
5
guys, we need to try and motivate. We need to try and what?
nothing. I was feeling
วันนี้กู
inspired.
ซื้อของ
Oh, okay.
เข้าบ้านหมดตัวยังคิดอยู่
What
เลย
would
จะใช้
Mini
ชีวิต
say?
ที่เหลือเดือนนี้ยังไง
That's what we really need to think about. Because he might be the only person that can help them come back from this
เหมือนกูเลย
scenario.
นก
12-5 down.
ใส่16ใส่ใหม่แม่งขึ้น8ชัดเลย
This is a mini combat.
เละซื้อแรกจากพี่ได้น้อง
Yeah,
ทัก
it
มา
is.
มีขาย
He's
มี
a
ขาย
big
อยู่
fan
ป่ะ
of everything here.
DDR 4
Everything we're seeing, he would probably swap
are you
out the
just saying
Sova
it's a
for a
small
breach,
car?
but other than that, loves it.
อุ้ยเอามั่วนี่ไอ้เหี้ยไม่เห็นก็อย่ายิงน้องมั่วนี่
There, and my boy can't chew.
อุ้ย
It's
สวยว่ะ
clean for
ไอ้
Bai.
เหี้ยใบ
And now they're going to keep going. The A side looking too tempting, but the
Hey,
rotate's
bye.
already in from Team Heretics. Wood is here, and they've seen Boo up top. They should decide to go back, and it looks like they've made the call.
เฮ้ยทำไมเพิ่งเริ่มวะมันเริ่มไปสักพักแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอ
He's gone pushing again.
ทำไมวินมัน
Think
เท่าเดิ
about
ม
the
วะ
last round of how much he
มัน
was
น่าจะ
able
ผ่าน
to
ไปหลาย
get
นาที
with
นะ
his pressure into middle.
ตอนแรกใส่
There's a trap on the other
16
side,
ตัว
but
แม่งบูทคอมไม่ติด
already being spotted out. Good awareness.
ไปขายของซะละ แล้วอ้าวก็ผมมีของอยู่ผมต้องใช้ตังค์
moving together using that Hunter's Fury to get them in
2 ตัวละ16ครับ32กิกไบต์ครับผม DR4
will be firmly under their control the remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything
ไม่น่าสนมาเช็ด ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรทีหลัง
I
จะได้เอามา
almost
เช็ด
wonder if it'd be worth Woot
เป็น
just
บทเรียน
doing the same. If he gets the orb, it can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
มึงฮึดอะ12ปุ๊บมึงฮึดอะออกเกมเมอร์ให้มันจบไปจะได้ดูคู่อื่น
Very clear game plan.
Yeah.
Stuck to it. Mid calls were good. Avoided the danger. Dealt with mid as well. That flash coming out was perfect. They covered their bases, and I haven't seen them do that in this half so far.
ไม่ตั้งใจดูครับ
I fully agree. Pause probably should have come in a little bit earlier, but hey, it might not be too late.
สักพักข้อความเด้ง
6 in a row. We've seen stranger things.
คุณก็ถูกแบนนะสัตว์
Disappointing last season, but good opportunity for all gamers to at least build up some momentum going into that next map. Again, I do think that if they're running a comp like this or even just an identity like this, Ascent is going to be tough up against Heretics. You don't have nearly as much space to play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out. So I think that for all gamers, I at least want to see them look confident going into the next map.
Well, yeah, funnily enough, the last time they played Ascent in the qualifiers, they did run this comp. So, yeah, it seems like this is their game plan across a few different maps.
อีกทีมอะไรพี่อีกทีมไม่มีอาร์เจอจีครับจบไปก่อนแล้วไวจีเลยฮะ
Of course, the next map
จบแบบขาดเลยแบบแรกตอนนั้นจะเก่งด่านตัวเองแหละด่านหน้าจีน่าจะเอาให้อยู่จบวินนี้ป่ะเนี่ยโอ้โหจนจิ๊บเลยพี่
But yeah, there's going to be a few pieces missing in this round. Now, bear in mind, Woot gets a single kill. That's tour de force. He can drop the operator. Maybe gives them a little bit more of a stance in this round, but I think it's going to be...
พีคโอ้ยสวยจัดเลย
If Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing app from Woot. And as said, if he wants now,
ตัวส่ง
he
ตาย
can
ไอ้
give
สั
his
ตว์
teammate a
เอ้ย
gun. If he wants.
นี่เราต้องฟาดเลนเข้าแล้วงี้
I don't know if you could hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for all gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with.
ระยะปืนบัณฑิตด้วยครับอุ้ยไม่ใช่บัณฑิตว่าเชลิปป่ะ
And the rifle on Boo, look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute because they know that there are dangers to be avoided. Now they come back in with direction, and again, the call looks to be good at least for now. Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact.
เลือกบอมถูกว่ะเลือกบอมถูกว่ะทุกคน
For the post plant, it should be most of the danger
โอ้โหแพนไม่ได้ครับไม่ค่อยมีของอะไรหมดเอาเข้าแล้วครับ
I'm going to use the run it back just to make sure.
ถ้าเป็นผมโยนสไนให้เพื่อนแล้วผมเปิดตีนะผมเป็นแชมเบอร์เนี่ย
Just about going to be planted before he fades away, and then winning back-to-back fights. Pressure once again seems to be on Woot to try and find something in this round. Of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate, he can have the tour de force for the next round, and well, it might not even be looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded.
ไม่น่าพลาดเหลี่ยมนี้แง้ม
From behind is a bit of a problem up until GRQ again. Another high impact round from him. The distance down to 5, but still a long way to go.
Great work. GRQ's definitely coming into this half. You were saying the first half can be tough. He's got to be putting up the numbers.
กลับมาครับชาเปอร์กลับมาได้ฮะมาเกมกันด้วยได้เปรียบอยู่ครับ
Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting
มันต้องแงมแล้วถูกแล้ววะ
his flashes have been finding them picks or at least pushing players back every single time, and then he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers.
ออเกมเมอร์เปลี่ยนโลโก้ครับแล้วก็เอ็มบีอาร์ก็เปลี่ยนโลโก้เหมือนกัน
Keep up this momentum. Certainly no reason to doubt, but the rifles back out for Heretics. A convincing buy, and as you said, Woot with a tour de force online.
นี่ไงคอร์ปาราสไอ้สัตว์นี่
Kushmaris being dropped.
ตายตัวแรกประจำอุ้ยโอ้โหมาสูงจัดเลยครับจะมีคนโฮอยู่ครับมีคนโฮอยู่จะสูงกว่านี้ป่ะถ้าสูงกว่านี้น่าจะลำบากแล้วโอ้คม
It's Benji to win the fight. Woot goes for the swing, and it said that he wasn't expecting anybody to be there. Down to just 3 health.
ยังย้ำครับ
But that doesn't mean he's not going to go back for more. Not shying away from.
เห็นแล้วผมว่าเห็น
3 players have already crossed. The 4th player is going to go out with a knife in hand.
โอ้เรียบร้อยครับ
That's all too easy.
เลือดแม่งเจ็บแม่ง
Does
ตัด
he
ได้ค
have
รับ
any idea that they've already crossed past? He does now.
โอ้เ
It's a headshot.
ชี่ยโคตรไวครับ
Bye. Leaving just
เฮียแม่งยิงไวจัง
3.
สไลด์มาซัดเป็ดเลย
For the attack inside.
Now, Boo's in position. Paranoia.
จบวินนี้ไหมทุกคน
But it looks like that close right corner is the main danger. GRQ has shown up.
มันแข่งทับกันแล้วดูเต็มที่ได้แบบนี้แหละทุกคนขอโทษนะอาจจะดูยากหน่อย
The numbers even for now. Great shots
อุ้ย
from
สวย
by
เอา
GRQ
เกือบไปแล้วมึง
Akira to close puts them up to 8. All
มัน
gamers.
ไม่ยอมเว้ยเอจีไม่
Not
ยอม
letting
เว้ย
this one slip.
ไม่ยอมไม่เป็นไร
over the top of Nongshim.
ดูจีดีกว่าจีกูยอมมั้งดูทรง
quite well for themselves. That was
ขอดูคอมแป๊บนะครับ
I remember casting that one.
โอ้ยปลาเป็น7ว่ะ second way เลยโอ้โห
London, which is not too bad of a run from them.
อุ้ย2 เซนกันก่อนด้วยเดดล็อกไซเฟอร์ว่ะอุ้ยโดนนั่นนะ
Crystal spamming away inside a lobby.
กูหลอกครับหลอกโดนหลอก
Push all the way down C long here though.
So much information. Second coming up with that waylay.
อุ้ยหลังมาอุ้ยดันสวยแผ่นนี้จีเล่นดีเนี่ย
is towards this A side. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets straight onto Tex.
เอาไปสวยเลยไอ้เหี้ยโอ้ย2 คนเอา1 คนที่เหลือไม่ลงครับที่ผายแล้วโอ้โหแล้วเจ็บแซดแอดปาร์ดไปดูแล้ว
He's on this A site.
นำดูแล้วเอ้ยแอดปาร์ดเอ้ย
flanking really quickly might be the reason
มา
why
ซิโน่หาข่าวครับเห็นแล้วพวกแอดปาร์ดหันเลี้ยวเลยแอดปาร์ดเลี้ยวเจาะ
gets the pick onto Patman and all of a sudden Autumn
อูจีเดินเกมวินพกสวยนะเมื่อกี้
they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed unfortunately for GE. One way thrown up on short side and that
ไม่งั้น
is
คน
a
น่าจะเหลือ
death
สัก
sentence here
3-2 ค
for
รับ
Autumn. No way
กลายเป็น
to crack
ตัวเอง
back
เหลือ
into
2
this
แทน
site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line.
ปาโทโคสิครับอันนี้มิดเปลี่ยนชื่อเป็นทีสแล้วครับใช่ครับผม
keep the
อะไร
good
วะ
times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-long. But this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react. But it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills.
ก็มีโอกาสไหลโอ้โหแล้วสีโล่งโจ้งเลยแต่
I remember back when
เอเวเล่นระยะปืนครับ
the early days of Valorant, I would just
จีขาดฟอร์สหมดขาดใจ
anti-eco and jet and then just buy the op straight away because why not? It was even more busted
เสียใจด้วยนะ
than it is now.
ฟอร์สเจอที่คู่ควรแล้วน้อง
MIBR quite happy. Nice and easy 2K for
ฟอร์สมาครับยินต้อนรับครับฟอร์สสู่ทีมรู้สึก
Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Jumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR. Clean execution they were looking for through the cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward, looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยเข้ามาชิวเลย
Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับค่อยๆเดินนะ
and now MIBR are looking a little bit more
ไอ้ปาดกูมาด้วยไอ้เฮ้ย
2v3 here coming out.
แบบแรกยับจังนะพี่รออะไรอ่ะเหี้ยยับเป็นยี่เลย
by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that fight, not shooting the player that is not looking at him and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. But it's going to be interesting how they play out this round.
แข่งลีกมันเครียดนะทุกคนแข่งนานๆบวกดูมีปัญหาด้วย
what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MIBR, so rotation comes back.
ดราม่าถาโถมหน้าไม่ดีเลยหน้าแบบราศีไม่มีเลยตอนนี้
love to do. You'll see a lot more of that.
คริสตัลนั่งไหมนั่ง
goes looking for some information, but
อุ้ยบายสวยจัด
paranoia
โอ้
dive
โห
into
เฮียดี
the
นะเซต
site
ดี
there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will get the deck and MIBR very much slowing this
โอ้ยโดน
down. Tex
เรียบร้อยครับไอ้สัตว์ถอนต่อหน้าเลย
out from Crystal's grab net there. Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR, not knowing where
โอ้โหแอดปาร์ตโอ้อีซี่จัดเลยอ่ะทุกคน
demolish everyone on the site and Crystal a little
ไอ้เหี้ยง่ายเหมือนแบบ
a big 1v3 to
เฮ้ยเสียงอะไรอ่ะแบงค์
Those are the types of things that I worry about.
ดิดนิ้วเปล่า
For GE, the 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time it feels like they're in somewhat of a
มันรู้ว่ามันนั่งอยู่ตรงนั้น
position,
มันมีคน
getting that
cover อยู่
pick
ครับ
onto Tex
ถ้าไม่งั้นมันโดนแท็ก
on
มันหนีนะถ้ามันเป็นคนเดียว
extremity. They still struggle when it gets back
แอด
into
ปาร์ตกู
sight
แง้ม
when
สุด
they're
เลย
trying to get those
โดนแท็ก
trades,
ปุ๊บ
when they're
มีกิน
trying
พื้นที่เลย
to
ครับ
path into the site. They constantly take
ไอ้ยา
these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so
ไอ้เชี่ยอ้วงไอ้
isolated
ทางธรรมดาเลย
they
เชี่ย
cannot trade. But of course, when you're
หัว
playing
ทรง
against
ดีอยู่
Aspas,
นะ
when
รายการ
you're
นี้
playing
นะ
against
เอ็
Zekin,
ม
you
บี
just
อาร์
have
หรือ
to
เอา
be
จริง
so
แล้ว
much
อี
quicker,
กูทรงปัญญา
so
อ
much
อกมา
more
สัตว์นี่แปล
understanding
ก
with
ๆแล้ว
these things because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
ทรงไม่ค่อยดีเลยแช่งแม่
taking their time to crack on into the sides. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky. Using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk out. The sheriffs are not really connecting.
นิ่มๆจริง นี่ยิงบวกซ้ำเข้มเกินถ้ายับ2แมปแชทรันแน่ๆโอ้ไม่ต้องแชทใครครับไปดูแชทฟอสเลยประธานปาร์ตมันโหดกว่าฟอสขัดคีย์บอร์ดรอ
MIBR winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick and punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto the site, they've gambled and it is a good gamble, but it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here because the flank is also on the way. That first pick onto Ospas. The paranoia coming in but in a weird spot, making Udo get to Verno, trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
เรียบร้อยครับโดนบีคอนอย่างเงี้ยไปสู้
The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch.
แพทเมนช่วยยิงหน่อยดิอูทำนี่ไม่ยิงนะ2แมปมึงยิง 3-4 ตัวมึงบ้าเปล่า
Cannot be calibrated on.
มันไม่ได้เป็นเพราะผมเว้ยพี่ประตูไอ้ตัวเกมก่อนตัวเปิดแล้วก็เปิดไม่ได้พี่เกมนี้ตัวกันเรากันไม่อยู่อ่ะพี่ว่าไงวะแล้วน้องแพทว่าไงพี่มันนี่คุยผมส่วนตัวนี่คิวทำเหมือนแม่งเต็มตัวอะไรสัตว์ผมว่าเปลี่ยนคนดีกว่าไว้พี่
And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Ospas.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on Lotus?
Really
struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute, Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Udatan. The Sova darts getting
โอ้ยให้โอกาสหน่อยได้ไหมจีอ่ะ
ให้โอกาสจีหน่อยได้ไหม MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE, waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight into C and street.
No pop execute, instead they just full execute with that waylay out.
แพ้ไม่ดีเล่นไม่ดีเนี่ยฮะ
Beautiful, not a single spot on site.
คนต่อไปถูกหมายหัวนะไอ้อูทำนะ
And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from Zekin and Ospas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And GE, man, they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's, 4 on that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing though, there is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for MIBR. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection. Even both of the sensors were both checked perfectly by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You thought, you really
แอดมินด่าคนในทีม1 เท่า
Give me a little bit of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower for the next round? Anything.
Anything indeed. Well, they do have
ไม่
teams online.
ไม่ด่าไม่พูดว่า
They have the neon ult. They could go for
กูทำกูเข้าใจความรู้สึกมึงนะเว้ยที่แบบว่ามึงแบบอยากเล่นกับฟอสอะกูรู้สึกว่ามึงวันนี้มึงยิงไม่ได้เพราะว่าแบบมึงเสียความรู้สึกเรื่องที่ฟอสออกอะไรเงี้ยเดี๋ยวไม่เป็นไรเว้ยด่าไหมไม่ด่านะแต่แปลกๆแล้วแปลกๆแล้วแปลกๆแล้ว
Dash up into the site. Out comes the overdrive from Udatan.
เอาวะ
with Patman giving MLBR some
โอ้โหไอ้สัต
serious
ว์เอาวะ
problems.
เฮียเลย
That is pretty
เอาวะ
impressive for Mazino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay.
เมื่อกี้พูดแบบนี้ที่พูดอยู่นี่ฮะสักพักเริ่ม
nothing.
อูท่าไอสัตว์ไม่เป็นไรนะน้องไม่เป็นไรนะพี่เดี๋ยวผมจัดการให้ครับพี่เฮียอูท่าไม่เอา2 แมปแล้วไอสัตว์กูจะอูท่าผิดฟอร์มจัดเดี๋ยวทุกคนกูว่ามีผลเกี่ยวกับฟอร์มไหมวะคิดว่าหรือไม่ก็ผมว่าอูท่ากำลังแบบกำลังทำอะไรที่แบบเราคิดเลยโยนเล็กๆเพื่อแบบไม่อยากอยู่แล้วทีนี้ผมไม่อยากอยู่แล้วกูไม่อยากอยู่กูไม่อยากอยู่ทีมนี้มันน่ากลัวเฮ้ย
to try to turn it around the Soval and the Neon ult, but it's just not working out after that. Neon has
ดูโค้ดแก้เกมแผนไม่ดีเล่นไม่ดีผมว่าแพทเล่นไม่ดีมึงออกไปนะ
full stun still manages
มึงทำกับท่านแพทเมนจอมเผด็จการได้ไงวะ
It's just not looking too
ไดเตอร์ก็จะประธานแพท กลับสู่แบบเดิมได้ไหมจีที่ไม่มีฟอสจริงกูทำ
ทำ
ไม่เอาอะไรแล้วพี่ฟอสผมไปด้วยดิตามบอกนี่ก็รู้สวัสดีครับซัสเซนสวัสดีครับผมหมอไม่ต้องร้องไห้หมอจริงพี่ว่าคนต่อไปที่โดนอ้วกกูทำกูจริงแล้วจริงกูทำมันตัวแบกนะเว้ยเอาจริงปะแต่จะไม่อยู่ในสภาพจิตใจที่แบบพร้อมเล่นนี่ไงแขนระเบิดแต่อูโรทานน่ะอยู่แน่อูโรทานนี่เหมือนคนกลางเลยครับยังเป็นแบบโอ้โหทำไมชาวี่ยิ้มแย่ๆกันวะคืออูทานไม่ค่อยพูดเยอะเพราะพูดไม่ค่อยได้ก็คือแบบรับฟังอย่างเดียวเล่นอย่างเดียวไม่อะไรเยอะอูทานพอเข้าใจแต่อูทานเนี่ยน่าจะพูดได้เข้าใจได้แล้วเสือกเล่นไม่ดีด้วยที่ยังดูเวอร์โนดูสกอร์เวอร์โนเห็นสกอร์เวอร์โนอะเห็นไหมเมื่อกี้ให้มีเห็นดูดิอะเห็นสกอร์เวอร์โนอะไอสัตว์
Trying to go for a C-split here, Mizuno just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is.
คนแม่งเดือดจังวะเฮียสกอร์แต่คนมันเดือดจังวะไอสัตว์ไอเฮียสกอร์เดือดจังวะ
MRBR waiting for a mistake, which not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash.
Oh, yeah, man.
He was traded out by Putman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mazzino. Out comes the annihilation. Very much looking for
I'm
not sure if it even connected. Burno just continues to come up with the goods until Putman is able to come in towards that B site. Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time. Finally finds his man. Second inside of that site. Crystal does a good job clearing him out.
มาเว้ยจีมาเว้ยโดดจิงโจ้เลยกูทั้งโดดจิงโจ้ยิงได้เลยเว้ย
How many more they can start to put together here because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from RBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mizuno TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there, the frags are finally there, and all of a sudden, back on the board, they're gonna spot that Silva though. But the way they all is out, that dart is coming down.
กะเพราแถวกูสั่งอะไรแมนกะเพราหมูสับไข่ดาว129โอ้ตาย
Mizuno, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players.
ปัญหาคือบุกไงวะพี่นั่นน่ะสิจัดกันไม่อยู่อุ้ยเห็นแค่แวบเดียวครับแพทลวงครับอุ้ยพันเป็นพูดอะไรเมื่อกี้แพทพูดอะไรอ่ะจัดฟัน
Another round that
เฮ้ยแม่งทำเชี่ยอะไรกันวะไอ้สัตว์ประมาณนี้แต่ที่ผมอ่านปากเมื่อกี้นะ
Playing over towards that C site time and time again, at least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm
เพื่อน
not
ข้างหน้า
sure
กู
he
3 คน
has
ทำเหี้ยอะไรวะไอ้สัตว์
Both of the players are inside of A long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Shot missed there by Tex.
กูทำกูแค่ขี้มูกเลยไม่ไหวพี่เซฟพี่ว่า
Try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor.
หนักครับทีตอนนี้หนักเลยผมว่ามันยิ่งกดดันเข้าไปครับเพราะมีข่าวเอาฟอสออกครับจากคนในทีมคือเอาฟอสออกด้วยเหตุปัจจัย
on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down.
ไม่ชอบ
Obviously, the usual
วิธีการหรืออะไรก็ตามอย่าง
as
เงี้ย
well. Absolutely phenomenal. Using that
แล้วดู
dart,
ผลลัพธ์
they
ของมัน
know
ดิ
that they're about to fight
เกมนี้กดดันเข้าไปอีกครับ
that A long, and just being annoying and the shock
ขอบคุณสำหรับ
darts
สกอร์นะครับน้อง
onto the
ฟุก
player close right in that
ฟุกิคา
offense in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A-long, fighting the A-long, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back off. They heard the Mizuno up. They held Heaven. It just everything it just fell apart at the end.
เป็นที่แวนกูหรือเปล่าวะ
Yeah,
โนฟอร์โนวินโนฟอร์โนวินฟอร์บอกเห็นไหมมึงพวกมึงไม่ได้เก่งกันที่มันไปอินเตอร์ก็เพราะกูจริงนี่ไปมาเริ่มจะจริงแล้ว
Yeah, I think that's the
แพทมันดูดึงกึ่งนะดึงกงมันไม่กล้าดึงกึ่งหรอกตอนนี้เชื่อกูดึงกึ่งไม่ออกหรอก
I don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the
ceiling
of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
ไอ้นี่หลอกกูหลายทีนะ
Mizuno having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site. Usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operators on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it, trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work.
พี่แบงค์มูฟูเซนนี่คือเผื่อปีหน้าแล้วป่ะพี่ไอ้นายสำรองครึ่งปีแล้วปีหน้าเสียบแทนลุงทีม
They're holding this mid knowing that they're on this thrifty
มันก็เผื่อปีหน้าอยู่แล้วนะตั้งแต่แรกครับแต่คือส่วนตัวพี่ยังรู้สึกว่าทีมยังขาดทีมไม่ได้บอกไม่ถูกสำหรับพี่อะถ้าจะขาดทีมต้องขาดตั้งแต่ตอนแรกครับผลงานครึ่งปีแรกพี่ว่าหวังไม่ได้ครับแต่มาเอาครึ่งปีหลังได้งงไหมแต่เขาเลือกที่จะผลงานครึ่งปีแรกก่อนซึ่งก็ดีออกมาดีด้วยตอนที่เปลี่ยนโค้ดเป็นไอทีมไปเป็นโค้ดอะตอนนั้นผมรู้สึกว่าถ้าจะเอาอย่างเงี้ยนะต้องเปลี่ยนเลยแบบเปลี่ยนไปเลยอะแบบเปลี่ยนเลยไม่ใช่ทีมแล้วแล้วก็รันระบบนั้นยาวเลยแต่พอกลับมาใช้ทีมปุ๊บผมว่าเปลี่ยนตอนนี้ไม่ดีแล้วเปิดปีหน้าต้นปีเปลี่ยนจะไม่ดีด้วยซ้ำโอ้ยมันยิงโหดจังวะ
Dude, the reaction timing
แต่ยังไงตอนนี้ทั้งนั้นผมว่า
feels like they're so ready
ในอนาคตคงเป็นอย่างนั้นแหละผมว่าทีมคงไปเป็นแบบลงเป็นผู้ช่วยโค้ชอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็หรือแบบเป็นโค้ชเฮดโค้ชเองถ้าฟอร์ดแบบไม่ต่อสัญญาต่อหรือแบบไม่ทำแบบฟอร์ดไม่ทำแล้วหรืออย่างเงี้ยก็ทีมอาจจะเป็นเฮดโค้ชแล้วก็เอาทีมทางซีฟลอปมาเล่นด้วยกันก็รันเด็กยุคใหม่ไปเลยแบบรันชุดใหม่ไปเลยเอาจริงมันโตพอที่จะทำแล้วเว้ยเด็กๆมันเล่นกันแบบมันก็โหมันก็เก่งในระดับของมันแล้วอะ
redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split.
ทีมมันสดอะถูกแล้ว
Bottom gonna get tested. Not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back, and actually, the flood in is starting to go the way of GE. Mazzino dealt with trying to dive through the cages.
โอ้ยชิบหายแล้วไง
On the back lines is
ชิบหายแล้ว
one around. Out comes the neural theft. Udatan under pressure, playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
2-2 ครับ
2v2
จอบางหน้าคิตต้อกูมิดเลย
down on the site trying to get that from Plat
สวยคิตต้อดิ
fight for Tex to take because he does end up losing it Verno making so much noise going towards that garage they know now
เบอร์โนมันลั่นนะเว้ยระวังนะเว้ย
the spike is still down this is almost
โอ้ยคมอูโดคมครับ
Udo getting that final pick onto Verno
ทันเป็นได้1ยิ้ม1กลุ่ม2วินด้วย
GE the super fast flood into the
ขอบคุณงมครับผม
Cypher just staying alive for
มันขึ้นยังอะว่าฟอร์ดออกหรือจนโดนดองจนหมดปีออกชัวร์ออกชัวร์แต่ยังไม่ขึ้นนะขึ้นแล้วทุกคนผมไม่มั่นใจเขาประกาศ
The problem is, I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this
defense.
At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this
ดู
half.
ไม่มีแรงเลย
Especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah, it gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side. That's for sure.
จอมแพ้เป็นไงบ้างพี่ดีครับเล่นดีเลยด่านแรกโดนไปแค่ 13-2 เองถ้าเล่นไม่ดีน่าจะ 3-0 ได้มา2วินถือว่าโอเคนะรับได้
Rotation of Udo-chan, Crystal
เรียบร้อยครับ CP ออกโอ้ CP สวยครับ
on the other side of things.
โอ้โหเฮียเล่นดีว่ะ
1-for-1 on C and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was too.
ง่วงอะไรมาร์คเสียงแก่เวอร์โนมันแค้นแทนฟอร์จริงนั่นเนี่ยไอเวอร์โนแค้นอ่ะเข้าใจได้แต่อูทัมแค้นอ่ะอันนี้เข้าใจเลยอูทัมแค้นเข้าใจเลยอูทัมมาหน่อยเว้ยยิงหน่อยสักตัวก็ยังดีวะ
Autumn getting one,
เจ็บคู่ครับ
before he gets dropped by Zach and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch if ever you needed one. GE desperately need rounds on this defense.
จีไหมว่าพี่ยับมาไหมพี่ว่าจีเหมือนออนให้ว่ะน้องโอมเหมือนจันแพทบอกว่ามันแบบผมว่ารันสายล่างดีกว่านะรายการเนี่ยจากที่ผมดูนะสายล่างน่าจะสบายกว่ารันสบายๆเลยแต่ผมว่าเราล่วงสายบนไปก่อนยอมสายบนไปก่อนครับน่าจะเป็นแผนของกัปตันแพท
Not really the kind of clear path for that to be used at this point. Out comes the shock.
ทำไมชื่อเป็น ML ครับพี่เพิ่งมาเขาเปลี่ยนชื่อย่อเฉยไม่รู้จริงไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับเพราะว่าเหมือนเขาแค่อยากเปลี่ยนชื่อย่อครับปีนี้ ML น่าจะเป็นโชคลาภของเขาแล้วเขาไม่ใช่แค่เปลี่ยนชื่อนะเว้ยไอการในเกมมันเปลี่ยนชื่อเป็น ML ด้วยแสดงว่าไปแข่งรายการอะไรมาทั้งรายการเนี่ยหรือไม่ก็รายการที่ต้องให้ใส่ชื่อหน้าชื่อครับแบบใส่ชื่อทีมหน้าชื่ออย่างเงี้ย
This is so scary for GE I mean the double senti it's not
พี่ไปดูท่านพี่รู้สึกไงวะมาเล่นพอฟอสแต่ฟอสโดนเตะจริง
They're getting picked off so easily by MIBR. They're finding these really good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn Udasan up over the top. He's asked that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage.
โอ้ยแพ้อูโดทานไม่ไหวแล้วพี่ผมไม่ไหวแล้วพี่ช่วยผมทีโอ้โหพี่มาช่วยนะน้องพี่มาช่วยแล้วพี่มาช่วยด้วยไปครับกลับบ้านครับเราไม่พร้อมเราไม่เพิ่งแข่งสเตจจบมาไงเราเพิ่งไปแข่งมามันเหนื่อยแหละโอ้โหหน้าชาพี่แบบว่าเขามีสปอนใหม่ใช่ปะดึงขีดจำกัดของตัวเองให้ถึงที่สุดเหมือนจีระยะผักนารูโตะให้ตกหน้าผาไปเรื่อยแล้วเฮียดูการ์ตูนเยอะไปหน่อย
19-3
ฮัลโหลครับสวัสดีครับน้องใบตองเลยผม
When you said 19-3 I thought you were referring
เขามีสปอนใหม่เป็นคำตอบที่ดีครับมีสปอนใหม่ก็เลยเป็นชื่อสปอนเข้ามาด้วย
It's close to that It's close unfortunately That's what I thought you were saying It's so painful
ตีเกจีถ้าไม่มีฟอสหลังโอเมนเล่นอย่างโหดอ้างๆไปเป็นโค้ชเว้ยแต่ได้จังเลยปล่อยฟอสมา
that they're in right now.
I
think yes, GE they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own. And the calls too have been really good. I'm really surprised by their strap.
แต่เอาจริงนะนี่ผมพูดเลยจริงนะผมว่าเม้นของน้องหมูตุ๋นนะเม้นของน้องมะพร้าวอ่ะก็ไม่ได้ผิดนะผมว่า MIBR มันดีขึ้นด้วยครับส่วนหนึ่งเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะล้างสนามไปสักพักนึงไม่ได้แข่งรายการใหญ่อะไรเงี้ยก็เลยมีเวลาซ้อมมากขึ้นมีเวลาเตรียมตัวเยอะขึ้นแล้วก็มีไฟมากขึ้นด้วยอะไรเงี้ยมันก็เลยอาจจะแบบมันก็ส่วนหนึ่งอะเรื่องฟอร์มเรื่องอะไรเงี้ยยังยิ้มได้อยู่ยิ้มได้อยู่เว้ยชิลถึงไม่มีพี่ผมก็มีความสุขได้ครับพี่ฟอสมีพี่พวกเราคงไม่ยิ้มกันแบบนี้ฟอสบอกมึงยิ้มเลยเอาเลยเดี๋ยวกูยิ้มที่หลังดีกว่า
This is wild. I knew they were gonna win, but I didn't think it was gonna be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this. Okay. And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for you to convert a little bit. You know, like jump on the MIBR train with me.
Need a green card.
Oh, this is rough. I think for GE, like let's just say there's a little bit of cope here, a tiny bit of cope. They went out pistol.
Yeah.
มันยิ้มกบเกินเลยไอสัตว์นี่ยิ้มอย่างเดียวสกอร์ไม่เอาเน้นยิ้มไม่เน้นสกอร์ไอสัตว์ดูเลื่อเลย
They could do it.
อีก3ราวแม่งยิ้มกบเกินเลยอยากยิ้มทำไมไม่เอาซูจริงยิ้มอย่างเดียวกูสมองไหลแต่กูไม่เคยโดน3-0ครับ13-2เคยปะวะผมว่าผมพอได้วินนะเว้ยแต่ว่าแบบผมไม่ปล่อยให้วินมันแบบสูงขนาดแบบน้อยขนาดนี้โอ้ยโดนโอ้แม่งเหลือเพื่อนอีกบ้านเลยแม่งเจ็บจัดไอ้ตัวละเม็ดไอ้สัตว์โอ้ลงแหล่งจัดไอ้เหี้ยอูทัมมันสวยจัดไอ้สกอร์เดิมเพิ่มเติมคือผมกัดเมนเองครับยี่สนุกเลยแมนนี่สนุกเลยเราต้องติดแซวกันตลอด
So he's like what 20 and 3.
แต่เสื้อใหม่ไม่สวยเลยอันนี้พี่พูดแต่ต้นสตรีมเลยไปดูได้ครับย้อนดูได้กูพูดจริงไม่ชอบเสื้อเป็นแบบยาเลยจอที่มีขาจับจอเป็นจอตรงจอไปเลยแบบใช่จีไม่มีภาพเลยแล้วไม่มีเลยว่ะแต่ส่วนตัวพี่นะอันนี้พูดแบบไม่แบดนะครับแบบไม่มีปัญหาอะไรเกี่ยวกับว่าจีมันสู้เอเบียไม่ได้เลยทั้งเรื่องยิงทั้งรูปแบบแผนทั้งอะไรเงี้ยสู้ไม่ได้ครับที่มันแพ้เยอะอาจจะไม่ใช่เพราะว่าเรื่องข่าวเสียหายแต่ว่ามันสู้ไม่ได้จริงเว้ยสู้ไม่ได้ตัวมันเองครับแต่ว่าด้วยแผนด้วยวิธีการ
This time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. That's a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Unitard, but he's got just
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ย
unfortunately. And that is a
มึงให้ใครเหลือพี่อูท่ามกูเย็ดละสวยพี่อูท่ามมาหน่อยดิพี่โชว์ผมหน่อยกลับบ้าน
could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him up 12 and 2 for MIBR. I think this might be back to back.
เฮ้ยใครไปเช็คไอ้ของฟอสแบบไปดูข่าวดูเลยนะจบเป็นอะไรวะไอ้พี่ทำนั่นแบบครับผมครับแพทหน้าเครียดแต่ฝั่งตรงข้ามก็พอตึงมือที่จริงสู้ได้นะพี่แต่ด้วยผู้เล่นแต่แผนอาจไม่เท่าพวกเขาฟอสเล่นเลเทแน่คอมนี้คอมฟอสใช่ไหมตั้งแต่ทารอนน่าใช่ครับคอมนี้ถ้าจะผิดนะ2 เซนมันไม่ต้องหวังเรื่องบุกเข้าครับเกมกันไม่อยู่เลยเฮียเรื่องบุกเข้าแม่งยากเข้าไปใหญ่เลยครับ
But this round you can tell he's just kind of styling on them and now 12-2 like you said we might see that same score line
Fracked active for second.
โอ้โหเดินมาแบบ
Easy opener on
แบบอุรุทานกูสมองไหลแล้วอุรุทาน
Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Second and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves or very there nearabouts.
Grouped up.
พี่ว่าการที่เรามีแอดปาร์ติเคิลควรเล่นแผนชูคนใดคนหนึ่งสมดุลแบบไม่นาทีเอาจริงนะถ้าเก่งระดับเนี้ยเล่นแผนสมดุลได้ง่ายมากเลยเว้ยไม่ต้องชูเว้ยไม่ต้องชูครับในแผนสมดุลนั้นน่ะที่เราวางไว้อะมันจะชูด้วยตัวมันเองเว้ยก็จะเข้าหมายไหมแบบพี่อาจจะพูดยากไปว่าคือมันจะมีจังหวะชูของตัวเองอะเข้าใจปะเพราะสไตล์การเล่นมันชัดเจนแล้วมันเป็นแบบตัวไฟครับตัวเดินมา2 ตัว 3 ตัวคือมันจัดการได้ครับถ้าชูคนใดคนหนึ่งอะไม่ดีครับแต่ก็ไม่ได้ผิดนะไม่ได้ผิดแต่พี่ว่ารู้สึกว่าเล่นแบบ NRG แบบเล่นสไตล์แบบว่าเล่นเดินเกมสมดุลดีกว่าน้องก็เลยเข้าใจง่ายนะเกมสมดุล12แล้วมีพลังเว้ยขอไม่จบ 12-2 เหมือนเดิมเว้ยไม่จบ 13-2 เว้ย How to play Valo 101 เริ่มใหม่เลยเหรออุดมบอกเล่นเลยเพื่อนแพทมันบอกเฮ้ยไว้ใจกูหน่อยถือถ้วยมาแล้วเฮียช่องเราแม่งติดเซลจัดเลยครับ
It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going overextending, playing too needy. Like they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now.
ลงไปซื้อเองไม่ได้ด้วย
So hard when you're in this position because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they can get so much information with those.
พี่กระเพราถั่วฝักยาวผิดมากนะครับแบบนี้นะ
It's going to be a little bit of a rough one because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A lobby fight.
Yutan having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the Cypher. Quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shockdart.
These players taking sight with a vengeance.
เฮ้ยทุกคนผมถามให้หน่อยดิอันนี้สำหรับคนที่รู้ตอบก็ได้นะกะปิละนองกับกะปิคลองโคนมันต่างกันยังไงวะมีใครเคยรู้จัก2กะปินี้ปะกะปิละนองกับกะปิคลองโคนกูเห็นข้าวกะปิมันบอกว่ามีให้เลือกได้2กะปิ
When these players have so much side control, but Autumn playing towards that backside. The TP comes in. Patman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Osmos are so good at clearing Crystal left and a 1v3. And no,
ไม่เหนื่อยเลยครับ
Mazzino with the final pick of the game.
เราถึงอยู่กับเพาจาระ120แล้วเหรอ
ใช่ for
แต่ว่าพี่ไม่ได้สั่งแล้วเปล่าแล้วนะคือพี่ไม่สั่งพี่จะสั่งที่มันถูกแต่ว่าหลายๆอย่างรวมกันแบบให้มัน120อย่างน้อยผมว่าถ้าได้สัก2อย่างในราคา120พี่รับได้แต่นี่มันกะเพราหมูสับไข่ดาว129พี่ว่ามันร้านมันมิชลินเหรอวะหรืออะไรวะ
I think that last round is kind of the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to be good at. They get into a 5-on-5 post plan. All of the Sentinel utility down, and MIBR just retake with 4 players alive.
ไปครับ
Insane, actually insane.
จบแล้วอะไรวะเฮ้ยคู่นี้มีแมป3ปะเนี่ย
Jenny and they almost get a kill there. Like I don't know if they just switched off for a second, but that was a bit shaky.
นี่มันแทนฟอนต์มันเป็นใครก่อนดูใน VR อยู่ G ด้วยตั้งแต่กลางปีแล้วจริงๆตัวทูนี่เป็นอยู่ G มาตั้งนานแล้วอยู่มาก่อนฟอร์ครับผลงานเทียบไม่ได้มันก็เก่งนะปาทูอ่ะผมว่านะแต่ว่ามันอาจจะสไตล์การทีไม่เหมือนกันอย่างแรกคือชื่ออย่างที่เหลือไม่รู้ครับไม่มีใครรู้จักกะปิเลยหรอ
Woot's done very well in this round already. If it's going to be a continuation of how he played on the previous map, that could be pretty dangerous. Not the prettiest of fights for
กะปิละนองนิยมใส่แกงคองโคนเป็นน้ำพวกพริกหรือข้าวคลุกกะปิอ๋อคองโคนละนองนี่จะออกแบบสีแบบสีแบบออกน้ำตาลปะส่วนคองโคนจอกสีแบบเข้มม่วงไหมถูกไหมก็จะถูกปะ
Heretics a lot better than the previous round. The fact that they came in and lost so much so early on, it made me worried. But this was a much more direct play towards short. Kosh Maris, obviously, that's going to be the big factor. Is if you're allowing him to have a lot of orbs, if he is finding success, like the Neon ult is good, but his impact, if he has even 3/4 the game that he normally does on the Neon.
อย่างแรกคือชื่อที่เหลือไม่รู้ครับสรุป GR คือมาเสียเวลาฟรีแต้มยังไม่พอไปแชทเสียเวลาบินพักซ้อมแพทเก่าส่งทีมสบายได้แต้มเหลือเฮ้ยแต่ผมว่ามันส่งผลดีกับฟูเซนนะ GR คิวตกรอบไวๆเนี่ยผมว่าส่งผลดีกับฟูเซนครับจริงๆรายการนี้มันก็ไม่นี่อยู่แล้วไม่มีปัญหาอยู่แล้วต้องคิดเรื่องกะปิแล้วหรือกินไปเถอะนะไม่ผมแค่แบบเห็นมันมีชื่อเฉยผมก็เลยแบบไม่รู้มันต่างกันก็เลยแบบถามไม่นี่เฉยหาความรู้เพิ่มเราอยากสมองผมไม่รู้ไง
That felt like the defining parts of the last round. So I'm definitely going to see what happens. If Woot goes down early, are they still going to be as impactful?
Well, they forced Fangir back again. He's had a tougher start. As you've said, been diffed in both fights. They're not going to challenge him another time. Looking for that. As Kira's close by to help him out. The buy's a little bit shaky. Kira obviously has the stinger. Buys come in with a sheriff. For the most part, they are just saving those credits through for the next round. So Heretics have an easier time here. We've seen this before. They're going to at least put the pressure on, find the orb. Like, expect a lot more of these slower rounds when those ultis aren't online, trading utility for orbs.
เอาบอลบวก4 หนักจัดเลยเว้ยเอาไปเก็บเลย4บวก4อ่ะผมกลับมาแล้วแรมผมยินดีด้วยครับผมเป็นลูกค้าพี่แล้วไม่เป็นไรครับผมเยนเตอร์โฟเนี่ยเด็กสมัยยังกินอยู่ไหมยังรู้จักอยู่ไหมรู้สิหลายคนชอบกินนะเยนเตอร์โฟเยนเตอร์ไฟอะไรวะเชี่ยจะบอกนะจบ2-0
As the door is broken, now Fangir needs
to step up again.
It's a little bit late, but does manage one now. You're going to see
that
through it again. GRQ precision seems to be the aim of his game. Benji's done well to trade it back. Might just give them the plan, but they need to clear by from underneath, and they've done that with ease. But again, a second life given. And now it needs to be the kill. The time already ticked too far.
ไม่น่าเรียนแม่งอยากได้จัด
and wait for re-ends.
It's well played in the end there by Shrimp. That little jump, if he swung out wide, he was in a whole lot of trouble. But he gets out of dodge right away. Paranoia for Kira, just a small bit too late. But this is when we talk about on the Heretic side, the Phoenix and the impact that it can have. Well, you see it very much on the other side as well. It's going to be something that I think both teams are going to want to compete for those orbs. So far, it has definitely been Heretics finding a lot more in those early rounds. But that'll obviously change when we swap sides.
พี่เห็นข่าวที่คาดิแลกจะไล่บอตตาร์ดปะ
at least from
แม่งไม่รู้ตัวเลยรถตัวเองกะขนาดไหนรอเฮียอะไรครับ
ที่
ใครแหลกนี่แม่งกูสงสารคนขับจัด
definitely understand why they've made the switch if that is the case. Woot through and already both players towards short getting their openers, an aggressive push up all the way through.
แต่เข้าใจได้นะคือคาดิแลกมันแบบ
the defense have so
มัน
much
เข้ามาสู่
information
วงการ F1 แบบว่า
and so much of a player advantage. You might
มัน
look
ตาม
at
หลัง
this
เขา
and
เป็น
go,
10
oh,
ปี
is
อ่ะ
this
พูด
an
ตรง
eco for Heretics with how clean this has been?
โอ้ยแม่งดันบ้าข้าง
No,
สัตว์
this
เล
was
ย
a fall by. This was everything invested, and yeah, all gamers have made it look like an eco.
Oh, they decimated them. Plain and
มันต้องตามอีกเยอะ
simple,
เลย
it
ครับ
is going to be a flawless round for all gamers to put them 4-2.
มันต้องทุ่มทุนเสียไปอีกสัก3-4
And
ปี
you
อะ
see a lot of risks being taken there by Heretics, like Benji walking up on mid, popping the cage on the trap. The rotates hadn't come through.
น้องมันไม่แก่น้อง
There's
อายุ
no
20 เอ
panic
ง
on the defensive side. They won their
เสียง
fights
น้องมัน
with
หล่อ
ease.
เฉย
So they're still very much close by to hear that
บารมี
trip
เปเรส
activated.
อย่าง P19 แม่งก็ชัดแล้วไหม
Cage activated. And then I think it did look like an eco
กูไม่
round
ดู
from
แล้ว
that
ไอ้บันช่วง
perspective.
นี้
The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left. It feels a little disorganized.
เฮ้ยทำไม
I
เป้า
like the change up as well. Like I said,
ทำไมเป้ามี
Bang
จุด
has been
แดงๆวะ
struggling with that
หรือผม
early A site fight. So they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short, so that when there's the aggressive
เป้า
burst,
ใครเมื่อกี้
there's two players waiting on the other side to try and stop
อ๋อมันเป็น
Woot
พิกเซล
and
จอย
Cosmaris
ใช่
in
ไหม
their tracks, and that's exactly what they do. A nice
Bang was
change,
the pin
but then
จริ
go
ง
back to the
เพราะผมขับดีกว่า
default once again.
แต่รถคาดิแลกไม่ขับ
But
นะ
of course,
เหี้ย
for the attack side, no weaponry, no ults to play.
เรียบร้อยสัต
Over
ว์
the top, but it is a little bit messy this time.
อุ๊ย
Shrimp has been
จ่าย
having
เลย
a fantastic game so
เอาได้ด้วย
far, but he
โอ้
will be
แม่งเข้า
dealt
บอลโคตรเร็ว
with.
เลย
He had a teammate, however, still a 3v3. Koshmaris has also managed to find a gun.
โอ้ย
He's
เฮียบู
managed another kill.
3-2 ว่ะรู้ว่าในบอมตัวนึงครับไปใบอยู่ในบอมครับ หาแฟนเจแล้วเนี่ย
Could have caused issues, especially with the blaze wall
โอ้
already.
เข้าหา
gone,
ใบ
but
ผมว่าโดนแน่
Now a 3v2. The chance to move together. The timing here, a little bit off from Bai. They're both gonna wrap up
อุ้ยเดินด้วยกันเดินได้ไกล
quickly. It's being
อุ้ยไม่โดนเอ้า
the shot's not landing.
กูเหลือ
And
10ไอ้สัตว์
now with a chance, but he is on 10 HP. One shot from Boo will be enough.
โอ้ยไอ้บู
And it's clean. All
โอ้
gamers
กูจะรู้อ่ะให้มันลง
continuing
มาก็
to
ได้นะ
put up rounds on this defense.
I sort of
คู่นี้
mentioned
น่าจะยาวทุก
the
คน
reason it was uncharacteristic that Fangir had lost those two
ใครแหลกรถมันก็ดีอยู่
was
นะ
how
ไม่ดี
good he had been in that
ถ้าเทียบ
previous
กับรถ
map, especially
รถ
with
กับ
their
ทีม
comeback.
อื่นอ่ะเฮียรถ
And why
กา
in
ก
this
เลย
round, I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just waking up in the last map, you're seeing the level of what some of these individual players can hit over on the side of all gamers. And with already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I absolutely cannot blame them. I do think the second half is going to be a different story, but it
นี่
won't
จาก
be
ทีมอะไรอ่ะออเกมเมอร์ครับ
short on difficulties.
ทีมจีนทีมจีน
No, if anything, this comp looks almost built for the attack.
อ๋อ
Like, because if you had
ห
maybe
มาย
the
ถึงว่า
the
ค่า
chamber or
ย่อแบน
something
คาริ
like
แลก
that,
ใช่ไหม
I
ถ้าเป็นแบน
might
คาริ
be
แลกก็
more
ดี
inclined to agree. But you've gone for a double duelist that allows you a more aggressive dive. Do I think that Phoenix is going to be good
วัน
on
คาริ
the
แลกก็มี
defense?
คู่แข่งอยู่นะแฮตตันมา
Not
ติน
really, unless you're able to do
ดี
what
ครับ
your
ซอแอล
opposing side
ดีครับ
Phoenix
ผม
is
ซอ
doing
แอ
and just have
ล
insane retake potential.
ว่ามีคน
Well,
มา
that's
จีบซอ
exactly
แอล
it. I do think that in terms of retaking, refighting control, like
พี่ว่าใครชนะ
there's
คู่นี้
so much that
พี่
you
ยัง
can do
เป็น
when it comes
เค
to
สอยู่ครับ
that defensive side,
พี่เชียร์ทีมไทยครับ
as we can see from all gamers, and I think it's what Heretics are
อย่า
going
บอก
to be
นะ
attempting as well.
น้องม็อก
But it just depends how
น้อง
many
ม็อกกู
rounds
เล่น
they
ไป
have
แล้ว
when they go there. Like right
น้อง
now,
ม็อก
this
กู
is
บอกว่า
a much more
ต้อง
dominant
ออเกมเมอร์
start
ดีกว่า
than we
พี่
expected.
Yeah.
For all gamers. No signs of
ใครเรียกพี่แอล
slowing
อะ
down
เรียก
against
ซอ
the
แอล
full
กัน
day
โอ้
again. Tour
ย
de force used up, and well, he's going to bail out
โอ้โห
right
ของลืม
away.
เลยเฮียแม่งเล่น
Control given up by Fangir. Although the Hunter's Fury thrown in to try
โอ้เข้า
to
ชิว
get
จั
a
ด
few bits of damage, a few points of
โอ้
health
เต็มบอม
off,
เลยครับ
but I don't think it's found anything.
No, absolutely nothing.
รอเทรดครับ
Aggressive
อุ้ย
positioning. And, okay, just a
เชี่ย
pre-fire. An aggressive
โอ้ยไม่โดนเฉย
position,
อ้าว
okay.
ไอ้วูด
Woot's been able to trade or get traded, I should say. Still, these aggressive positions are definitely going to be a surprise, but maybe not for GRQ. This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Back online for him once again.
กูจะรู้อ่ะไม้แรกพี่บูเอาให้ไม้2พี่เบนกูจัดให้งาม
He'll get sent back towards the spawn. And that time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear. And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
กูต้องดูใครเนี่ย
Yeah, it most certainly is. But making it costly is the name of the game, and that is mission success. Although Shrimp's going to go down, that exit through main's never kind.
ไม่คุ้นเลย
A win is a win, and they have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
โอ้เชี่ยมันยิงแบบสแปมเข้าหัวด้วยโอ้โหจริงๆมันจะไม่ชนะยากขนาดนี้นะ
Shrimp continues to be an issue.
ใช่เปลี่ยนชื่อย่อของสปอน
Very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
คิดว่านะ
On cold, look at him.
Yeah.
ปกติใช้แค่ AG ไงแต่นี้มันแบบมี AL เข้ามาด้วย
Very shallow breaths. Well, 5-3. Big round for Heretics to get on the board, and chipping away at the attack side is really what we're looking for from this. Okay, hello, Woot. He's back on the server. He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but Woot's fighting right back into things. Woot's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaris. The plant still... Oh, that shock dart is perfect. He's got to run, and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp. Great work. The Fangir up top will finally fall, and Boo now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door, maybe thinking that both players are up there. Instead, he's opened the door for an opponent, and well, it's Fangir from the backline. This is going to be there to close out the round. In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. But more importantly, you've got to talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but he has been continuing this reign of terror, and you mentioned it. Perfectly placed shock dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial fights, their expectation was, okay, they're not going to be here so soon. They're not going to be right in our face immediately. They never even got to plant.
คู่ต่อไปเราจะได้ดูว่าจะเป็น
That was the thing, a 3 versus 2. And the pressure was put on from the get-go.
น่าเป็นเจสเมตขึ้นเลยปะเนี่ยเฮ้ยเวลามันดิบๆกันแล้วเนี่ยไม่ใช่เวลาเดียวแล้วครับ
It's ambitious to say the least. And the short play is also going to be cut in 2. Great damage from GRQ. He's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
So he's going down no matter what, but one player lost. And plenty of orbs found. A running back online for the next.
ไอ้มาร์กกลัวแอลเขาชอบเรียกซอแอลมันดุนะเว้ยเนี่ยดูดิพี่บอกซอมีซอแอลแล้วมีซอทีมครับเว้ยมึงพิมพ์ใหม่ไอ้มาร์กแอลมันดุนะวันนี้โมโหเลยว่ะ
Like whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake. Like just look at it. You got Fangir now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. I think it was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. Even like look down the board a bit, like Kira's had hella impact.
ผมก็แค่แบบพิมพ์เล่นซอแอล
7-3.
ใครจีบแนวอยู่ระวังนะ
7-5, and we're talking about
this
is enough rounds to potentially go into that defensive half, but
ไม่เหงาหู
Heretics
นะ
haven't
เอาไว้
looked
ก่อน
particularly close to winning a
โดน
round
ด่า
in
ทุ
a
กวัน
while.
Paranoia didn't catch. Not onto the deep player of Koshmaris. Run it back online and available for
ดัน
both
ครับดัน
sides.
ครับโอ้ไซเฟอร์แม่งก็ไม่ระวังไม่นี่นะไม่ปล่อยเลย
Now
ครับ
at least though,
ระ
you
วัง
take
ตั
a
ว
look
อยู่
at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those ultimates with that early pressure. Some of those, I say.
ไอ้เหี้ยจอกล้องคือจับไอ้เหี้ยใบคนเดียวแล้วหล่อนทั้งหมดแล้วดูดิ
Immediately up mid.
รายการโหล
Force those players back. Pump the brakes. And the
ปิ
key
ดไปเถ
thing
อะ
is
เหี้ย
the
ไม่
whole
ต้องเปิดหรอก
round, the spike is sat outside A. They just have Boo holding
ใช่ปะ
for the push
เห็น
up.
เขาเรียกกันเล็กตามไม่ได้เหรอ
Waiting for
จริ
aggression.
ง
They were very much
เห็นปะ
expecting to see all
คุณแอล
gamers
แม่ง
come in
หงุด
with
หงิดเว้ยเขาไม่ชอบไง
some flair.
ถ้าแบบว่าแบบไม่มีสัมมาคารวะเขาไม่อยากคุยด้วยไม่อยากเล่นด้วยมันไม่มีมารยาท
just trying to avoid it, and it looks like fleeing for the
แมว
hills
น้ำม้า
is
ก็ทำ
work.
งี้นะกับคุณ
A
แอลไม่ได้
very
นะ
dangerous ult dealt with
This
right
ruse
off
hasn't
rip,
worked.
and now there's a
นี่ไง
snake
โอ้
that they have no idea about. The unrelenting buy finds
ยิงดี
two.
จัดตอนนี้แล้วมันไม่เช็ควะ
And all gamers still haven't used that big old ulti, and I don't think they're going to.
Oh, they don't need to do anything at this stage. This is all too easy. Heretics threw in that run it back as a fake. We're going to drag people in. Look, Kashmaris is running at you. There were 3 players on B. They didn't even move. They even faked away their run back in towards the site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of ever checking that angle.
มีป่ะโค้ด
And
ฟอร์
then
โพ
the
ลเลย
split in from behind. Well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had huge success from playing those rotational sounds. Like we saw it as well in mid on the defense where they went from A short. You had the Neon of Bai run all the way up to mid into their spawn and back around to A. And of course, Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B where we just faked out. This is great. And in fact, no.
Oh dear.
They were selling the ruse. The Odin up top will be caught right off rips. Nice shot by Woot. As Kira falls, so too does Bai. It looks like Woot might have found his rhythm, found his groove again. Out of knives, but...
ตาย
Oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish for it on the other side. In fact, no, he wasn't out of knives. He still had a few left to play with, but...
2-1 เฮ้ย 2-1 เฮ้ย
Leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins. No shortage
โอ้
of
ดินเต็มบ้าน
ammunition.
เลย
2 targets to take down.
วันนี้ไม่นอนช่วงเที่ยงมา 1
Could
ชั่วโมง
come
เน้น
through.
โอ้โหชัดเล
Onto
ย
that
เรา
left
ไม่หลับ
side,
นะ
Jenny. It's always a danger when you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
And while the drone's going up, the plant will come through. Gives them an opportunity. Needs to try and find the spams, and waiting on the other side will be 2 players. Heretics at least able to find a semblance of balance towards the end, but it is safe to say that was a very dominant half from the side of all gamers.
Yeah, and we came in highlighting Koshmaris. We came in talking about that Phoenix and how much impact it can have. And in actual fact, GRQ is lighting up the server. Root was on fire on map number 1. And the whole squad of Heretics is slowing down, but GRQ continues to or carries forward that momentum.
แต่ว่าต้องเก่งอะต้องเคลียร์ของดีๆครับ
I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor, and he only ended up with 7 kills. So
พีน่าจะมี3แมปเพราะพี่ว่าเฮียไม่ดีเลย
Then he had the double opener in one of the early rounds, and then the one just before that. It was a singular opener.
5 openers.
Yeah, so it's kind of like without him finding a pick, it just looked like they were completely flat. And then the retakes that were coming through as well
ดูไม่ทันแล้วสิ
were fantastic by the defensive side. Like
กูดูทันครับ
you look at GRQ in this map and you go,
ครับ
Phoenix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not. It's very difficult to get
มา
as
แล้ว
much value as he's finding.
ของครับผม
Even when you do have to run it back, because sometimes you're going to throw down on a retake, it gets absolutely nothing, and you're sent right back to where you were. But he seemed to have impact on it every single time. That's an impressive performance from GRQ, and now
อย่าเล่นหัวรุ่นใหญ่ครับ ขอบคุณนะครับสำหรับ
so
เน็
he
ตของ
might
มาก
be
ครับ
able
ผ
to
ม
do even more in this second half.
And meanwhile, that swap over from Heretics doesn't really seem to be paying dividends, but
เดี๋ยวเจอแบบไอ้แบงค์กูตบดังเพี้ยไอ้สัส
the second half has something special
มี
in
เลิฟซอ
store
แอล
for
ครั
us.
บ
Remember, this is where all gamers
โหคนเดียวแม่งแบบมีซาแซง
they
อ่ะ
wanted to begin on the
มี
defense.
แบบว่า
And in
คน
a
แบบ
sense, it's not strange to see the
ลุม
defensive
ลุม
side
จีบ
walk
แบบ
out
เอาเรื่องว่ะ
with a victory. With this composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking. But when we get into this second half, the pistol for all gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore, because it's already been the case in the last map, that a massive streak of rounds. But yeah, I definitely agree. We could see now both teams win both pistols on the opposing side, or the opposing map. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it, though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defender's way.
ผมเกี่ยวอะไรด้วยน่าโกรธนะไม่รู้ใครเห็นเรียกกันซ้อนนี่ มึงมาทำซ้อโกรธอ่ะไม่มีใครทักมาด้วยนี่เฮ้ยอยากให้ทักนะใครจีบคุณแนวได้นะเราอยากให้ทักหานะถ้าจะจีบอ่ะแต่กูเดียวมีลูกนะ1 ตัวขนฟูเลยอาจจะมีหยิกบ้างนิดหน่อยเป็นเพราะความรักแมว
Otherwise, not a sight or a sound to be found.
โหขึ้นมาโดนไม่ได้
All gamers group up on short.
ไม่มีใครได้เลยโอ้โหไหลคิวเลยครับชิบหายแล้วโอ้เห็นแล้วครับ
towards
ปล่อย
guard.
เทคเลยว่ะเฮ้ยจะจ่ายเลยบู
Before they make it to the site, and it would have been
บู
good.
อย่าพึ่งนะ
The paranoia on Blue would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well.
เห็นครับอุ้ยไม่ยิงวะอุดกีฬายิงน่าจะโดนอยู่นะเมื่อกี้
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one. Opportunities for kills, but the main thing for all gamers is they've got Kira a 1-for-1 trade. They've at least managed to clear that position quickly on the Heretic side, but the rest might not be so easy. GRQ up close, Rians does well, but again this man turns up. Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Kushmara standing and he cannot. It is all gamers with the second pistol.
คำพูดว่าไม่รู้คือใครไม่หนุกเลยไปดูทีมไทยดีกว่าโอ้แมปเมื่อกี้โคตรหนุกเลยโดนยับเป็นขี้หนุกจัดอันนี้มาดูข้ามเวลาเฉยครับดูข้ามเวลาเฉยผมไปดูสปิดไม่ได้นะก็เลยมาดูอันนี้แทนขอฟอร์ดูฟอร์มแชมป์เก่าก็ได้ก็ยังดีแชมป์เก่าบุยโดนแล้วมั้งไงเฮียข้าวไหมวะเฮียหิวข้าวมาก
That's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence, but as an agent, Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs going into an eco as well with all those orbs to be fought for. But the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them.
ขอบคุณนะครับวีเลฟซอยสำหรับตัวนี้ครับผมไม่รู้ว่าใครเหมือนกันแต่ก็ขอบคุณนะครับโผล่มาหน้ามืดแน่สัตว์หลายข้อหลายเหลี่ยมจัดไอ้เหี้ย
You are hoping for this to be a 2-0. You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round.
Take flight.
But if this map has been anything to go on, all gamers are not going to give them the time of day. And it
อุ้ยแล้วเดิน A ด้วยเอาว่ะ
one of the real goals in this round might just be not
คิดว่าฟินิกซ์มาล้อหลอกครับ
GRQ.
แต่ฟินิกซ์อยู่คนเดียวจริงๆ
He's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him. Koshmara's
เฮียมาแล้วทุกคนดูนี่เกิดอะไรขึ้น
up against the disappearing. I like the totem pole though.
พาม
4 different variable heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and face into this one. Paranoia, flash. Well, it seems like they might have been aware
เพิ่งแตกหลัง
potential of something this dangerous and
ระเบิดเลยเฮีย
it's starting to look
โอ้โหอุ้ยสวย
worrying. Nice damage though. Couple of players dropped and eventually it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that run it back
AG เสื้อมีโลโก้เตาเบาด้วยน่าจะรวยจัดทีนี้รวยจัดครับผมถ้าพี่ง่วงจากพี่โปรตีพี่ทำอะไรครับต้องมันต้องยืดเส้นยืดสายครับล้างหน้าล้างตาทำอะไรอย่างไม่รู้อะ
and send GRQ through and honestly I don't think they need to do anything else at
บูหาวเลย
especially with that second Lisa life
AG วองโกเล่ลิงเหรอ
from map 1
โอ้โคตรแก่เลยเฮียใครอ่านบ้างวะ
we saw them fall off we saw them give all gamers the way back in and it looks like
burn
that one round to close out Haven didn't solve any
อาบน้ำแล้วนอนครับ
we're
เช้า
still in
แล้ว
the
นอน
same simulation where all gamers
เขาบอกเหมือนเขาง่วงทำอะไรให้ไม่ง่วงหรือเปล่า
right away Buys ran it down onto
แม่งมาเคลียร์เลยว่ะ
a statement
เฮ้ย
success
สตาร์ทไปไหนนะ
back online off the back of the orb
โอ้
they
เฮีย
take
มาว่ะ
space on short
กูด่านี่
for
เล่น
the
ดีจัด
backstab the trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3 all gamers looking like they've got this one locked down.
โดนนั้นเล่นไปแบบหน้าโลตัสผมว่าเผื่อโดนด้วยนะ
that drone didn't see Boo he's able to get 2 a chance still for Heretics one small mistake a glance to the right and this could be secured a massive lead for all gamers but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge the very tips of their fingernails
ท่านเซอร์ที่1เบส1มาอีกแล้วทำให้ลุ้นอีกแล้วโอ้เรียบร้อยครับเฮียเอาไหววะโดนเปิดไปก่อน2ครับแล้ว3คนเอาอยู่อะไม่ใช่ทีมสิทีมมันชื่อ AL เกม
The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic the individual excellence but it is a bit worrying
รู้จักทีมบอลเกมเมอร์ไหมเนี่ยอันนี้มุกตลกกับพี่ใช่ไหมเนี่ย
for Heretics to win it's a good break back round that was up against a weak buy. That was it was Vangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a solid purchase, but I guess at least that running back.
ไม่แต่เขาปกติเขาใช้ชื่อย่อเป็น AG แต่ก็ไม่แน่น่าจะที่บอกทีมมันชื่อ AL ใช่ไหมเราสปอนเข้ามาก็เลยเป็น AG หรอก็เลยเปลี่ยนชื่อ AG แม่งเลยผสมกันออกกำลังกายแล้วนอนดีกว่านะคุยจริงๆมาเขา no fab ครับโอ้โหแล้วจัดก็บอกนี้ระยะนี้บูทเมาช้าด้วยเฮียถ้าสไลด์มา
Well, he's a man that can hit
แฟด
headshots
มา
with
แฟดกำป๊อกนิ้ว
with
ป๊อก
this weapon he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
ป๊อกไหม
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash.
โอ้โหเกาหัวกูเห็นเลยเกาหัวกูรู้เลย
He was down to 7 HP, but
พี่วูกูเกาหัวเลย
get a little bit of health back. Ooh, is playing on the edge of this smoke. Maybe a little bit risky. Dark. It's only going to be the one again. GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere.
คนไม่ดีเลยครับ
Spike at least.
เอ้า
Drop to the ground, and Rians is aware of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like.
ก็แต่หน้ามันน่าจะนานกว่าปกติป่ะเพราะมีเทียร์ 2มาเล่นด้วยใช่ครับผมได้ไหมผมว่านานปกติแค่แป๊บเดียวจีไปไหนแล้วครับเพิ่งมากลับบ้านแล้วมั้งเฮียไม่น่าจะอยากเล่นแล้วจีเล่นไปก็สู้เขาไม่ได้โอ้โหที่ด่านนี้โดนไอจีจริงว่ะ
There to secure a big lead for all gamers, 11 to 5
พัดเกียร์เขาใส่
on the board right now, and considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think that they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent.
เรื่องธรรมชาติ
It's safe to say it's not looking like a
เข้ารอบกลุ่มแล้วสองทีมเข้าเพลย์ออฟแล้วที่หมีเหลือ
Well, I think Shrimp would be there with him. He's 15 and 6. He's just not been dying very much throughout this game.
มีเหลืองหรือเปล่า
Heretics.
ชายสีหมีเกี้ยว
But it's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try
ตื่น
and
เช้า
fight
ล้าง
back.
หน้าแปรงฟันไปหาอะไรทานกันดีใช่ป่ะแอลหมายถึงงี้ใช่ป่ะ
12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. The only thing they have to pad the gap.
ชาติที่แล้วมาแข่งกับเทียร์ 2เพื่อคัดเข้าเอาอีกทีนึง
Can work nicely. A run it back if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry.
เอาทีมที่เหลือมาแข่งกับเทียร์ 2เพื่อคัดเข้าเอาอีกที
And also means that well, look at the ults.
กูจะแค่เข้าไปเล่นเข้าไปวัดกับเทียร์ 1ก็แจ่มแล้วชาร์เปอร์เต่าให้เข้านะนึกถึงแบบมีเรือ
When you're up against pistols. And well, at least Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances towards this B site.
เฮ้ยพิมพ์แก่มาร์คได้มาร์คทำไมเนี่ย
Kick down the doors and
ทำร่วมจ้ามาร์คมันเสียใจนะแล้ว
taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at
ที
least
มีก็ว่ามันแก่
and Boo's got the rifle. Ult online for Koshmaras. But yeah, all gamers know what's just
ทีมคำนี้ไม่ได้นะ
and then they're leaving. They're bailing with Wood on the other side, only having a
ไม่เป็นไรไม่มาร์คไม่เป็นไรเว้ยเฮ้ยมาร์คอย่าไปพุ่งอย่างนั้นแอลฮอกโตเยอะเลยนะเว้ย
At least suspect
แอล30กว่าแล้วมึง20เอง อุ้ยห่างไป10 ปีใช้มึงใช้กูเลยไม่ดีนะน้องแอลเขาพิมพ์เล่นพิมพ์แก่เล่นเฉยๆเองอย่าไปจำมาใส่ใจน้องเล่นไม่ได้ครับเล่นไม่ได้ต้องรอเพื่อนครับเพื่อนจะผ่านตรงนี้ได้หรือเปล่าเรียบร้อยไปเกิดอีกโอ้วูดกูทำเฮี้ยได้เป็นบริการบอกเดี๋ยวระยะไม่ให้ด้วยต้อง3 เม็ดมั้งครับระยะนี้
It's going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this a conversion. Boo with his third already, but he's going to have to basically do everything for the squad. And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting though, because Maris.
เฮ้ยเดินมางี้เหรอไอ้เหี้ยมีดมันชกหน้าแล้วเมื่อกี้
Sure, both attackers go down,
but
they're not going to care.
No, I think the economy is in a pretty decent position, and also, you know, they're
ซออะไรไม่มีตังค์
so
ซอว่าคนมีตังค์เหรอไม่ใช่นะจะไม่โกรธที่เรียกซอถ้ารวยแต่กูจนไม่เกี่ยวเลยไม่ต้องรวยครับ
Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much.
แชมเบอร์มันกวนตีนจัดอะเฮียแบบว่ามันเวอร์ออกมาเลยเฮียมันเวอร์ออกมายิงไม่โดนอะไอสัตว์โคเวอร์ไม่ได้อะไม่เดินออกมาแบบยึกยักยิงหยุดยิงหน่อยวะเฮียพี่ไทยแลนด์กูยิงไม่โดนนะเว้ยทีมไทยแลนด์ไอสัตว์ดูมันไหลออกมาเลยอะ
What a brilliant time to take a tactical
โอ้
pause.
โหรั่วเลย
Yes, you've always said it as well. 12-5.
ไอ้ยังไม่เท่าไหร่นะแม่งจำสแกร์สัตว์อะแม่งเอามีดมาแบบจะต่อยหน้าอยู่แล้ว
Yeah, no, that's why I said
มีดมาสวนหน้าอยู่แล้วไอ้สัตว์
there's
แบบ
any
นิดเดียว
time
แบบ
to
กำลัง
take a
จะ
tactical
มันจะ
pause,
อัปเปอร์คัต
looking
อะ
out. There's someone in chat
อี
right
นั่
now
นกระสุน
probably
มาก่อน
so
ไอ้เหี้ยไม่งั้น
angry, like,
นอนไม่หลับ
clearly
ที
he's a
นี้
bias got no. I think they're equally as screwed as All Gamers were in the last map. I think All Gamers had a very impressive comeback. I don't believe that Heretics will be able to do that.
The thing was, in the last one, it was like, Woot's finding all these openings. What do you do when he doesn't? And also here as well. Thinking about
He hasn't killed his half.
3 out of 5 of their rounds. Whereas for All Gamers, I don't think it's that, oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, Shrimp is 17-6. Bangier's 12-7. Like, there's no shortage of individuals online right now for All Gamers. So it's not a case like it was last time of, what if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more. Rien's, nice opening. It's by down and out, and GRQ's ult dealt with. Boo's also covering this space on short perfectly. And a Hunter's Fury, maybe he didn't want to put through.
What a great time to take a tactical pause. As said, this is where the comeback begins. I always believed. Shrimp being a 1v5. Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities. And Heretics kind of just have to go at this point. It's an all-or-nothing position. Like, still take risks, still take gambles. I feel like what happened to All Gamers might also happen to them, though. It's like, even if you start this streak of rounds, there's no pressure until you get close. Because you're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go, there is no way back into this map. And then when you do start climbing back, I think it's the second you start to believe that then the pressure hits you. Of course, for Heretics, this is quite a different pressure. Because although we've always talked about them as a second place cursed team, that was broken, well, multiple times. Once EWC, when they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved forever. But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there. But now you come in defending that title. That's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this event, they have got you've got a target on your back, and they're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map, it's harder. It's going to be so much harder. I see, especially with the comp you're against. The amount of impact Phoenix can have on those run-throughs is crazy. And that ult won't take that long to come back online.
โอ้ยตังค์ก็ไม่มีโง่อีกแล้ว
Bangir gone, but the weapon has been retrieved.
เพิ่งเห็นบูมโคตรกาก
Aggressive positioning this time does pay dividends, but
มันห
I
มด
don't
ยุค
know
บู
if
ม
he's
แล้ว
going to want to stick around there for too long with an operator versus a low buy. This round feels like more of a gimme with the weaknesses that were there for All Gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like, have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones that were willing in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way.
เดฟโฟชิโร่เก่ง
Buy as well now. Desperately low, and even the reveal is pretty much perfect. Benji still has to be a little bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing. Every single piece of utility being thrown at him, and even the hot hands will get a kill in the end.
As it should be a relatively clean one on the side of Heretics. The comeback continues, but belief certainly isn't here just yet. On this side of the caster desk, we're going to have to see them continue on this form, but good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear about it. That's all I'm going to say.
ผมยังใช้3310อยู่เลย
Sending out a main aggression, and this time it's
ก็
going
โทร
to
ศัพท์
be
ผม
changed
แบบ
up.
จอแยกออกจากนี้
Having
แล้ว
Woot there with the operator. He's going to be going looking for them on short, and yeah, that smoke immediately blooming is pretty much taking him out of the round for now. A whole lot he can do.
Yeah,
and he wants to be showing presence. He wants
เข้า
to
ไป
be
โดน
seen,
นะเข้าไปโดนนะ
whether it be
ตัว
by
มู
a
สไน
drone
ดิ
that's not coming his
มู
way
สไนดิ
over main, or by a player. He
คอสมาลัส
wants
เบสครับ
someone to notice him so he can get out and then pull them into a fight with Koshmaris.
เรียบ
He's just
โอ้
been
เบสสวย
waiting in the corner. A gorgeous setup, very well executed. GRQ finds himself in that same boat.
Nice bait and switch. You can see why they wanted to have this operator in play. It just adds another dynamic. Even still, though,
โอ้โหไม่ลั่นเลย
two players about to come up.
นี่ไงลั่นเล
Another
ยแบง
pick
ค์
coming through for Woot.
โอ้
Him
ไม่น่าสมูท
waking
เลย
up definitely makes this a little bit more interesting.
เบรกความร้อนแรงต้องวูดกูเฉย
And it seems like all gamers have sort of ground to a halt. It's almost like these guys had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12, just you're going to slow everything down. You're going to really go for more tentative plays. Whereas what we were seeing in some of the earlier rounds were them just blasting through angles. Instead, I think we're getting a 30-second save.
It does make sense seeing this team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the two players that go to push it, it's quite staggered going through those battles.
โอ้มันดึงเกมสุดเลยเว้ย
It
เล่น
gives the
ช้า
opportunity for Woot to find one. He even manages to cloud
ที
burst
ไม่
his
ล่าไม่
way
อะไร
out,
ครับ
run
เอจี
back
ก็
to
เซฟอย่าง
short,
เดียวครับ
and then Kosh
มันเดินทีละ
can
วินเลย
fire
นะ
from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable of a fight, even with the setup.
เพราะว่าเอจีไม่ต้องสะสมมันตีครับ
After he dashed to the left instead of the right.
ฟีนิกซ์กับโซวาต้องมาพร้อมกันอะถึงจะดี
This is going to be important for them to have something going into the next round, and
we'll never know. I guess we'll never know.
Who knows?
ลุงดู
Maybe
40
we'll
ชัด
be able to tell by what weapons they have going into the
Lung
next
Mark
one, but I'm going to say they did hold on to their guns.
Okay.
Based on absolutely nothing at all. Which is always a good way to come in with information, but you
ๆปล่อย
know.
แรงอะ
I'll believe you then. So a strong
เฮ้ย
economy.
คนส่วนใหญ่ก็ใช้ซูเปอร์ไลท์กันนะซูเปอร์ไลท์สอง
I
ป่ะ
don't even think it would be strong even with the same guns. I think they had
ส่วนใหญ่
maybe
นะส่วนใหญ่
one
ใช้
or two
จะเป็น
players that
จี
could
โปรซูเปอ
rebuy,
ร์ไล
so
ท์ส
there
อง
might
อยู่
still be a piece missing anyway.
ก็มี
But
เมาส์ฉีกๆกันบ้าง
At
มี
least
เมา
gives
ส์จี
them
นเมาส์อะไร
something
บ้าง
to play with.
แต่ส่วนใหญ่นะ
I see something in the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking
ต้องเล่
down.
นโคตร
Another
ดีใจ
timeout
ดี
call
แล้วครับ
here.
ผมเฮ้ย
All
กู
gamers
น่า
have
แวะไปดูซะหน่อย
still one. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up, but yeah, still one
เฮ้
left
ย
after this.
2-0 ปูนตะวัดอุ้ยได้
Four-round
เข้า
gap.
นี้แล้วปะเนี่ย
Definitely the time to pull this into play. Let another two go by and see where you stand, but I
อ๋อ
do
ไป
think that
อ๋อ
it's
ยังมีโอ
only
กาส
a
ลง
matter
ลา
of
เชน
time
ได้อยู่ค
before
รับ
we see them
แต่
take
ว่า
this
ถ้าใคร
super
ได้หนึ่ง
direct
คือไป
approach
เลย
again.
เพย์อินเสร็จ2
And
ครับผม
Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the players
สมัยนั้น
shots
ส้ม
don't
ตำตัว
land,
50 ตังค์จริงไหม
the
ไม่จริงค
reactions
รับ
aren't there.
สมัยไหนวะเนี่ย
We've seen
50 ตังค์
before, this composition
สมัย
from all gamers
ปู่
can just
มั่งไอ้เหี้ย
run
50 ตัง
it
ค์
down
ถ้าสมัย
so
ปู่
fast.
ป่วยย่ากู
Does
อาจ
look
จะ
like they
50
were
ตัง
able
ค์จริ
to
ง
hold
แต่
on
สมัย
to
กูไม่ใช่แล้ว
the weaponry.
สมัย
They're
กู
going to kind of like half
ถุง
buy
ละ
around
25
those
มั้ง
couple of guns. It's like, okay,
25
you still have
30
the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a
สมัยแม่
little
ตอน
bit
เด็ก
more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force here could hold huge value. It's going to be playing on a lurk on the other side of the map, and then the rest of the players looking to try and challenge versus Boo.
อร่อย
A lot
จ้ะ
of pressure put onto him, but without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the ultimate online for GRQ, who is now one away.
Well, for Team Heretics, it's only one man towards
ต้องไม่
this
โดน
B
เปิดก่อนค
side.
รับ
At least
ผ
it's
ม
a
แม่ง
Sentinel,
โหรอ
but
ดัน
he
เลย
hasn't
เขา
got
ไม่ดัน
any
ครับ
of
เทียน
his
ไม่ดัน
utility.
ขนาดนั้นครับ
Only the camera to play with. So
มัน
some
ในพื้นที่
backup
ตัว
will
เองอะ
certainly be needed.
แบบไม่ดันเปล่า
All gamers were to go quite direct. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some aggression out of Heretics. They're taking a long time to re-clear mid, assuming someone's in a ratty little corner. You can't blame them after what they saw on short a few rounds ago.
Will it be Woot? They're expecting Woot to go swinging. Okay.
ต้องเทให้ได้ต้องเทให้ได้
Buy with another.
ว้าว
As well.
เชี่ยไอ้ใบ
Somehow he's managed to take 2 kills, but this is all the ruse.
อุ้ยแต่ใบ
This
บี
is
ว่ะ
the
เฮีย
bait.
ละ
They're trying to go back in the other direction. In fact, he's now kind of
ใบบี
facing
โดน
even
หวัง
in
ว่า
towards their spawn. Re-ent has been revealed. 25 seconds left, and there's still 2 players within the back of this B site. They have done well in the early stages of this round, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it over the line. 15 seconds now. They need to get a move on in towards this site. Benji sitting, the wraparound coming in, but he gets quickly, and Shrimp again might just be there to close. The jump up might be able to deny, and that's at least 1 for Woot. But there's still 2 more players that he needs to deal with. Operator in hand, watching to see if Shrimp makes a mistake. A slight step forward. That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it, even looks for the contact, and it's the contact that will be there to close out the map a little bit quicker than Heretics managed.
Yeah, not quite letting them close the distance all the way to 1, but a victory.
Forcing Iris from here to come on through. Double doors now entry from both Prox and Martin. But Happyway trying his luck against Martin. Not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysor having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysor doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3 might just be a little bit too much for Leo to be able to tune out. And it is.
มันดูไม่ค่อยต่อเนื่องคนแบบจบปุ๊บแม่งมาต่อจบปุ๊บแม่งมาต่อเลยแบบว่ามันไม่มีช่วยพักให้เราได้พักเลยครับ
The fight towards mid as well, getting all that information towards B. Looks like a really nice start here for Gentlemates. Very active, making sure they're not just sitting stagnant. Used to be a problem with theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martin, leading the charge, able to get onto site. Looks really good for them. And for Sheila, I mean, what can you do at that point when the retake is just so good? The flood is there. Doesn't really matter. But now, guns on the board for Gentlemates, and Sheila doing their best to use many orbs with these sheriffs, or with these pistols here on the side of A main.
Now, Leo definitely probably activated a little bit too late in that particular round, but now big stack up for Sheila Gaming. In fact, playing this one patiently to see if maybe somebody from Gentlemates wants to walk on through into shops. Here we go. Flash on in. 4 members have already approached. Just make short work of the defense so far. Lysor will respond with 1 star, so Gentlemates will start to bring their forces through eventually. Happyway also fell in the middle of that as well towards Belt, so just low numbers here for XLG. The cleanup should be arriving in short order here. Big shot from Raga. Secondary available. Doesn't quite get the third, but puts himself in a great position to make it. But he's still a rifle there.
I can't believe this. Lysor and Varga being the reason why they win this round. That's kind of crazy. As soon as I talk about Gentlemates knowing what they want to do, they struggle on that retake. The flood just wasn't really there. The trades, everyone's going in one by one, not clearing those close angles. It's kind of detrimental for them.
That was it a 3v5, I believe? Yeah, it was. Start of the 3v5, and you see Raga getting these 2 disgusting shots by team. Obviously behind the smoke. But the upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up, and Lysor really makes a lot with that.
And now the tides have been turned in terms of this economy. All pistols on the side of Gentlemates, and they're trying to do this quiet B stack, playing that close angle, just holding, waiting for some sort of contact play. They're not going to get anything soon, though, because XLG doing a good job, playing passive the way that they usually like to, playing that slow, defaulty setup. They know they don't want to do anything way too aggressive. But set up in nest here, giving up that full A for retake. Really nice stuff so far from XLG to not overextend.
Sheila even pinging over towards Belt. They sent a recon in that direction, a little bit concerned about trap setups coming through from Gentlemates, and obviously we can see the trap is over towards B. XLG fancy themselves.
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยบอกเลย ขอไทยเข้ากับไทยได้บอกว่า
for Gentlemates on A.
ไทยเข้าไทย2เลย
ชิวเลยมีทีมได้ไปชัวร์ๆครับ short order here, but still not taking too many chances. XLG drone in first, full util in, plant to come on through.
Gonna get that spike down.
เลือกบอมถูกเล่นระยะปืนครับ
Something's up. They're just using this time to start to try to re-clear this B, but obviously the spike planet sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate coming in. Fast clearing, and now they have the option to go through for that flank, making sure they're taking over 3 angles on this mini here with Martin grouped up, going towards that flank, and maybe just trying to play some sort of exit.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making sure that on exit for Sheila, they're going to be taking some damage. A few players going down would be ideal. The minimum here, I think Gentlemates will be running towards the spike and just dying to it if nothing else happens. So let's just see if anyone falls into that trap. Okay, Raga down is going to be something occurring. But as the rest of Sheila know that double doors is not going to be clean, Starsaw activates a little bit later. That's a decent number of kills, not going to lie to you. Only Happyway and Nomad walking out.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's really good for your Thrifty, actually. It's still a big dent into their economy. And now for Sheila, they're going to have to figure out if they want to buy up against those weapons or just make sure that they're using their bonus to the best of its abilities. They kept those 2 rifles. This was nice, just sitting, being patient here for Gentlemates, abusing the fact that Leo is just walking out in the open.
It's a bit of an awkward exit for XLG, though. I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up. They could have exited as 5, and that would have covered their bases a little bit better.
Fast A main here, though, for Sheila, it looks like.
Fast A main. Stars are on the opposing end. By the way, I believe this is 4 A's in a row now. Quadruple A for XLG. Well, Gentlemates have to be a little bit quicker here. A little slow on the deletion of the dart. See if Starso can find anything. Runner back's already gone. By the way, check the big flank. Martin and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Raga will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plan, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but they have all of back sight here. But they're getting crunched. The good thing is, though, he has the entire mid doors. He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's going to get contact and they're going to push back on the site.
Raga's already low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Gentlemates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money. No opportunity here for those 2 flankers to get anything done. Hiding in the sands, and the sands of time will tick down for a 3rd round victory for XLG.
Gentlemates just losing their timing. Everyone's coming out onto site when your 2 players flank. Just haven't even applied any pressure yet. They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away. They needed to speed up there, needed to be able to crunch down onto that site to make sure they get those timings down and the crossfires. That retake was almost really good. They well positioned themselves. But that was just a pacing issue there.
Well, since the pistol there, Gentlemates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A 2nd round. Exclusivity with Rag with a double. Into Lysol with his own double. XLG 3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Gentlemates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A main. Once again, they're using that drone, trying to find that orb, maybe on Margo one more time. Maybe they're trying to get that Sova on Leo Lysor, and immediately an A main execute.
Huge flash coming on. Martin still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG didn't clear that corner fast enough as Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Happyway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out history, but only the single shot so far. Because Prox has got Happyway down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Raga still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many numbers as he can towards that run it back, running away towards that B site. He has potential here to get that spike down onto site. 2 of these players here from Gentlemates still clearing. They are going to be able to pick up some weapons, though, once they realize that the site is clear. It is really good for them. They do want to have those weapons in the 2v1. Margon, the 72 HP. 30 Prox, he's 20 HP. Little bit scary here, and they're going to be grouped up towards that B.
Do notice what Bippo's also only got the light armor here, which allows Raga to get that 1 shot. As obviously now, Gentlemates, seeing that A is clear, it's an obvious B plant. Raga has no U to work with. Prox does have at least a little bit of something, but no paranoia and no time. Those shots connected by Raga. Bippo instantly taking him down. It looks like Raga didn't even bother to hide away. Sort of just plants and holds position right next to the spike.
Yeah, trying to go for 1, trying to equalize the numbers at least, but you should know at this point that Gentlemates is going to be grouped up for that retake. And now, so far, I can't really tell what's going wrong for either of these teams. It just feels like the slow rounds, every single time the trades just aren't there, or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site, playing that close angle, and Starzo obviously being one of the main reasons why they were able to delay for so long, getting those 2 picks onto site.
Martin as well, he got cleared so slowly that he was able to get a trade. I believe he dropped in his stun as well for the relay bolt. How many times in a row do you want to go on a XLG, say 6 in a row? This time now going to be a little bit more difficult. That's a really nice bit of util coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury, though, going to be trying to find its mark. It's WS Leo getting that one done, but no hits connected. Martin will get the cleanup here, and it's a complete flawless as XLG gets stuck in shops. And you know what, Gentlemates says? We're close today, sir.
Genomates knowing and being tired of Sheila just constantly taking that A main orb. They know that they farm it over almost every single round now. They've gotten that space every single time. And they've chosen to contest it. Even with that Sova ult from the side of Sheila, it didn't really put enough pressure for them to stop fighting it. They continued to push forward, continued to get that info. And I think it was really well played. But now we're looking at this buy here. Sheila, everyone has rifles, but there is knives on the side of Nomad as well as a Stinger. So nothing too crazy. I'm kind of looking for an op here so he could get a pick, but he's opting to do this play with the knives, looking like a really fast A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for Genomates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned Genomates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at Genomates just not spending too much time. Instant rotation. Happy Way's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site is going to be Nomad. As mentioned, Mates are not even going to go challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Gonna be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not
เบาเพื่อนไอ้เหี้ยลากา
that much.
ไอ้สัตว์เอ้ย
They have a really good retake.
โอ้โห
At least we
ไล่ซอว้ามาพอดี
5v5.
เฮ้ยเลือดหายไปครึ่งหลอดไอ้ตัว
And Nomad instantly gets a pick onto Starzo.
Starzo the first one in, but now they know Nomad's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the boxes. Still have a late player in Mini to try and challenge the double doors, and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with Bippo, double kill, 2 members left, but both these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well, has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage.
แต่เมื่อกี้ไปยิง2ตัวหายไปไล่ซอยืนไม่สนกับรายการไหนยืนหมดครับ
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo getting that 2K is a really good reason why he switched back onto that Sentient off of that Duelist. It feels like he's got that really good positioning and he's able to take a lot of those 1v1s. But man, that round was close for both of these teams. Sheila just winning it out because Varga having a phenomenal clutch there. Was a 2v2, but it didn't matter. He didn't need any help.
We talked about storylines coming into this one with, particularly for me at least, the last EWC for XLG. Raga didn't really do too much. It was Happy Way that had the majority. Happy Way is just content with not having to do so much in this early half so far as Raga leading the way for XLG onto site for B. Finally, we're not going to go A anymore. First kill from Mini onto Happy Way, but the plant's going to come on through.
Getting the spike down again. Another retake here for Gentlemates. But this time we have members. A drone coming in. It's such a bad timing. Nomad getting another onto Martin. And now Mini trying to get one. Leo actually shutting him down. That's the operator down on the ground. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
Nomad is what I used to describe the number of players still alive for Gentlemates. Just down to 1 for now. Bippo, can we find some magic in the 1v3? Got a double kill on that last retake. And now he's going to say, money not looking great. Chances looking even worse. Back out I go.
That was crazy. I mean, mates, they gambled that round.
Only go up from here for our decisive map for the final time. Let's send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
And thank you very much, Degon. One last time, let's kick off this map. It's Lotus. Between these two teams, I don't know who comes in as the fifth anymore. I feel like we've thrown the rulebook out the window. Some crazy plays from Heretics in the first map. Woot was on fire, but GRQ stole the show on the last. Now, the final of the night. And who walks in here with momentum? I don't know. We had Heretics start to mount a comeback, but they didn't quite reach the heights that all gamers did.
มีคำว่ายิงเจ็บแฟดเองเล่นเอง
But that's sort of been the interesting thing of this match so far is you've had Kira playing the smokes and GRQ playing the duelist. They in a lot of cases they were the other way around. Clearly, it's more based on agent. So like GRQ playing the Phoenix works a little bit better. Kira playing the Raze maybe, but also then you have Bai switching from Neon to Vice, which by the way you cannot pick pretty much 2 more opposite roles for the team. One of them is hyper aggressive, sliding into angles, getting in the face of opponents. The other, you're basically a time buyer, especially when it comes to that C side of the map. So massive changes in terms of what they've run so far today, but that's something they do regularly.
Yeah, we were mentioning it at the start of the series. For all gamers, a start towards the A side, but you can see Heretics not looking to fight. It's so normal to see a team scrap for that control early on, especially when you have a fade and a raise. You throw in that siege, you throw in the nade, and you get towards Rubble. But instead, all gamers find the space completely open, get closer, and see that wall from Vice. Then you start to think the setup could be there. The flash could be waiting. Instead, they'll bait the wall, and I think they're going to look to go back to B after a little bit of a fake here. Just so they can avoid that Vice utility.
ไอ้ใบกล้องอะไรเนี่ยกล้องใครเนี่ยอะไรวะเนี่ยโอ้ย
With buy down, it has to be.
I
thought for a second maybe he was going to be able to lurk his way through this one, but it's checked by Rians. A site completely under the control
ชิมกูผมทองมาเลย
of all gamers though.
ปิดกล้องเหอะจริง
For the defenders. Pretty long rotate all the way back. Now, bear in mind, there is nobody left behind. That's why you're seeing the Prowler put through. There's normally expectations that there'll be somebody
แบงค์นี่แหละโค้ชที่สุด
around this position.
ที่สุดใน
Instead,
ไทย
Benji's waiting for the
เรือจะใน
aggression,
เชีย
the
ร์
jump
คัดไปมาส
across
เตอร์
from
บ่อยแต่เสียดายแบงค์ไม่มี
He's
ไฟ
the
เตอ
one
ร์
to
แบบ
land
อ
the
เล็ก
kill
หรือ
anyway.
คนเลยลืม
Now
ถ้ามี
they
โก้เท่านั้นป่านนี้ก็คงมีเชียร์หนึ่งสัก
positioning
ที
over the spawn,
จริ
a
ง
good position as well from Shrimp
จริงผมมัน
to
เก่งกับ
trade
ฝีมือ
things
เนี่ย
back
ผมไม่มี
into
โก้
their
เลย
favor. In fact,
หน่อยต้องใช้
ever
อีโก้ซะหน่
since
อย
they lost their luck, every kill has gone their way. Kira on the
โอ้
duelist.
มันโล่งไปหน่อยครับ
It's going to close it
ESL
out with
Production ทำไม
three.
มันกากได้ขนาดนี้
And a pistol round from a 4v5 that Mitch looked very easy in the end.
Yeah, no, it
นี่เราบอก
absolutely
ผมก็
did.
ใหม่
That
กับวาโล
cleanup
ทำไม่
after
เป็น
the first fell was impressive. And for all gamers, coming in with a little bit of momentum,
ถ้าผลงานมาวัดกัน
evidently
ที่
the
คาแรคเตอร์ก็
swap
แปลก
ups
อยู่
and
นะ
rolls not harming them whatsoever. I think we looked at a pretty
แต่ผลงานผมก็
comfortable
ไม่ดี
Kira in a lot
เอาอะไร
of
พูด
fights
วะ
on the previous map. There's a couple rounds where
ผลงานเราก็ไม่
there
ดี
was
นี่หว่า
2 or 3 found in crucial moments. And now 3 to kick off Lotus. It leaves Heretics onto an eco, obviously. And the majority of these ecos, you're going to try to put all your eggs or most of your eggs into one basket. See if you can make it all the way home. For all gamers, they got to avoid the stack, or else it's going to be a very uncomfortable round. For now, that seems to be mission success.
Yeah, luckily on this map you have slightly better odds than dodging the stack because there's more sites, you know? But the stack can move. So I guess that
คิดหรือว่า
probably
ทีจะโดน
changes
นะทุก
how
คน
odds work.
แชมป์เก่า
Luckily,
ลง
I'm
สาย
not
ล่าง
a
เหรอ
mathematician, but Mitch is here who tried to be a mathematician.
ปีแล้วก็ทำแต่ไม่เรียน
I
รู้
gave up.
ทำแล้ว
For good
เลิกเลย
That was a bit too. This is a lot easier, let me tell you. For Team Heretics,
ว้าย
Boo leaving the seaside. He'll
อยากจะ
regroup
เปิด
with the
กล้อง
team
อีก
again.
เย็ด
With
แร่
classics, the most that you can really hope for here is a little bit of damage, taking down a couple of weapons. And when you look at what all
รายการนี้
gamers
มันไม่
have
น่า
to
ดูตรง
work
ไหน
with,
รู้ป่ะ
they're
มันไม่ดู
playing
ตรง
with
แบ
a
บ
bandit,
ตรงเนี้ย
they're playing with
เชื่
a
อกูป่ะ
marshal, so they already have quite a lot of room for error. They can lose a couple of players, and it's still not really going to mean that much. And depending on who they lose, it could even be worthwhile just to have those orbs farmed up. Like I expect to see someone like Kira a little bit more eager to take fights. And indeed, Bai in that same position. Ultimate carries a lot of weight.
ไอ้ใบถอดเป้าพอดีเลย
Going down, and the cleanup I expect to come through right after. And well, all gamers tying this one up in a nice, neat bow. A few extra orbs for Kira as well.
Yeah, Kira's been getting
ถ้าผม
close
ไม่อยาก
and
จะวา
close
โล
to
อี
having
แล้ว
that
จริงอันนี้กูพูด
showstopper
จริงนะ
already in the
เดี๋ยว
first
เผื่อ
few
แม่ง
rounds.
เป็น
Still
อย่างนั้นจริง
3
นะ
needed, but it does mean even the potential bonus might be enough to get it online, even if they don't manage to take that one over the line. And for Heretics, I think it is important to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit earlier than normal, because that last map especially felt a little bit brutal. Okay, they had a little bit of a comeback towards the end, a few rounds in a row to maybe get the fire started, but also almost letting map 1 slip. Like we were genuinely in a scenario where they were 12-5 up and this could have ended a 2-0.
นี่คืออยู่ไว้ก่อนเหรอพี่ใช่ครับผม
Well, it looks like all gamers are going to fight for A main, expecting Heretics to do the same. The nade goes out immediately. Doors already open. This is quite a pacey start from this attack side, and it's not slowing down. The Thorns will finally force the hand, and Kira's found another Koshmaris. Perhaps the savior of this round, but his back is turned, and GRQ's easily able to convert. And the spam and the smokes for Boo as players get closer. He's got to give up that control. Look how far away Woot is. Rian's just making it alongside him.
สู้ AG ไม่ได้แล้วอ่ะ
Oh, well.
All right.
Look how far away Woot is. He's going to
wow.
I think even if he was close, he should probably save in this scenario. 1 versus 4. And I'll be honest with you. This feels like like maybe, you know, when you put players into like a scrim to decide if they're going to join the team, it's like each player is trying to argue why they should be primary duelist over on this. Well, not even primary, secondary duelist, because Fanga has been duelist in it, or sort of quasi duelist while playing the chamber. It's madness how good Kira looks now
ชอบแบ
switching
ตอนบอ
over
ลร้าน
to
เกมได้เห็น
Raze
สีหน้าตอน
after
ดู
playing Omen for the entirety
ขอบ
of
คุณ
the
นะผม
series
น้อ
so
งน้อง
far. And you sort of sit there
Beneath.
after the last map and go, oh, you're really going to take GRQ, the guy
ไป
like
แชมเปี้ยนเดี๋ยวค่อยเปิดใหม่โอเค
basically brought
ปะ
you through the last map. You
ไป
can
แชม
take
เปี้ยนค่อย
more
เปิดใหม่
duelists. I kind of see why you did now. You got so much depth of talent over on this All Gamers roster, and
ที่
it's
เกียร
something
โหลด
we
สแนปแค
talk
มไปลง
about
คอมร้านเกม
with
เปิดกล้องแม่ง
Heretics at times as well. Like they've got players that have the individual skill. Like if at some point someone said to me, I'm going to put Rienz on duelists, I'd be like, yeah, some of the best first bullet accuracy in the world. I wouldn't even be that mad at it. It's just because he's so good at other things that you don't do that. It's a bit like if you watch GC, you had Vanya,
โอ้มีอันตีแล้วอะ
who
กี
was
ฬา
a great smokes player, and you go, okay, well, I'm going to put her on duelist for a bit because she's just better than everyone. It didn't actually benefit them too much. But in this case, all gamers seem to have found the perfect balance where it's like, you're a really sick Phoenix, you're going to play Phoenix. You're a really good Raze, you're going to play Raze. And we're just not going to have the ego about having to play duelist every single map.
โอ้ไม่น่าเลย
That was a nice shot from Rienz.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Now, Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return. Tickle onto Rienz. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Thorns stop anybody from trading. A rifle now recovered. And Team Heretics 4 versus 2. It has to be Bai and Shrimp with a big clutch.
Chance to springboard into this.
โอ้พิญญาบวก22อะ
Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantages of the round have somewhat faded away. And it's looking like an easy clean-up. Shrimp has managed to survive for a moment, but it's Rienz to close out the round. Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well, thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other
พิญญาไม่ยิงงี้โดนนะ ก็ยิงไงถึงได้ชนะไงไม่นับไม่มีโดนครับชนะคือชนะครับโอ้โห
The fact that there is some Thorns there to stop any trading
ชนะถือว่าชนะแล้วค
from
รับ
the rest of the team, so everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. And he's going to take down Koshmaris and damage.
โอ้ตายหมดตายหมดโอ้โหโดนล็อกขาไอ้สัตว์เละเลยแล้ววินบายมา
All Gamers
อุตส่าห์ชนะเมื่อกี้มาครับโดนต่อครับผมโอ้เละ
Yeah, you have to look at the remaining two players on Heretics and go, did they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind
ไม่รู้ครับ
and try and get something done here. But it does feel more like,
เละปิด
do
ปิด
our
ปิดปิด
opponents get us anything? And look
ไม่อยาก
at
ดู
the
คู่
way
นี้หรอ
the attackers are
ดูสกอร์คู่
currently
นี้ครับ
setting up. There are 3 players towards Tree.
ขอดู
There's
สกอร์หน่อย
one
พี่
player sat alone in the corner. Fanga almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up with no problems at all. All gamers take a 4-1 lead on the 3rd and final map of this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all.
ได้จับใจเน็ตมาคือแบบว่าจ่ายของดี
And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting coming into today. I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether. Because he's been a real throughout the series so far.
Yeah,
เฮ้ยขอแววข้ามกันทุกคนได้ไหม
has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Like 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering. But again, I think that all gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. Up against Heretics again on map 1, we see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I could see anybody doing some damage, but at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first 17 rounds of map 1, that was the team.
Yeah.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, all gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like, actually wild. From because it's not just the round wins. Like, when it was 7-2, that could have been a more even half. But then when we pushed up to 12, it was like, no, the Heretics have now got the win in their sails. They're now looking dominant.
Yeah. Woot was like by far the best player in the server at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah, and now it's been anything but that. All gamers have stepped up, and it's not just been one. Like, I think GRQ has been a big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying in the last map. Fangir has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much in terms of information already. A double opener. The reveal from Rians was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Kira hasn't either had a chance to use it or a reason to. And after saving in the last round, well, sorry, having enough credits to buy into this one, I should say. This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
Oh, GRQ, Shrimp, and Bai left in a 3v5. No space anywhere on the map. Heretics have full control of Rubble. But it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot holding from the sideline, waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go. The wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's lost it. A big pick by Shrimp. Showstopper no longer online for all gamers, so they have to become the missile themselves. Shredding the first few fights, and Bai! That double has sealed the round. This was Heretics all over. An instant double. And yet, this 3-man squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be devastated. We almost need a pause soon.
Well, I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me. I think they wallbanged Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So, like, his final kill is him on his last legs because there was a great wallbang. And then it was completely irrelevant in the end because Bai is able to step in. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There just seems to be so much depth of talent that even in a 3v5 scenario, everything can still go wrong for the side of Heretics. Nice shot from Cosmaris to start. They've dealt the kill they would have loved to have in the last round. By the way, that showstopper still online.
Yeah, Kira's had it for a while. Hadn't had the chance to use it. Man advantage with Bai down. Pistols stacked up on this C site, but all gamers seem to have sensed the danger. Problem is, that's not the only danger. You saw Koshmaris trying to go for a pick through that door, but it's not to be. All gamers slow it down. Chance to freeze. And moving back in the other direction, risky, as we've said, like they have no control at the moment. Players could have pushed up with Bai dead. They could have pushed up B, for all they know, until they've cleared the space just now. A Rubble's been taken from them before. It has been again. But what worked last time was just contacting up to B and bursting through that wall. And I think we're going to see the same again. The difference is this time, it's not going to be Woot. It's Koshmaris instead, but he hasn't really got the gun for this. Good tag. Oh,
okay.
You're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free. Showstopper gone once again. TP in towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower buy to potentially make this one work. Instead, though, they've got a few seconds before their weaponry dissipates. I think that may have even missed the remaining couple. That means they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The boombot coming in from behind, and Rians once again adding another to the pile of bodies. It's the low buy rounds that are working out for Heretics. Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
I don't really know what to say about that. For Heretics, they probably shouldn't be doing that. But if it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaris. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy. It's good to get the advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took out Bai at the beginning of the round, so it really was crucial. Just a huge round for Koshmaris. It's whether they can build off of this, though. Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own, but Bai is waiting, denies, and it's just straight back to regular programming for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 Ninja defuse.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped between the remaining attackers.
He's not
right on the
completely
C
surrounded.
side. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, he is actually on the other side of the map, which in this case is a negative.
It's strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them, it's understandable, right? All gamers are flooding in and taking a lot of favorable duels. But when it comes to this round,
he's dead.
I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit. But they get punished for it. And again, it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands,
ดูทรงน่าจะเก่าเฉย
the disadvantages come along with it. And
ๆ สกอร์เป็นไงบ้าง
I don't know at what stage we will see a pause on that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Like if you're winning every single full round, every ult that you're utilizing seems to have high impact, and that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting those rounds where you're like, okay, we never should have won that. Let's do something off it. Let's go for a contact play into middle, take some control.
คนพักทำทีมกันเพียบ
Try and pincer them while they're
ปี
executing
หน้าก็
onto
ไม่ได้
C,
เขาจะ
catch
ดี
them through the door. And each time you get absolutely nothing for it. It's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more, they'll be okay because again, they picked up a lot of rifles. But if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
No, that's exactly
ขาดโค้ชคู่บุญ
Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was,
ทีมอะไรวะเนี่ย
it looks like a mismatch on the server.
ชื่อเท่จัง
Coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. Barriers up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics,
ได้เข้าไปสักทีมเทียร์หนึ่งถึงเวลาละเวลาหัวล้านสิแล้ว
They
ครับ
have a showstopper to work with and a full buy, but these are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaris.
He's done well once again. In fact, he's been one of the players really stepping up. Riens is the other. Showstopper.
อู้ยิงไม่ออก
Not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position. Mara's back on the neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable though. It was the spams that did the work. Now this double up, the Turkish duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work at least. Clearing the second might be difficult. Riens really has been on a tear. Another triple kill to add to his collection. I think that's either 11 or 12 kills, and considering the current scoreline, that's a lot.
ทั้งที่เขาเป็นน้องผมนะแต่ผมเรียกเขาพี่เรียน
Yeah, considering they're trailing by that much.
ความเก่งเขาเก่ง
It's been a big step up from him.
แต่ทีนิติกยุคปีก็ปีนั้นไม่มีภาพหรอก
The impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings for the. He's only 6 and 6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
He has literally put.
And they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these boys.
There's that maths.
0.6 recurring.
Nice.
They'll need more. And the showstopper used up in the previous. You look over at all gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fang having there's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. A minute 15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand, and you can see on the other side Woot's waiting to crunch, but all gamers going the other way.
It's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to.
ไม่รู้ครับเดี๋ยวได้ยินละว่าเอมา
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well. Benji Fishy picking up one on the other side of the map. Caught walking through the wall. Woot's here just in time, and there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same, tuck in on Rubble and save these weapons. Team Heretics are back on the board, and 6-4. Not as big of a gap as it felt after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence.
ไม่ถ้า5ชนะ
I think
มีทีมไทยเพย์อินแน่นอนต้องพูดอย่างนี้
just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C side, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised though that we haven't seen all gamers just go for a more direct hit. I felt like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think that's going to help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Kira having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board. But again, they're going to stick it out with the default. I think it's also a bit different in this round where they come in with a couple of ultimates. So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaras.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt. They felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. The shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
คนเดียวก็เอาอยู่นะโอเมนเต็มเนี่ยอะไรบาย
liking the re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Boo has called for it though. Seems like he has the right read as he's asked Woot to come in to support. Of course, no nade available anymore, but they're looking to try and pressure him. Instead, though, both players have been destroyed. Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is firmly
มันพาดมาเลยครับ
all gamers again. Although
บูบอกจ่ายไม่ทันนะจ่ายไปก็ไม่ได้เล่นนะ
Instead, they're already there, and Riens has found a kill back.
Nightfall's going to catch two, both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful to not swing out here. Timing awful as Riens checks up top, finds Shrimp the other way. Kira's fallen. And with an op still lurking around, there's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle, tries to bait the shot, but can't quite get there. And Riens rounds the corner for his 4th kill of the round. Dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
He's genuinely been unbelievable in the last few rounds. Like you were talking about a double opener in towards the site where it seemed like they would never have an opportunity of any control. He catches the aggressive Operator player, and then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5. He's brought it back more than level just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
ต้องได้6ครับที่ต้องได้6ถึงจะมีโอกาสมาชนะได้พี่เรียนแบกอยู่ได้15ตัวละ
Despite Riens being 15-6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times. They've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time, Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break him on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out. Essentially, the showstopper.
เตะให้ได้โอ้เตะไม่ได้เอามาล้าเจ้าเยอะตัวแรกยังไม่ล้มเลยลำบากแล้วทีนี้ไม่น่าพลาดลำ2แล้วมั้ง AG
And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira. It's still possible in the 3v5.
That was Koshmaras. He thought he finished the first.
He's not
even going to check the angle. And I think it was just a second later, the reveal came through just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Riens, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but it would have to be another Riens round if they were ever going to have a chance. And the second he's eliminated, that's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose Pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even, but if you watched those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each other. You think about the start for all gamers playing super aggressive, They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I think Heretics start to adapt. They start to get control over Rubble relatively free in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in where the setup from Benji is on C, then it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Koshmaris as well, delivering a couple of shots. But really, the difference maker was Rienz. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt, but they are being challenged in the opening round of the groups.
That's the thing, that will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With all gamers in with the lead, a chance to be one win away from making it to the playoff stage. And well, I would say maybe if Heretics had seen the result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more confident that they'd be able to win that lower bracket match. But also, it makes you think that either they're going to get a rematch versus all gamers if it does end up in a decider, or they're going to have to face an MIBR who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent, and I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game, which I'll be honest, if they play like they did, I don't think they're going to be in.
No, not at all. Heretics, a 2-round gap as we come into half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps. Now that they can put the pressure on, the tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy, nice start on Takira. Nice shot on the Shrimp. It looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind. Well, Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance onto Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Rienz. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Fang now in a 1v5. And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Rienz isn't even going to give him anything. And just smart play from the initiator, sitting back, and even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Oh. At least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much-needed win in the pistol. You falter there, and all gamers continue that steamroll. 7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Rienz, but that's the thing. You have to imagine it, because we're not seeing it just yet.
Yeah. You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ. He's got a bit quiet. That's a lot of players spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky, considering they now could just leave. They could just fall back. The push through. Looking to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps would be heard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A side.
Yeah, so 1 rifle recovered. But what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. Not at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next. Fight for Benji, 1 shot, all he needs. Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map. For Heretics, like we said, coming to this event to defend the title, it's not off to a great start.
No, but if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to
แต่ก็ไม่แน่จะบุกไม่เข้าถ้ามีปืนอะเพราะจีนแม่งยิงคมจัด
the EWC trophy for a second time. Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but
ดูนี้เป็นหลักเลยครับนี้สำคัญเลย
getting yourself closer to the player stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had
แม่งจ่ายของถอย
a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to
อุ้ย
be
รีเทคเหรอ
2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE
อุ้ยเบนจี้ไม่ได้วางวอลหลังด้วยทุกคน
making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the
ชิ
players
บ
they
หายแล้ว
have.
ลืมเหรอลืมวางวอล
Look to come
อ๋อ
into
วอลได้
that
บอม
lower bracket back competitive.
เป็นเรื่องวอลได้บอม
Gamers
ครับ
are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site.
โอ้โหแออัด
We're going to see the Thorns
โอ้สี่ตัวเลย
north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself two as a showstopper
Sweet.
comes online for Woot. A third in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure. That time ticking. He has to find them, and they can play Ringa Rosie or just take him down. 8-7 now. Team Heretics in the
ปล่อยตุย
lead.
หลังนะครับ
Yeah, a huge bonus round victory, and more importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the
เมื่
showstopper.
อกี้แบบแออัดกำลังบอมจัดอะ
Puts him
ไป
in
ดู
a
ราคา
position
แรมพี่
where
พวก
they were
คอ
able
ม
to
ผมแรม
convert
เลี้ยง
a
ได้มาลง
bonus
ไม่ได้
round and
เอาแรมกูปะล่ะ
continue to build momentum. That's the biggest
วี
thing.
ดีอาร์432
Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest. You had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but
พูดจริงนะ
as you can see, the confidence building,
คุณมีทำไม่ได้ใช้อยู่คู่หนึ่ง
the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretics' fingers. They now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive side because, well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
คู่ละ10,000แล้วอะแค่ตอนนี้
Always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only 1 round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close. Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Won't say. But I do think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players. They managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9 or something like that. Like, he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those especially from Rienz. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped. No matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. I'm just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill onto Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoia.
ถ้าชนะน่าจะมีแล้วนะสปอนเราไม่รู้หรอก
I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
หายากมากด้วย
Glass cannon up as well.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on. You make noise, you group up. They get a whiff of it. There's going to be a rocket coming your way.
ติดแฟลชทีด้วยเฮีย
This is
เหมือน
something
ถอยครับเน้นเพย์แบบรีเทคอะ
Heretics do quite
แต่เขา
regularly.
หลอกว่ะ
They go wall hunting. They
ออกมาเดิน
like
เอง
to
ครับ
just
โอ้โหแล้วไม่มีใครอยู่
remove
ดับเบิล
that
เลย
piece of utility. And it forces rotations. Like, just look already, like GRQ has had to go all the way back to the C site just to try and help out. They don't
ผมมี
have
สปอนเซอร์ให้
any
300 ได้ขึ้น
intentions of
เสื้อไหม
going in that direction.
ไม่รู้อ่ะ
Now it does
ไม่มีไอ้
force
สัตว์
them in towards the operator, but
โอ้
we're also
300
seeing attack side pings on the exact
แต่ว่า
position
มี
that
โลโก้
Fangir
ขึ้นบน
is
เสื้อ
holding.
55อะไร
It's
อย่าง
just
เงี้ย
whether or not he can get one and get out. Now bear in mind, as said, he doesn't have any shields to play with.
เล่นไม่ได้ครับแฟนเจเล่นไม่ได้ครับต้องทิ้ง
This
ครับ
leaves the A site completely open.
อุ๊ย
Now,
จัน
of
ไม่อยู่
course,
เนี่ย
if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open because it's not anymore.
They do.
จานตีก่อนเข้าครับ
Forced back. As you said, the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rianz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped.
โอ้โห
Now he
เย็ด
gets
เท่
that thing, and Wu
เปิดมาไม่ได้จ่ายครับ
out of the round. Great response from Heretics.
เสียหายเลยครับ
Counter
ออเกมเมอร์
utility.
ตอนนี้
I think there was a haunt in there as well that revealed him while
โอ้
flying.
โหแต่ถ้าน้องได้ไปจริงๆอ่ะ
While being blinded,
ปัญหา
just
แน่
gets
ครับ
decimated.
แต่จะเรื่องค่า
It's a
ส่ง
good
ค่าตั๋วถ้า
start.
ไอออดคงออกให้
The
หรอมั้ง
floor
แต่ว่า
is needed, and wow, it's a
มันต้องมีเงินแบบ
whiff or
บัตเจ็ต
two,
พอ
and Bai
อุ้ยโอ้โห
does
โด
a
นหัว
lot
นะ
of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. And it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds, who gives a damn?
A masterful play. The second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was
พี่บูยิงไม่เยอะแต่ยิงมีสำคัญให้ถือว่าใช้ได้
But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance.
โอ้โห
It's a shame because the paranoia was good.
เรียบร้อยครับหมด
Didn't
แก๊ง
seem
ครับ
to matter too much. Wu has
แผ
gone
นดัน
from being
เขารออยู่
executed
จ้ะ
to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off
รู้
the
อีโคครับ
head
เขาเลย
of all
โทรรอเลย
gamers. And well, now there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy.
เรียบร้อย
And Woot
เอา
goes
ว่ะ
into the next
เชี่ย
with a showstopper because he's built up all of those orbs. Now we've got a problem.
ตอนแรกเหมือนจะ
And
โด
more
น
than
นะ
one problem, that's for sure.
กลับมาได้เว้ย
Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient.
วันนี้ไม่จบ A แน่ครับไม่มีใครไปเล่น A เลย
hitting all the way through this attack
ไม่ B ก็ C ละ
You can see it. No wall spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put
กูเปิดแน่นอนครับ
doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there. So maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though.
มึงไปฉกหลังบอมเสร็จแล้วไม่พีคนเดียววะนายใบหาข้าวเหรอ
Fangir's very lucky didn't swing deeper into
กู
that
จะเอาเลยเหรอ
angle. They were ready and waiting.
ตกลงแบบนั้นแม่อะไรวะนะ
That's what he didn't notice on the first swing. Good job from Kira. Koshmaris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after.
ที่กระโดดลงมาแบบนั้นโจ๊บไปดิอุ้ยได้ปะ
Flank around by GRQ. It's being watched.
พี่เรียนให้คมจี
Pixel perfect on the shot. Showstopper can't even
เรียบร้อย
land
ครับ
in time.
จี
And
ว่ะ
Troop is gone.
ขึ้น
This
12แล้ว
was the full buy. for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out a very impressive play.
รายการสปินน่าจะคนดูลดลงครับแข่งชนกับ EWC
None quite like this just yet.
They need the money.
They need whatever they can get at this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on.
Yeah.
Is actually going to box.
Boom, no way.
There really is nowhere left to go. Can
yeah,
that's a nice shot, but doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to
สมมุติ55แบบมามือเลยตบไปตบฟูเซนข้างบนอีกทำไงเนี่ย
Walking into Woot.
จริงไอ้ตัดจริงเฉย
between his first half and second half
ไม่มีสปอนด้วยโอ้โหหนักเลยทีนี้ไม่มีสปอนแต่แบบขึ้นไปตบฟูเซนได้ตบทีมในเทียร์ 1ได้นี่ช็อกเลยนะ
kills away from being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, considering where we started, this whole series has been like that though. I feel like no performance can keep up from half
strong
to
start,
half.
Strong finish.
Yeah. But this is the thing.
The bookend.
นี่เอาไว้
No, he's the walls closing in on AG.
เฮ้ยหมีผมดำไม่ชินเลยว่ะผมดำไม่ชินเลย
like an inevitability, but you know, I said that before, and we ended up
อยู่กับผมแม่งทรงสีผมเฮียอะไรก็ไม่รู้พี่ทีมทำสีไหนผมทำสีด้วยไอ้สัตว์กูจะรู้
I feel like the scoreline's too close. At this point, you have to just let it run the distance, you know.
หมีไม่ไหวกับท่านแค่นั้นเฮ้ยใครไปรู้ไอ้สัตว์ใครจะไปรู้ครับหมีจะอยู่ช่วงพีก็ได้เข้าไปได้เดี๋ยวพี่แบงค์จะโทรหาเนวินเพื่อนรักให้ไม่ใช่เหรอคุณมีเพื่อนรักด้วยรายการที่หมีแข่งกับประเทศไหนครับ
And this has felt somewhat similar.
Like
it's felt like in the second half there has been no chance of them winning a round.
Obviously, the
1v2 was their best, but
the
fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack
อยากรู้อะไร
zero opportunities
ก็มันก็ไปทำสีผมด้วยกันไอ้ทีมมันอยากทำสีผมคนอื่นก็อยากทำสีผมด้วยมีก็ทำสีผมด้วยแค่นั้นเลย
They managed to win 6 in a row
ทัวร์คนดูน้อยจัดมันคือความล้มเหลวของเราพี่ถูกต้อง
If I'm not mistaken, that was the attack side though, where they came in with a much more clear direction.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite pacey attacks, but hey, look, the details here, they're doing the same thing. They might not be on the red side, but they are attacking, pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round. No, we lose this, it's over. We make one mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B site. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A.
ไป1ไป2ไป3โอ้ไอ้เหี้ยพี่เลียนไอ้สัตว์เขารู้ครับพาวเลอร์มันลึกผิดปกติครับแม่งพาวเลอร์มายันแบบหน้าซีเมนไอ้เหี้ยเขารู้ครับโอ้ชิลเลยครับ
Because I don't think they can win it anymore.
AG มาแรงแค่หลอก
comeback to try and take the top of the board. Unfortunately, Riens has made
แรงต้น
sure
ครับ
that
ปลาย
there is
ย่อนเลย
absolutely no chance unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Riens dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of them all, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the clearance of the site, and now Bike is all that remains. Riens has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons.
เพื่อถอดหูฟังชัวร์กูบอกเลยเพื่อถอดหูฟังรอแล้ว
He does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift, but he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough.
มีไฟ2 ตามีแต่ตะโกนเสียงดังกับออร์แกไนซ์โปรดักชั่นจบแล้วครับผมทีมรักจูรี่ไปต่อผมเกือบแล้วไอ้สัตว์เกือบแพ้เลยเกือบแล้วครับ
You know they're on a bonus. That's so scuffed.
How many of those? Like 2 players at least walked through smoke before the flash even came through.
เขาไม่เล่นครับแบบแต่เขาเล่นไปแล้วดีกว่า 3-0
She like begin a
แต่
little
แบบมัน
bit
เวลามันจะเหลือมานิดนึงครับ
here, not in the good way. As I praised them for that last map, but this time
ต้องมีหลอกกันเปล่าเฮียกูต้องไป
kind of
ดู
reminds me of that shop scenario that we saw on Debris.
ไม่ใช่หมีใครเนี่ย ดูไงอ่ะหล่อขึ้นแล้วก็ดูปกติมันดูสมวัยขึ้นแต่ผมมันสีดำ
Slow walk up, trying to get any of these picks, trying to get some numbers at least online for them with these sheriffs. But Gentlemates, they're going to re-walk and re-clear this right here. The smoke's going to block them from doing that, but they don't care. Going into it, a little bit scary
ทีเอสมาฟอร์มดีรายการนี้เก่งแค่ EWC บ้างทีเอสอะรายการอื่นไม่เอาแล้ว
Smoke fades. XLG will be in quite a bit of trouble there. If they're still hanging around.
มี FE ใหญ่แกขับรถมาโชว์ที่แคมป์เลยเขาอะขับรถมาโชว์ที่แคมป์เลยโคตรเท่เลยโอ้โหพอแล้วมั้งตาโซ่
Better spike on the floor though.
โหแถบโคตรเหี้ยเลยครับ
But look, nobody's on the C site here for Gentlemates. They've all stacked towards B. A really fast flank with that door opening, and they're all fighting.
Starso gets stunned on up. Door will close now. They might just
ไม่ได้กระแถบนะ
look to be able to still sneak into the side, but not quite. Door opens again. Starso just knocks them all down, and only Raga alive now, who won't be able to do anything. A second flawless in the first 4 rounds.
มีตำแหน่งซูชิบอยยาว
Of course, that was no guns again for the side of XLG.
เปิดด้วยดูจบด้วยเซน
second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet.
แต่ถ้าเป็นไอเดียก็ควรนะควรไปเล่นตำแหน่งก็ถูก
this one well.
Starzo's just having a field day, honestly, at this point. Like, just getting those frags, and like you said, the timeout did in fact come in for XLG here. It makes a lot of sense because you're struggling. You need to get that first gun round, or second gun round, sorry, under your belt, making sure that you're taking fights really, really well. I think for them, they're probably going to try to find that cipher, try to break some trips, just play the map a little slower, because every single time that they've tried just doing some sort of contact play, it just hasn't worked out. Gentlemates, they've done a good job with the rotates. They've done a good job of getting that info early, but they're still not really being tested with their defensive setup.
We haven't even seen XLG make it a site yet. They've just been kind of waffling into the opening doorways of either locations, and doors have been their problem so far. Maybe a battering ram is what they need to finally get their way on, and the timeout will maybe just provide that psychologically. Nothing else.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the side of XLG as well to figure out exactly what Gentlemates is doing, because it's not like they're being really obvious with their plays. They're not showing that they're having a trap setup. They're just collapsing based on essentially the information that they're getting very slowly, and they're gambling a lot of the time towards these sites for their defense.
I mean, Starso just sees the cross from pillars and instantly opens the door and just says goodbye.
He's 10-0, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even used his ultimate. He might have found 2 ultimates by now if he actually went there. As many finds no man. Operator has been located. Ban news for XLG. Do have a little bit of a push up from Hathaway on the A side of things, but otherwise, so far, Dog in first. Only sees a single player.
เฮ้ยพี่ปิดเพลงดิหรือกูวะ
Even later on, you can imagine if this does come down to a retake. 2 big ultimates potentially online for mates.
With the numbers advantage, Gentlemates, they're not too scared to over-rotate, and the best part is that deep cipher trip towards that B main. They have so much passive information. They don't even worry about this site at all, knowing that right now the only person that has is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo's sitting there listening, but they have the Nightfall for that retake. To play it onto that site, and they're letting Shilai finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through Martin as well. By the way, 1 away from that showstopper, but should be Nightfall first after the Prowler has been spent. Here we go, rip it through. See how much XLG end up dodging out or respecting it. Well, Raga falls super early. Minik wasting no time onto Happyway as well. This is falling apart quick for XLG. Leo, the only one who was super off-site, now has to do it all. And it's already been covered. Starso leaves nothing on the table. He licks that one clean.
In this short break between maps, I gotta know, because I need that in my life, because he's absolutely fragging out. He's going crazy, and the best part for me is he's just confident in going for a lot of those peaks. He's just taking his ones a lot of the time, or he's just positioned himself so well that he's able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see him, and following up as well with his duelist majority of the time, not necessarily having to do the heavy lifting, but instead having to get that trade in is really nice to see. Now Gentlemates again going towards this aiming, fighting for this rubble, not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can. On the other side, here just spotting that C, gonna spot it out with that cipher cam.
Well, it's gonna be a stinger round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happyway saving a little bit more money. Dog coming in on towards C as Bippo might have to give this one away. He does want to operate, but he just doesn't find
เรียบ
the
ร้อย
shot.
ครับ
Has to cage.
ไปเกิด
Doesn't
ไอ้
even
สัต
get
ว์
that down either. There's no man.
เอลจีกูมาแล้วโนแมนน่าเหมือนแฮปปี้เว้ยเลย
Second
ไอ้น่าเหมือน
time really that
โอ้ย
XLG
สลับ
have
กล้องหม
even
ดเลย
seen this site and gotten a plant. Okay, Mini. There is a crossfire here though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but no option to get the kill. Finally, it will come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper. 3 versus 3.
3-3
Already still there for Lice, so that's the biggest gun that XLG have.
น้อง
Otherwise,
ชิง
it's
จีทู
still
ให้ใคร
kind
ครับ
of broke
ส่วน
here
ตัว
with
พี่นะ
Roman.
ที่ไปหนองชิม
One
ว่ะ
to be able to still turn things around.
พี่ว่าจีทูแม่งหนักอยู่ช่วง
That's
นี้
your rifle gone.
แบบไม่พี่ไม่วัดชั้นเชิงนะแบบไม่ดูชื่อเลยนะแบบว่ามีเจ้ากิโมแหละเข้าใจมีเจ้ากิโมมี
Doesn't have that rocket available now. Rocket versus Martin, and Martin says, all me, baby.
รู้สึกว่าเกาหลีมัน
That was crazy messy for both sides. XLG almost having a really good round. Really sucks for Bippo there, throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind, he didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening. But that was rough again. Weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah,
He
that
didn't
is
know where it
tragic.
went and sucks for him. The Sky Flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up.
นอกใจคอมเซ็นแล้วเหรอ
Following up
รอ
with
อะไร
his
ครับ
rocket
ไม่
as
เล่นแล้ว
well. I think for No Man, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to
แต่ถ้าผลงาน
deny
ไม่ดีนะ
that retake
ในการ
because
มาสเตอร์
now
ครับ
they're in this position where they
ถือว่า
could
เกิน
have
คาด
won it
เอล
out.
จี
They could have done some serious damage and 2 ults online
จีทู
for
น่าจะ
XLG.
สภาพจิต
What
ใจน่า
was
จะ
bro
แย่อยู่
thinking? Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG, and they are in the hole. At least by this time on Breeze, mates had gotten a couple rounds in.
ไอ้เหี้ย
XLG
แทบ
still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will
ไม่
be
โดน
played.
ใคร
It
เลย
doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there. Full retake now from Gentlemates.
ไฟเฟอร์ไม่เล่นเลยครับแบบนี้ดูทรง
Full retake, but
ไปโพ
No Man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can. Using
โอ้
the
บาน
Sancho,
ไป
but he's caught off guard. Bippo
แม่
getting
ถ้าเป็น
that
แวน
big
ดอล
and
น่า
the
แตกแล้ว
retake
เมื่อกี้
starts here for mates.
Overdrive in. Full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Stars are finally full. Second death so far in this entire half through the wall, though. A little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he even realizes that's been happening. But poor Brox, low HP, but lower HP is Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only happy way, and he's got way too much to do on the other side of the smoke. Is all four
บอก
from
แมปเขาแมปเขา
Gentlemates.
อันนี้แมป
The
เรา
happy way only gets
เป็นแปด
one.
บอก
Again,
ตอน
the
นี้แมปเขาครับอันนี้แมปผมเอง
rotations. They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They were so ready, holding that smoke, not overextending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again,
ห
another
น่องชิมเอา
round
ใครเข้า
here
ทีมอ่ะ
for Gentlemates.
วูฮยอน
And
เหรอ
it's starting
วู
to
ฮยอน
run
ปะ
away
เห็
here.
น
Not a
เขาเห็นข่าวยัง
single round for
นี่ตำแหน่งอะไรวะ
Sheila. This is looking really rough. They
อ๋อ
had a
เฮียบอกว่า
chance to win
เกือบ
this
ปี
here.
2011
That
ปะ
neon stun coming out,
เอามา
denying anyone from falling back from that
เอามาปั้นเหรอ
smoke. And again, the crossfires
คนนี้
just
ว่าวูฮยอน
weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing
จองตัว
close
ยาว
together, playing some sort of crossfire, at least being in tradable positions. But the good thing is, the operator online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite everything else. But right now, you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about. Playing with the door here. Raga blades out. Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
Really quick retake here about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first
เหมือน
pick
ดูเกม
onto
ซ้ำเลยว่ะ
Roland.
คู่เมื่อกี้ก็เล่นด่าน
That
นี้
Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't
ขอ
get
จบไว้ได้ไหม
picked off
ด่า
for
นนี้ขอจบไว้
spam.
ขอเปลี่ยนเลย
Okay,
เปลี่ยน
here
เล
we
ยขอ
go.
ให้เล่นเลย
Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's Pit that really adds the value for XLG, and they need some kills, or the pit alone isn't going to do enough. Pit falls now, and Lysol can't even capitalize.
สู้ไม่ได้ว่ะด่าน
4
นี้
a
ว่า
life
จบ
for Gentlemates, and they didn't
จบ
even
ส
need
กอ
to
ร์
use
เนี่ย
ultimates
ว่า
yet.
13-0
This is insanity. I've
ว่า
never
13-0
felt
แล้วดูทรง
more like a fraud than I do right now, saying this map veto has gone the way of Sheila. I really thought this Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a lot closer of a game.
I bet Sheila feel like more of a fraud right now.
Too far. Okay, too far. 0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe they should have played the triple Senthy. I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they got to get abnormal, because they spent so long playing triple sending on this map, they've kind of forgotten how to play double duelist here.
Yeah, it feels rough. Feels like they're just not able to get on the same page at all. But we're starting this round 8-0. 4 of these players here.
สปอยหน่อยเป็นไงสกอร์เป็นไงบ้างบอกบ้าง
2 ults on the side of Gentlemates again. Good for retakes or fast.
เรียบร้อยครับไอ้สัตว์ตัวถือบอมกู
It will get the kill onto Leo. A mixed exchange here until Stars are we waited for him to come online, and he's got the double up. 2 versus 2. Interesting snow. Doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet though. It's making him patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. There's going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates. 23 HP for Prox.
มันเช็คเปล่าวะโอ้ไปเรียบร้อยครับ
Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet, and that is a shot we're looking for.
โอ้เสียสวยครับไลซอมีแรกมาแล้วว่ะตอน8ไอ้สัตว์เอ้ย
And late into the day,
เดี๋ยวทีน่ายังไม่คุ้มกับการเปลี่ยนคอมมั้งเพราะเล่นคอม30มานาน
We're back on the board, and XLG just knowing that they just had to group up and execute, and it was kind of crazy because
มันใช้ไปแล้วอ่ะ3ซินอ่ะ
used 2 ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket.
ผมว่าถ้าด่านนี้มันแพ้แล้วมันไม่เวิร์กผมว่าแม่งกลับไปเล่นคอม30เลยผมว่า
They tried to fast flood.
ใช้งานชั่วคราว
Didn't work out here. Rarga with that pick was so nice, getting that 3K. That's the main reason why they won that round.
เพราะแผนคงจะจำได้อยู่
Now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4-5 rifles on lock, and they're just fighting.
เฮ้ยโดดเข้าไปเลย
Lots of flashes, lots of util coming on.
มาว่ะวินแรกมาปุ๊บมาเลยเหมือนได้ปลดแล้วอุ้ยหาย2 ซิน
Stars are respond though. 3 versus 3 still. It's not going to be feeling too bad after this one numbers wise, but can they get Happyweight down? Still 1 for 1. Earththef's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill here as Leo will get a plant in a 1v2.
ได้เปรียบเสียเปรียบเฉยเลยรู้อยู่
They're
ดี
gonna know where he is because of that neural theft, knowing where he planted, and they hear that door, they know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's got a swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had one. I mean, you had Prox teleporting, an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down, there is an opportunity there. Leo, unfortunately, doesn't capitalize. So what small amount of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Sheila, they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go back. I say that, but they're starting towards this A. Once again, they just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martine's going to get that first pick onto Rarga. Prox with a pick onto Lysor. And now this is a bloodbath. Mini Martine getting picks to drop Leo.
แม่งแซชเชลมันยังมีผลนะ
3K to end that round.
แซชเชลมันยังพี่ว่าชาเปอร์ล่างชาเปอร์เหนือกว่าทีมอะไรในลีก
Major aggression put over towards Rubble side.
เหนือกว่าเซต้าครับ
Assuming that surely there wouldn't be this level of response defensively 2 times in a row, but not a single player from XLG able to really get into a good position.
คือบอกว่าเหนือกว่านะ
As mentioned,
สูสีน่าจะดีเอ็ม
find a kill, but they just didn't get off the mark
สู
yet.
สีดีเอ็ม
It's just crazy to me that Sheila just haven't figured out
คิวตอนนี้ก็สูสี
the
นะเอาจริ
weak
ง
side strat. They haven't
ฟูเซน
figured
ก็สู
out
สี
that
สูสี
most of
ประมาณ
the
นี้
time if they're fighting
แต่เหนือกว่า
towards
ก็
that A main, that they
ถ้าเหนือก
have
ว่า
so
ผมว่า
many players
ผม
there
ว่าน่า
right
จะเหนือ
now.
กว่า
3
37
players
กับ
actually
ไซ
from
ต้าครับ
Gentlemates. This is what I was talking about in terms of changing their setup.
ฟูเซนผมว่าสูสีว่ะ
Okay, well that's going to be the trip gun at least.
สูสีครับ
Straight for the paint shells.
ชาเปอร์ก็เล่นดี
Note the lack of equipment on the side
จะ
of
บอกว่าเหนือกว่าเลย
XLG.
ก็ยากอยู่
Tapper that actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to
มา
this
แล้ว
one.
อะไรอ่ะ
Would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper for Star, so it's just making it hurt for XLG currently. 3 versus 4 spike on the floor. Hathaway trying to dance with Star across the door. The door's been such a problem so far. It's all done. No man. No teammates. No chance. No round to be found here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG basically only got to walk away with a single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
เหนือกว่าฟูลเซตเลยเหรอชาเปอร์
I did not think this
เฮ้ยก็ไม่
map
แน่
was
นะ
going to
เว้ย
be this
ก็ไม่แน่นะครับ
sided. I don't
คือ
think Sheila did either.
ผมก็ไม่ดูชาเปอร์นะผมไม่รู้วิธีการเล่นไม่ได้ดูเลยแต่มันก็มีโอกาสเป็นไปได้นะทุกคน
Gentlemates they have the right read now. Nomad
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้วันเกมมีกระสุน
anything against this up down stack here. The high low from Martin and
ถ้าชาเปอร์ขึ้นมาแล้วเป็นแชมป์สเตจ2เลยว่าไงวะทุกคนสมมติเฉยๆนะไปถึงแล้วแม่งจะบิวชาเปอร์เลยแบบมาถึงแบบเฮียตบทุกทีมอ่ะจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะ
I just missed it there but that's still insane that these two players are just having such a good game and most of the time when you are watching Starzo and Martin they're going out together. Martin is in front up and in charge and Starzo is there to get the trade using the C's
โค้ดหลังบงหลังบ้านเอาให้หมดอย่าให้ขาดทั้งคนเลยนะเอาให้อยู่ในลีกครับให้เป็น
the util usage from Starzo has been insane. Not only that but obviously he's been fighting
เป็นแบบทีมอะไรก็ได้อะว่าเพลย์ไทยล้วนอะทีมไทยไหมทีมไทยสักทีมไหมในปีหน้านะโหตาชาเปอร์ไม่น่าได้ฟูลเซนน่าจะได้แล้วฟอร์มถ้าฟอร์มอย่างนี้ผมว่าฟูลเซนตันเลยว่าจริงแน่ก็ได้ให้มีคนไทยลีกเยอะสุดจริงอย่างน้อยเราต้องไปเบียดเกาหลีได้บ้างเว้ย
Still came down to a 2v2 mind you, so could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0. Most of these rounds,
ดูฟอร์มเดี๋ยวพิญญาโดนดึงตัวพิญญาไปอะไรอะ
their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times they managed to get a plant on B.
PC เล่นญี่ปุ่นอย่างเงี้ย
Well fought
ไปเล่น
retake,
เซต้าอุ้ย
ultimates or not, but
PC เซต้าพิญญาเซต้า
right forward clear everything, play through with Mini on the neon, and it's all too easy.
It's just the fact that every single time Gentlemates they're able to fight and gamble the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights, forcing Sheila to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood and took all the pointers that were kind of given to us by the Gentlemates.
ฟังแล้วพี่ชอบเล่าสมัยก่อนไม่เคยคิดว่าเทปกิ๊กจะมาถึงจุดนี้ได้
The nades, everything that's coming out, let them use it, let them expend it, and be able to come back and re-clear. But they just didn't have the patience for that. They just weren't able to. And it felt like every time they moved, they were thinking, well, they're going to fight A again. Let's go towards C. Gentlemates was there. It was really good gambles by Gentlemates, really good setups as well.
ผมยังกินข้าวหมดนะรู้ป่ะผมกินเยอะมากไม่ได้ครับ
For Sheila,
ผม
they
ปวดท้องต้อง
literally
ค่อยๆกิน
to win this pistol to get a shot at this game. And they're trying to fight towards this C long, in order to do it.
แต่ไม่น่ามีอะไรเหมือนเอาหรอ
Straight away, Nomad just jumps into his death. At least Happy was able to respond. Mound is where it
เอาผมมาก่อนเลย EWC
take place for all of these kills for the time being. The smoke will slow things down just a little bit here.
เอาอาร์ตกลับมาดีกว่าดิ
word I would use to describe XLG though, typically, particularly on the attacking side, they go for a site, they commit to this one. On the defense though,
ผมไม่ได้หวังสกาเลย
slowed down quite a bit.
Slow and steady, still walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that you're getting the timing down. Starzo, beautiful kill onto way, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the two players we wanted to see. I mentioned Martin, and I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only two players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. 12 about to be found for Gentlemates, and it just might be a 13-1 finish on this Lotus.
ถ้าไม่ได้ไปสกา
Map 3 in just a while here.
หมอดูคู่ไหนบ้างเนี่ยเชียร์ใครบ้างเนี่ยรายการนี้มึงเชียร์ใครวะ
One more round is required.
ไอ้ตุ่นนะเชียร์ทีมอะไรรายการนี้
The side of Sheila Gaming.
ดูจากฟอร์มนะเอาจริงเอาจากใจนะสำหรับกูนะ
Yeah, this
ไม่มีหน้าเชียร์สักทีมเลย
is
กูพูดจริง
looking dire. I don't know about this one. It's just so rough. You're gonna have to force. You're not gonna have the best weapons. Maybe sheriffs. Maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily, they got that spike down, but it's still not gonna be enough because here they are fighting towards the safe. But every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No man, okay. He's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox. He walks away with 5 HP. Another player to come through into the next star, so Trey's on the leader. At least XLG get a single play here, but they're not going to get too much more. This is where it all ends, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 players left alive. With nothing to play for. One round is all that XLG are gonna get because Gentlemates come back
ไป
with
เราไปดูคู่
force.
หลักครับ
That's insane. Gentlemates 13.
มาเลยเย่ก็เท่ครับคู่นี้ว่าใครคู่นี้ว่าใครกูว่านะสำหรับกูนะความรู้สึกกูว่าเชียร์หนองชิมอะไม่ได้ผิดหวังหรอกต่อให้จะแพ้นะว่ามันก็ยังเล่นแบบเข้ารูปเข้ารอยอะแต่ G2 เนี่ยมี2 เวถ้าไม่เฮี้ยเลยก็ดีเลยไม่มีตรงกลางแอบกลัวเหมือนกันจริงๆ G2 มันเก่งกว่าที่มันคิดเยอะแต่ว่ามันไม่รู้ว่าตอนนี้ฟอร์มมันแบบว่ามันแหลกสลายแค่ไหนอะมันหนักอยู่อะใช่ชิมมา1เขาเอาดีมาดิทีหลังชิมเว้ย
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. Digon here alongside Kakuka and big time as we get ourselves ready for the final opening match of Valorant 2026. It is Group C and it is the champs of NA versus Pacific. It's G2 versus Nongshim Red Force and big time. It's time to watch your former colleague in Baby Bay, one of the best stories in all of esports, against the team from your region. How you
Where's your heart? Where's your heart?
Right. I love Baby Bay as much as everyone. He was here with us last year.
There's a butt coming.
I know, I feel it. Oh, that's
การปลดล็อกกูแม่ง
It's
แปล
hard
ก
for me to root against Pacific. It's what it's what I'm born and bred. It's what my Valorant career was raised. So I always got to support them. Those young kids across the stage, they also have an amazing story to them as well. I think they've really been through the ringer. And for me, I would still put them as the underdogs today, but that's where they want to be.
แพ้ในกระเพาะอักเสบ
That's the story that he has fabricated, right?
No. It's true.
แมปต่อไปให้ใครครับคู่นี้หรือเปล่า G2 กับหนองชิมหรือเปล่า
What happened with KC?
ถ้าเป็นคู่ก่อนหน้านี้แมปต่อไปอ่ะพี่ให้ M8 เลยครับ
What is happening with Nongshim? Okay.
Because let me give you the whole history of Nongshim. 2024, their SPG at Ascension. They are probably the greatest team I've ever scrimmed against. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe how fantastic these young kids are. They qualify to Pacific. Absolutely.
อย่าเราต้องไปตรวจไม่ผมไปตรวจอยู่แล้วแต่ผมไปตรวจผมต้องสำรวจตัวเองก่อนหมายถึงว่าคือบางทีผมอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าผมกินอาหารแบบไม่ดีหรือผมอดข้าวนานเกินอะไรเงี้ยบางทีแบบเข้าใจปะมันมีได้หลายแบบถ้ามันหายในวันอ่ะเข้าใจได้แต่ถ้าเป็นหลายๆวันแบบเกิน3 วันอ่ะต้องไปตรวจเมื่อวานเป็นปวดท้องแต่ว่าก็หายตอนก่อนจะนอนอะไรเงี้ยก็หายปกติ
That is the question.
Been inconsistent since then. So that is the question is we know they have championship form. We know that they've managed to lift so many trophies now over that time. 2 different Ascensions and the Masters. Can they do it at EWC?
No. Morgan, the question is, what happened? Because you know that I don't. For them to remove Dumby from the Neon. So we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy and we're so strong in that we're so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change.
ตอนนี้ก็เลยกิน
I wish
ไม่จัดกะเพราไม่ใส่พริกแล้วก็เคี้ยวละเอียด
I hated it. They took Dumby, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's when they started to lose. It's all about enabling Dambi. Apparently, it's all about enabling Dambi to be free to be able to shoot and not have to be that first man in. But that's where he's at his best. That was during that period of turbulence. But for the EWC qualifiers, they swap back. Dambi was back on the Neon, so it's no surprise that they managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer was there all along. You have the best player in the world on Neon. Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit because you want Dumby to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of Americas, and that is the title that they've had many times. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Sheila Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You look there at the right, we're all smiling looking at Baby Bay's face that of course we were seeing last year sitting with us. But we know all the experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? Like when is the legend born?
Yeah. That's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team, they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy?
ถ้ากูมีเงินนะทุก
It's
ค
a
นนะ
predetermined certainty that eventually they'll manage to do it, right?
5-5 นี่
Surely
กูว่า
that
เป็น
team
กู
this
เท
good
เล
on
ย
paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given
ไป
the
เท
fact
ที
that
โอ
their
โดย
opponent
ยูนาคอย
across
ต้องใหญ่
them promotes up, wins their
ข้าว
region,
แดงไม่ค่อยมี
then
เลย
wins
And they
Masters
did
like
it
boom, boom,
before
boom, so much faster.
But not
is
personal, man.
a
It's
huge
personal.
storyline there. Because
it's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of like constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still do it and don't achieve it, all of a sudden that pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind, the monkey off your back that you got to get rid of, that G2 are also fighting. And to do that against Nongshim, who've promoted up, they played free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down and then played free again, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are like G2 could be
ไม่ก็
looking
ชื่อ
to
ใน
be
นาม
like,
ทีม
oh,
ชื่อทีม 55 ไปเลย แล้วก็
I mean, it very
ขอ
much
สปอน
could.
แบบว่าสปอนแบบเป็นรายบุคคลเนาะ
That's the problem for me
เป็นบริ
with
ษัท
this
เอา
G2
แล้วก็
roster. It's the story of
รันแม่งได้อย่างนี้
almost
เลย
time and time again. Cast your
ชื่อ
mind
ทีม
back
55
to
ครับทำวันนี้
Shanghai. Sorry, Bangkok is what I'm thinking of, against T1.
What year was that? You need to talk to me in years.
2025.
I've been everywhere.
First Masters 2025.
Yes,
They're
I
in
remember
the
now.
finals against T1, and they should have won it. They should have won it, but they don't. And
But
that's
Pacific on top, man.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea. Is that it feels like they're so good.
ของที
They're
ม
a
เอาพี่หน่อย
team
ว่า
that's
น้อง
good enough to
จะ
win
พี่
the
เจ G2
trophy.
ให้
Are they composed enough to win the trophy? That's the big question we ask of them, bringing themselves here to EWC.
When we talk about star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here to see if Dambi is actually back on the Neon. I think everybody should be incredibly excited. Yes, there's been the nerves and whatnot, but if other players are making it work, there is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogimo. I feel like Jogimo has been a little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there, but it's all about bouncing back, and EWC is the perfect
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. At Leaf, one singular Leaf is all it takes. So this guy, he's rated as one of the top players in the world. Consistently, he's in that discussion. He's in everybody's top 10, but he doesn't have that trophy yet. He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him if G2 are going to be able to go the distance.
And what about Nongshim?
Now, I'm taking away Demby. You can't say Demby.
Okay.
So other than Demby,
that's fine.
Who
For
else
me,
you got?
It's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He's supporting, but since they've swapped back, moved down beyond to that Neon, it's X-Ross who's playing that secondary duelist. It's him that's on that Phoenix. Now, his career before Nongshim, he was a duelist player. He adapted for them before. If he's able to fill that second man in role beautifully, that's when this team gets incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here for our final opening match of EWC 2026. And G2 going head to head. Taking Breeze.
ก็ที่ผมทำรายการนี้ไม่ดีเพราะว่าก่อนอันนี้เขาไม่ทำแผนให้ครับเขาบอกเขาจะไม่แข่งรายการนี้ครับ
Guaranteed sunset.
Getting locked on in here as a second map for Nongshim.
เราเลยไม่เตรียมตัวมาอะไร
Leaving up a couple more splits still in there.
ตอนเซตนี่ออนร้อยกูบอกเลย
You know about the previous history of Nongshim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, you can play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim for me will be a very, very interesting map.
No, this is super interesting. That's what different from what we've been getting. Yeah. No, Haven, thank you so much. For every team that doesn't choose Haven, I love you. Seriously, thank you. I was gonna say, for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor, and then like Viper Astra. I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Man, Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it. They won. That's the thing. It baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive hollow name, pues you will have to go away, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love to go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for that. So we do have the Agent Select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a harbor there, but it is an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see what Chogamo is going to be doing here, as we have to wait for things to settle down. Extros, how much do you rate it, especially considering the ones that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like Extros on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. Does look like Dambi's going to be sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. Anything. Valen, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Chogamo is not on the Neon. It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel. Because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys.
I love it.
We're watching.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Dambi on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2 and Nongshim Red Force on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilles and Paper Thin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching Valen on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plans in particular, because you got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova, you've got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get those sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case. It's Nongshim spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that very well could be. Dambi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valen, that's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect it.
This is a sprint forward, quick little over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim.
It's
a little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB.
เรียบร้อยหนึ่ง
Get the jump on one. Chogamo's going to be taken down really
น้อยเพื่อนช่วยน้อยเพื่อนช่วย
has him stunned up and while the slide in.
อุ้ยเอ็นวี
Baby's going to be able to find one, but Ivy comes.
โอ้ไอวีแม่
His Baby Bay's just not going to be fast
รู้ว่าอยู่นี่ครับ
to strike
โอ้โห
him down.
เจี๊ยบเลย
The swing out. Francis already has him
เจี๊ยบเลย
dispatched.
แม่งอยู่ A3 ครับแล้วได้ข้อสำคัญหมดเลย
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim.
ไม่ออกยากติดมาก ตีไหวไหมครับจานมาไม่ทัน
here for EWC
ไหวเฮีย
are going to be replicated
เองรู้สกอร์ป่ะเนี่ย เอาดี
long-term stint here.
จีโดนตก2แมป13-2 13-3 จีรวม2แมปเล่น2แมปได้5วินโดนตบยู่เป็นที่เลย
leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those backlines along with Francis doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think going back to Santiago, Ivy was the one that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their win, with their lift of the trophy. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be a full-out fight here in mid.
Heal.
And G2 very much away from this. X-Ross will get taken down. Francis return to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a timing as Valen through shop. As Leaf will be able to hold his own for one. Bandit chance to get some more damage through. If he can clip some heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion. 3 players surviving, key weaponry going to be carried over, and a 2-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, a couple little nice moments from G2 in this one. A little setup there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out, and getting that early kill onto X-Ross, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2.
เอาลูกพี่กูออกกุยเลย
One that made them bleed for the
คำว่า
first
กุย
time
ยัง
at
ไม่ได้
that
ยินนาน
tournament.
กุยเลย
Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semifinal. Meanwhile, drone just going to be sent forward. Francis spotting out Baby Bay.
มีโค้ดด้วยแต่ผมเป็นคนชื่อ
Gotten an idea that maybe this is a mid crunch
ใครโค้ด
because of
ฮะ
that
อ๋อ
push-up.
ก็ไอ้นี่
You know,
ไง
a lot
เท
of
พกิ๊ก
times
ไง
if you're taking elbow control like
เทพ
that,
กิ๊ก
you're
โค้ด
trying
ไม่เหร
to
อ
clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fake pretty well
Wait,
here for
seriously?
the team, and will find themselves a fairly open A site. So Plant can come in, but Nongshim are going to be very quickly rewrapping around the back of this through that main as Ivy continues to explore a little bit further towards the attacker's spawn. But now fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one. Dambi setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards the doors.
รอหลังอยู่ครับรอเปอร์อยู่
Wall's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical missed timing. He does look back at the moment. Still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continues to scale forward. Giving some space here on the site.
กลับดูแล้วเจอปะ
The wall going to be falling, and immediately
โอ้แต่ข้างหน้าไหว
find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now.
ข้างหลังมันไม่ถึงเลยที่ไอวี่
With an opportunity to get some damage.
Why?
Here, but no. With the on the spray, Trent surviving, still very healthy. As that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up. Even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B-Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here back and forth as Nongshim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb as Exros has been newly kind of anointed as the secondary duelist for Nongshim. You know, behind Dambi, who has been back on permanently on duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team, so
แต่ต้องจ่ายของก่อนปะ
a decision that kind of I think makes sense overall. Francis is very flexible, very good no matter what you throw him on. But Exros, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament.
อุ้ยเอายันหลังบอมเลยเหรอ
Palpable here within the
qualifier.
but
เอ้ายังไม่โดนอีกเนี่ย
Francis trades it back, but then gets traded out. As Valen will come away with that second kill. So player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Dambi collects a Vandal. Try to utilize that for this retake.
ไวเปอร์ไปตุ๋ยโคตรไกลเลยเฮีย
Low scale.
รีบตุ๋ยไกลมาก
Looking for that stun. Giacomo does get caught by the relay bolt. Going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there. Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately it's going to be coming up shy of the mark you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through and leave. It's just going to be a matter of time as the Cove will fall, and so too shall RB. G2 tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map. They've got some really neat, you know, kind of setups that they're running.
เด็กมหาลัยวัยกำลังโซนมินจองสวัสดีครับ
As you'd expect from this team. Well rehearsed, well drilled. Dambi's been playing a lot of operator during his free time. I've been seeing him posting a lot of clips on his social media, but right there, can't connect with the shot, and that's pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer. Could have maybe avoided that danger of Leaf at the very end, but that extra layer for G2 because you couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it. So just some spam shots out, no connections found.
เดี๋ยวผมจะชูไหมเจ้าชูครับผม
The beginning of the round the same
มิ
way.
นจองก็ชูที่สุดในมอแล้ว
Being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which, players down on this shop side, footsteps being made. Valent still able to get the weapon out, and Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out as RB. Does manage to get a decent amount of damage across a collat on a Valent and Trent. With one. Now with a second. And 2 steps, finishes off Leaf. Sprints back into the A site, but it's Ivy here. Early damage suffered. Just chuck the Guardian over to the side.
เสียงดัง
Flex a Phantom. As they look forward in the mid, this allows for Dambi to continue to keep his eyes trained forward.
ถ้าแดนปิดเปิดได้ตัวนี้แปลกอะผิดปกติสุด
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Dambi, but
ๆโอ้เราแม่งวางอย่างนี้เปิดได้ด้วยใช่ไหมไม่ไป
get a one tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a
อุ้ย
real shot.
โดนนะไม่โดนเหรอโดนดิ
Jogger's down to 5. A hell of a
เรือ
hit
รถช้าจังอะ
to be coming through, but Ivy now going to take it down. Dambi has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I think in general, it's really just good game planning so far from G2. They've clearly kind of identified and read some of what Nongshim is going to be wanting to do on this map, and it shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into Exros a little bit, as well as establish some presence on the map to set up and play their style of game. So it's kind of two things at once that G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far. Once we've gotten to these rifle rounds, and they're on the move again. They're going to use the no command to thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates available for Nongshim. RB one away.
Scout forward. It's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own.
RB ต้องไม่ตาย
Not even actually going to be registering their Exos.
โอ้ยังไงเลย
Still going to be flushed out of this A sites, and now a full take here by G2 and Valen playing forward in front of the wall. Dambi going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against him, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advance going to be re-established for Nongshim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted. The backstab there from Ivy. The late lurk back through Nest catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent is going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now all down to Jogamo. Swings the corner, and Ivy has him outdone. 3 players alive. Big bolster to the economy. Nongshim Red Force will tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so Nongshim finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players in individual positions to succeed. And this time around, Nongshim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had Exros used in that previous one.
พี่ว่า50-50เมื่อก่อนนะบุกตอนนี้50-50มันปิดฮอไปแล้ว
Try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
แต่พี่ว่ายังเป็นเกมกันเล็กๆสาวแว่นจับฟันนี่เริ่มแล้วสเปคเริ่มเพิ่มแล้วเดี๋ยวก็อะไรกันสาวแว่นจับฟันผิวขาวอะไรกันหุ่นดีเนี่ยนมโตนะไปเรื่อยแล้วทีนี้มึงจองมึงแม่งตอนแรกเริ่มเป็นใส่แว่นเขาก็บอกใครก็ได้ปุ๊บเริ่มมีดัดฟันแล้วมึงไม่ใช้ได้หรอมันจองใช้ได้นะ
You know, he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage, but then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted re-aggression towards what Dambi started.
เอาจริงป่ะหน่องชิมอ่ะการหลังบอมเบสิกกันอยู่เลยเขาชิมพยายามทำเกมตัดเกมมากกว่าตัดเกมได้เทคกันเดียวเลย
Again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here.
ไม่มี
They get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits. For now, just some mid presence, but Dambi okay. I think just spam through the wall. Maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. They'll jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is
เขาโถมมาบีเต็มเลย
potentially
เขา
going
โย
to
กกับ
be
บี
a B hit, so you have to call over.
เจอล็อกอยู่ตรงกลางเอ็กลอสเฮ้ยเอ็กลอส
Was there, but
เอ็กลอสกลับมาโดนนะ
Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow. so they have to re-clear that space.
ทำ A สวยว่ะ
going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Swing as the Sova, he could be, you know, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot out anything he can, but they still managed to scuff forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. So in the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. Nexross trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner. Swings in, does so gorgeously as Leaf will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valen, going deep enough. Now the overdrive is going to be popped as Baby Bay frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all of this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valen just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it's all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4, and as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it, and Nongshim will tie it up again. อันตีมา2รอบภายใน8ราวถ้าจำไม่ผิดฟินิกใช่
Now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay.
แต่ว่าจังหวะโฮลอหรือจังหวะแบบจะเอาเขาอะสู้ไม่ได้ครับโดนเกมหนักเพจกว่า
And then
เพราะ G2 มันแยกเล่นไปหน่อย
Nongshim is kind of running and gunning
มันล็อกดี
together
นะ
like that.
แต่ว่ามันเวลาถ้าปาดดอ2คนหรือแบบอะไรเงี้ยผมว่าดีกว่าเบก็ปาดเยลโล่คนเดียวดอก็ปาดคนเดียวอะไรเงี้ยสู้ไม่ได้ครับ
Contestant towards B, Ivy.
It might just be a fast hit, but the hit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim. Also being overcommitment, Ivy. He could have just
มั่นใจในตัวเองว่าเขายังมันเลื่อนให้รถเลย
the main, but instead pushes forward and just offers himself.
ยังไม่มีสักเม็ดเลยนี่หว่าที่ไม่มีใครเจ็บเลย
The pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here in.
บีต้องล็อกอย่างนี้ไม่ไปไหนเลยต้องล็อกอย่างนี้เลย
Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side.
โอ้โหง่ายเชียวอ่ะเฮียอะไรวะวิ่งแฟนอะไรอะเฮียแฟนอะไรวะ
Shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box.
ที่แบบสวยนะ
เจ้านี่ก่อนครับเจ้ากี่โมงก่อน The overdrive does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Dambi has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Dambi stopping him from getting any additional charges in, and somehow
กลัวส้นตีนว่ะเฮีย
is taking 14 additional
มีคนติ๊กบอมปุ๊บแม่งอันติปุ๊บไอ้เฮียนี่ชาร์จเลยเฮียมันเล่นฉลาดจังวะ
And this is one of these rounds that
มันกวนตีนจริง
so impressed with Dambi as a
ทำไมหนอง
player
ชิมถึงเลือกเซ็นสัญญากับเด็กอายุ15เลยครับ
It's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim. It's the brain
เด็ก
here
อายุ
too.
15ครับ
He recognizes very quickly.
แข่งยังไม่ได้
You know, things are going bad over
ค่า
on
ตัว
the
ไม่
B
แพงมาก
side, so he throws up the wall.
แต่
gets
ถ้า
RB up on top
ถ้า
there.
มัน
He
เก่ง
gets
ขึ้น
two
มาแล้วก็
kills. Then he's gonna scale
ซึ่งจริงๆแล้วเขาหา
around,
เด็กมา
cover the
เพื่อแบบ
site
หา potential แบบว่า
itself.
คนที่มี talent อยู่
Then
แล้ว
he's gonna get the result and make
หยิบ
sure
มา
that
ต้องรู้ว่า
when
แม่งเก่ง
Trent
ครับ
has that Hunter's
ยิง
Fury,
เหอะยิงไอ้พวกนี้พังด้วย
he can't
ซ้ำ
do anything with
แต่ด้วย
it.
ยุมันยังไม่ถึง
Very
เอามา
aware
ไม่ต้องแพง
immediately of where
นั่ง
that
กินเงินเดือน
Sova
ฟรี
is
ๆ
and
ไป
what he's trying to
เดือนละ
accomplish.
เท่าไหร่สมมติ
And
เพล
is
เยอร์
right there
ใน
to shut
ลี
it
กเดือน
down.
ละ
That is a
200,000
really, really
อันนี้
good
ไป
round from your Neon.
ไป 50,000 นั่งชิวๆเลยฟรีๆเลย 50,000 กูจ่ายฟรีเลยหลายๆปีเลยแต่ถ้ามันเก่งอะถ้ามันเก่งจริงตอนนั้นอะโอ้โหคุ้มครับ
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like yes a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You don't want Nongshim to start running away with this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. You still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from having both that Cosmic Divide as well as the Null Command online.
ว่า G2 หลอกเกมดีหนองชิมเล่นเกมไวด้วยโยกไวด้วย
Pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Dambi gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that curveball hits everyone! Extros able to find the 2, and suddenly it is just Leap left alive. Does get stuck. Back around the corner, fast it up, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim. Completely shutting down G2 inside of A main.
เซตอัพธรรมดาครับ
That's one of those ones where Josh RT
คุ้มเกินว่ะ
thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for.
เกิดจากความร่วมมือแค่
And
2 คน
this
ครับ
is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Dambi gave over. He was playing on the
โอ้
side
นิ่ง
of
จัด
Pyramid,
นิ่งจัด
gets revealed there, and then slowly but
นิ่งจัด
still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
ไม่ไม่ฟังที่ไม่ได้ทำเหี้ยนะคือ
You're not necessarily going to be
ยืน
ready
อยู่
for
ข้างหลัง
that
เฉย
just
ๆรอซับ
full barrel
แต่
forward
ถ่ายพาติดชั่วโมง
against you. So I
'That's true.
felt
แล้ว
like
นิ่ง
that
นะ
was an
อุ้ยโดนมีด
elaborate
โอ้โห
bait.
เรียบร้อยครับ
I think you're right.
รู้อยู่3ออก AY รอเหี้ยอะไรอยู่นี่3ไม่สัตว์ไป
You get a couple spots there with that knife, though.
รอเหี้ยอะไรไม่ต้องรอโดนอะไปดิ
Reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A
อุ้ยเห็น
side.
แล้ว
Going to use that cosmic divide just in case, but Nongshim again going to go for that long spawn flank.
ดูเกมนี้
Try to
ดูเกมนี้
get
ต่อ
this
ทีมมั่นใจเกมนี้จัด
retake
เลย
to go. Work the treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get
ดู
this
ส
one
แตทโหดเลย
available.
ผม
But
ไม่
with
ได้เปิด
that
ดูนะ
hit
เดี๋ยวไว้
in
ค่อยดู
play,
This
it's
is
gonna be-
everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Now set up to try to delay. Null Command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Zexros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot.
ต้องแฟดครับยังไงต้องแฟด
Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through.
อุ้ยโดนไอ้สัตว์โดนเฉย
The end is Valon is able to find himself a second swaps over to the classic. Gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit.
โอ้ยเยี่ยมครับมีอันติไวเปอร์ชิลเลย
And now it's just Xros having to backpedal
โอ้
away.
มีด
Trying to
เป็น
hold
ปัญ
on
หา
to
ครับ
his
มีดเล่ม
weapon.
เดียวครับ
Baby Bay trying to play
เปิ
this
ด
one
ข่าว
in.
หมดเลยครับ
Will lose his life. Pass the kill to John.
ดูเอาอ่ะ
Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely swatted in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle between
Oh.
RB and Valen right now. Valen
Popular.
this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from Nongshim in a very similar
เพราะว่า
retake.
มันไม่
They've
ปล่อย
got
มัน
the run
มัน
it
ไม่ได้หลัง
back.
บอลด้วย
They're
ซ้ำ
going
มันจะได้รีเทค
4-man
เดียวเลย
through spawn.
เล่นหลังบอลชนะชิลเลย
And they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the no command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier. But a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the grav well, to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
โอ้ยเหี้ย
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for
ใจ
a little bit
เย็น
longer.
ใจเย็นก็ได้
The
ใจ
drone
เย็นก็ได้
will
ที่เรา
be
ชิมเล่นดู
committed
ดัน
forward
จัด
as
เลย
well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts just going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways. And in the end, it's just really
ฝั่งไม่โดน
Francis
สัก
eating a
เลย
bit
สั
of
ตว์
damage.
สแปมไปตั้งเย
No
อะ
one scathed on the side of G2
Just a
until that.
Yeah. But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf. Viper v Viper, but
มันดันสู้ทุก
coming
ทาง
out of
เลย
that
ไว้น้อง
other
ชิม
than revealing each other's position.
โดนหลอกจริงเห็นปะแม่งโยกหลอกออกเอเฮียโยกหลอกออกเอสัตว์
Aggressive push. It's going to be Leaf again called upon potentially to try to square up against Dombi. They're just going to ooh, they're going to slow.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position. It feels like, yes, he absolutely has. The second kill found. Dombi the only one surviving. Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements as we'll get the spot on the jogger.
อุ้ยสู้คนเดียวเอ้าสู้คนเดียวทำไมอ่ะเนี่ยมันเป็นเพราะอย่างเงี้ย
3 kills now for Dombi.
มันชอบเล่นคนเดียวเว้ย
He's somehow gotten them
เพื่อนไม่พร้อมก็
into
เล่น
an
เนาะ
advantageous position. The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that reckoning sent towards backside.
ได้อยู่G2
น้
เนาะ
one dodging it, not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valon and Trent just playing this one together. As RB is able to find the first, Ivy finds this second, and somehow, some way, Nongshim, they managed to close out the round
ไอ้
and
สัต
lock.
ว์เอ้ยไหนดูดิอะ
เซิร์ฟเอาให้อีก
โอ้ยมี
ให้มีพูดอะไร
ไอ้มีมือเสมอต้นเสมอปลายวะน้องไอ้เหี้ย
พูดอะไรพ่อมึงเหรอ
ว่าได้วินกลับมาครับ
นั่นไหนอะไรเอปัด
เบาะหัวด้วยครับเลือดน้อย
มันมีคำว่าเปลี่ยน
โอ้เฟนซี่เขามานะบูคิวนะ
จริง
มองไปแล้วไม่ยืนไอ้เหี้ยมึงยืนมันยิง3ตัวเสร็จแล้วยืนไอ้เหี้ยมึงดูมันนะ
ด้วยครับยังไงก็ต้องได้ครับ
เฮ้ยเอามีขึ้นดิเอามีขึ้นดิ
เอาไม่มีหนิมพูดอะไรวะ
Really well played.
That's still damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge, but Nongshim still with a very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC.
ต้องมีสัตว์แน่นอนอ่ะ
Will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over on the attacker side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2.
สมัยพวกผมมันจะไม่มีอย่างนี้หรอกสมัยพวกผมมันจะแบบว่าอะไรวะสวยพี่แล้วก็แบบทำเสียงแบบวิวเฮียอะไรแม่งไอ้หมีไม่มีเฮียสัตว์นะไม่มีนะแต่ตอนนี้มันโตขึ้นแล้วคงแบบว่าเข้าใจได้อยู่
decent moments from the Astra but I think personally I was so I guess maybe
ดับเบิลดาเมจด้วยครับยังไงก็ต้องได้ครับ
อะไรนะไหวกูเปล่าเฮียอะไรทุกอย่างใช่ปะ
kind of working out some of the ideas in the kinks a little bit still some really nice rounds really good actions from him and the team
ตะโกนใส่คนแล้ว
a tough map to go up against this Nongshim squad who has especially when Dombi's playing like that
ไหวกูเปล่าไอ้ลูกเลย
should be able to see a bit more value as well from the KO
อันนี้แรงไปหมีโดนแบนไอ้เหี้ยแบนไปแรงไป
struggling to register that one in my mind that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment
เราด่าเขาได้แต่ว่าอย่าไปข้ามขั้นแบบนั้น
a bit stronger 0-point denial on those drones in particular something that is great for a defender on Breeze but if you can get the catch when Dombi's getting ready to go in for the sprint stop him from setting up that relay bolt you can buy yourselves a lot of time
and there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim you know you identify there's
ยังไง Enterprise Sport ครับรีบอลของ
up an elbow oh that means we've got
Enterprise น่าสนใจนะเพลเยอร์มีเก่งๆอยู่คน2 คน
really valuable during that one round
รีบอลเหรอรีบอลทีมไหนมีใครบ้างวะรีบอล
some value being found
Enterprise ไม่ได้ยินบ่อย Enterprise ซ้อมบ่อยด้วยเมื่อก่อน
getting a lot more out of it
spot out here from Baby Bay unable to get those shots to connect
กูก็งงเหมือนกันไม่รู้
previously sent into A
ถ้าเบบี้ไปเล่น KO แล้วจอกิโมไปเล่นยอนกูยังพอแบบ
to peek off this corner but he can spot
แต่ว่าอยากเจอกิโมอาจจะอยากไปแบบไปเล่นอยากเล่นเป็นแถว2ก็ได้
โอ้ยอยากเล่นแถว2หรอโดนเม็ด That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination. And Valen is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Francis's life for the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week.
แล้วมันเล่นแบบสไตล์มันเมกาจ๋าเลยเว้ยคือผมรู้แต่ประมาณที่3วันที่3แล้วมั้งที่3ที่4แหละมันสู้คนเดียวเว้ยมันพีสู้คนเดียวเว้ยซึ่งเพื่อนยังไม่พร้อมเลยแต่ว่ามันพีแบบเหมือนแค่คุมเชิงให้อ่ะซึ่งจริงแล้วถ้าการคุมเชิงอ่ะถ้าไม่พร้อมอย่าเปิดเป้าครับต่อให้มันยืนพื้นที่ไปแล้วแต่ถ้าพร้อมแล้วเราปาดพร้อมกันอ่ะได้เปรียบกว่าถ้าเรายืนเปิดเป้าคนเดียวแล้วมันปาดมา2อ่ะไอ้เหี้ยอะไรโง่เลยแล้วดีทูเป็นแบบนี้บ่อยจัด
Then Valen just Dombi's like yeah later bro I know they've got you dead to rights behind me see ya
just playing the rest of
แดมบีแม่งกระฉูดเลยว่ะ17ไปแล้ว
7 and 5 at the moment on that Neon Ivy once again left on an island. It's just a bit of a repeat here from Nongshim, giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push. It's actually coming through a main. Jogamo again gonna get tagged down as well. Both of them down to 45.
Why?
The Marshal now arriving. Francis is going to be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of X-Ross. The will dispatch some of these. Turn to the side, try to play anti.
แดมบีหันหลังให้ยิงเลยสัตว์
He cleans up Trent and leave. And Nongshim end up having an incredibly clean anti-eco round.
Yeah, that's really successful. They were just patient enough. And just as they're starting to get an idea, you know, Francis there makes contact, does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal. Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, nope. Don't do that one.
Orb just going to be grabbed here, X-Ross. One past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side.
G2 is very unsure about what's going on in
ผ
the
ม
map.
ลงหนองชิมว่ะ G2 ชอบแพ้ทีมมิกซิ่ง
Wall able to get raised fast enough, and Ivy quickly is filling in this.
กูเชียร์ G2 ถ้ากูเชียร์หนองชิมเดี๋ยวหนองชิมแพ้
Just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then
แต่ G2 เล่นหัวคุยจัดอะ
2 kills found. And what are you meant to do?
เทก็จีมาแล้วแบบว่าแตกสลายแล้ว
They're still working their way forward towards
แต
the
กสลาย
site.
อะ
And the 2v4 is just now a 1v4. Even for a player of Leaf's caliber, feels
เอาเบบี้เบย์กูมาฆ่า
Nongshim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call.
เอาแชมป์โลกเจ้ากิโมกูมาล้อเลียนไอ้
Push forward past this wall, finds him at
คือ
nest.
อย่างที่ผมบอกก่อนเริ่มแข่งครับคือถ้าผมดูคู่เนี้ยนะส่วนตัวผมนะหนองชิมดูไปไม่เสียความรู้สึกครับเชียร์ไม่เสียความรู้สึกต่อให้มันเล่นแพ้แต่ว่ามันเล่นมีทรงอะแต่ G2 นี่คือไม่ดีก็เหี้ยเลยครับ2 อย่างครับถ้าดีก็คือดีเลยดีใจหายถ้าเหี้ยพ่อตาย
But that is exactly what Ivy needs to get in
แต่นี่ด่านแรกนะมันอะไรก็ขึ้นได้วะตอนนี้ด่านหนองชิมด้วยแหละดูซันเซ็ต G2 หน่อยเป็นไง
And Ivy cleaning up with the aim. 2 kills now behind Dombi. 16 in that department. Things starting to look really dire for G2. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Extros will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy went away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here, you're going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round, most likely. Unless you can get this thrifty to go.
ไม่ทุกทีมครับ
Off that orb grab, so Extros
ถ้าปีนี้พี่ให้ทีมนี้ทีมเดียวเลย
that storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like
ที
they're
วัน
starting
จี
to
เลย
read
กู
that
ปัด
this
ตกหมด
might be a
เย้
heavy
กูปัด
A
ตกหมด
side
เลย
stack. Meanwhile, Ivy gonna be spotted out, tucks back over towards
2 ทีมก่อนอันนี้ก็แย่ครับ
Extros ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Baby, however,
he's going to see
bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these eco attempts here from G2. It's not really holding any water.
สิงกดแรงบ้าเลยพอออกอะ
Yeah, it's rough to say the least. Let's see if Trent has some magic.
Well, it's got to be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
ให้เม็ดเลย
Well, you know who's on the other side. Okay, we'll be able to sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi. Tap at the plant. We'll just get past this one over to Francis.
มีระบบจัดมันขึ้นอยู่กับวันนั้นด้วยนะแบบว่าโมเมนตุมวันนั้นมันดีมากน้อยแค่ไหนก็สำคัญ
You take that fight. I'll take the kill. Nongshim will take an 11th round.
ระบบจัดมันจะไม่มีเพย์แบบเอาเพย์บือหวาแบบว่าเฮ้ยพี่ผมขอนี้นะพี่ผมไปรักไก่เอา3เอา4อะไรเงี้ยไม่มีครับไม่ค่อยมีแต่ระบบชัดเจนนะแบบว่าไปตรงนี้โฮตรงนี้ล็อกตรงนี้ไม่มีล้ำกว่านี้ไม่มีอะไรกว่านี้น่าจะประมาณนั้นแบบเป๊ะแต่ถ้าเป็นแบบไม่ได้ติดระบบมากแบบว่ามีลูกล้อลูกเล่นมีสกิลเพย์ส่วนตัวหน่อยอันนี้น่าจะพุทตัวเองได้ไกลขึ้นครับทำไมG2มั่วจังไม่ด่านนี้ไม่ใช่ด่านมันไม่เลือกไงจะไม่เก่งอะไรก็ได้
So we'll just take a pause in the action. We're grabbed here by Francis Valen scaling forward. Slotted up into A lobby.
Well, Jogamo, even though he takes a bunch of
เขาลุยแล้ว
damage,
มันเทคได้
his
เองแม่ง
knife
วันเว
there
ซะแบบ
might have saved G2 a little bit potentially. As it did hit Exros, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the
เพราะ
ult.
ว่าเราโดนปะเราโดนหลอกครับ
And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like you're going to be on map point as G2. So a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of Nongshim, I think. Kind of a win here. Nongshim, though, waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf ready with the snake bite.
It sends it onto the corner instead of on the main, then that still means the floodgates are open
ลวงขวาแบบพื้นที่โคตรพ่อโคตรแม่เยอะเลยสัตว์
damage on that entryway, but Exros into the back of the side.
เข้าไปได้ด้วย
Able to find one before he gets snapped back by Trent, who does manage to find Dambi as well. And bolts remaining, but Ivy around the back does not check towards Pillar. Trent comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Bay Jogamo going to be cleaning up.
2-2 ว่ะเจ้ากิโมเจ็บสัตว์
Takes it into a 2v2. The health advantage still going to be there. However, for Nongshim as
โอ้โหโคตรนิ่มไหมก่อนแม่งยิงแบบ
3K, and that is them now
เสียงแบบ
up to map point.
Oh, Trent, so close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill
ไม่ได้
away.
อย่างนี้
He's
ทรง
able to
ทรงอย่าง
slip
นี้
the
กูว่า
net.
นะ
Trick
แบบ
Notion
หน้า
a
ก็
lot, but they're not
แบบ
exactly
หน้า
sure
เผลอ
when
โด
he
นด้วยเนี่ย
repositions here. He doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But X-Ross, phenomenal. Such a stellar young player. Think that he is a royal roader, comes in and immediately in his
ที่ดู
first
เปลี่ยนดูเอ
year
ล
in
ทำไมอ่ะ
Tier
พี่
1,
ไม่รู้
goes
ครับ
up, wins a Masters. That
ไม่
right there,
รู้อ่ะ
folks,
ผ
is
ลงาน
why
ก่อนหน้านี้เขา
he
ไม่ดี
is
ตอนนี้ก็ไม่ดี
sharp as all hell.
อย่างน้อยดูเอลพี่ว่าต้องเป็นจอ
Well,
กิโม
now
เล่
the
นเท่า
final
นั้นเลย
timeout
เท่านั้น
call
เลย
to
ค
come
รับ
through from G2. I have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys. Breeze is theirs. Coming back from here, I mean, seen it from G2 in the
จอร์นอา
past.
ทีกู
I know the
ออสไป
caliber
ช่วย
of
ไหมเนี่ย
play that they are capable of, but at the moment, it's not really
เฮ้ยไม่หลุด
shining
ปะวะ
through.
โหลโอเค
No, I
เฮ้ย
had
ไม่
a
หลุด
lot
ไม่
of
หลุด
hope
โหลโหล
after that
เทสหนึ่ง
first
สองสาม
half
ครับ
that they were going to hang a little bit more
โอ้
here in
ย
the
ส
second
บาย
half.
ครับผม
I saw some
ชิ
good
ลเลย
ideas,
ครับ
some good thoughts, some good counters.
ชิลๆเลยฮะ
A little bit of anti-stratting in there.
Yeah, G2's kind of just
หวาน
playing
เจี๊ย
the
บ
second half like AG played theirs.
Yeah.
Not been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is
เนียนไม่หลุดปะ
all
เนียน
the
ไหม
money invested, of course, is
ไม่หลุด
G2
ดู
is
แป๊บหนึ่ง
some Guardians, a Bulldog.
ควรเปลี่ยนเลยครับไหมพี่
Not what you'd want to see.
Well, Domby able to get that fast lane out.
เอาบีบีกับคนเดียวก็
The
เก่ง
relay ball slides around. How is he still
ยังจะเสือก
getting
ลากได้อีก
cows?
นะเฮียโอ้โหเละเทะ
Chocobo going to be taken
ดี
out.
แล้ว
Balance only able to find the one. X-Ross will get the trade up, and now it's a player advantage to the site.
เอาจริงผมว่าทีทู
Wow,
ไม่
but Baby Bay, okay, so
เบ
it's
ย์เล่น
pray
ดี
and
นะเว้ย
pray.
กูพูดจริง
The
เพราะว่า
heavens
ไม่ควรเล่น
listening.
ตำแหน่ง
They
นะ
reward him with a kill.
เอาไปเล่นแทนตำแหน่ง
Plan will
ตัว
come
ส่ง
in.
หรืออะไรอย่างงี้ดีกว่าวะ
Hunter's Fury now to be sent. Trying to sound down Francis, but he's still able to backpedal away. This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset. Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides in, and Ivy will sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing in the corner. Takes the fight. Takes Trent's life. It all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh. Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge in, and Francis has the timing. 13-5. Nongshim take us back to Breeze. And take G2 to school. This was a one-sided affair.
This is incredible stuff from Nongshim, and you know you're seeing the dividends from them going back to Domby on the Neon. Obviously getting here through the qualifiers, and today going up against G2, a team that gave them fits in Santiago.
easy จริง
They are able to dispatch
วันนี้จบไวทุก
easily
คู่
on
เล
their
ย
map pick a breeze.
This needs to be a very, very big rebound here. G2, they're electing to take us over to Sunset as their map pick. That needs to be the staging ground. Take this all the way to a third and final map if they want to get some revenge over Nongshim Red Force from that loss at Santiago for being sent down to that lower bracket. But for now, let's go ahead and send it back over to Digon on the desk to break down all the action from Breeze.
Thank you very much, guys. A little bit faster than what we thought in the setup of this head-to-head between G2 and Nongshim Red Force, but in the end, Nongshim come firing out, especially in that second half rifle off 8 wins in a row to call it with only 5 there. Thank goodness Global Esports played earlier, otherwise this would be the biggest one-sided loss of the tournament so far for G2. But they still have yet another map. It was Nongshim's pick. But they've got questions, and we've got answers. Joining us back on the desk, Kakuka and Big Time. Not so good there for Dre and the rest of G2, but fantastic here for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, who said Pacific was washed? Wow. Who said we were going to go 0-4 in the openers?
You.
No one said that.
Maybe it was me, but I've changed my mind now. That's what's important, so that I will always be correct. This was a great map from Nongshim. This was Nongshim's pick after all. This is what they decided to go for. And, you know, I mocked them in the past. They've always gone A, but that seems to be G2's mantra. We saw Nongshim. They did manage to end on B a couple of times. I think it was 2. Maybe it was 2. So
มันต้องเชิงหนาด้วย power ด้วยคือ G2 มันเข้าบอมได้ง่ายเว้ยแล้วเข้าบอมสวยหลอกสวยด้วย
It's so nice to see Downby back
แต่ว่ามัน
on the Neon.
สู้แบบในจังหวะที่ไม่ควรสู้เฉย
This is when the team is truly at their best. So a really dominant map one that we're feeling great.
ไม่ควรว่ะ
Yeah, it really felt like we were living in a loop with all those A hits, but we have to say, and even Seth was losing his mind, being like, how can he still be getting all of these kills? We need to ask them how much they regret putting Dambi off. Like, we could be having a way different story for the side of Nongshim. It is good to see that they can bounce back the way that they did. X-Ross as well, playing absolutely amazing. Ivy as well. I think that for all of them, seriously, they played very, very well, especially in the rounds that had the tiniest margins. There were not that many. I thought that they were very, very comfortable. Yes, we had a couple of these rounds that didn't make a lot of sense or ended up in very crazy clutches. But you see a non-shit that just bounces back every single time. Like, they were in control for the entirety of it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first half for sure was competitive. G2 weren't out the game by any means, but they weren't always able to win this post plant. I think these guys, they know the Harbor so well, but you're not winning those post plants. That would, that set piece that we just saw. X-Ross taking up the mantle of this Phoenix. He's great with it.
Look at this. I think that Jogamo was having a difficult time with the KO, and this was one of the talking points going into this match. Jogamo not playing on the duelist, he's playing on the KO, and it's actually Baby Bay playing the Neon. It did not fare well. No, that is all that we're going to say.
Yeah, we have to ask questions about the comps and roles here on G2. I get that they've not managed to lift trophies, so things have to change. You have to innovate. You have to keep pushing those boundaries. But is this the way we want to see it go? I can't say I was convinced by this.
Listen, Morgan, just because things have to change, it doesn't mean that you have to eat your soup with your fork. You understand? There's a difference, no?
Yes, there is a difference. Don't eat the soup with the fork, and G2 need to learn that one very, very quickly. This was Baby Bay's first time in a while playing a duelist. Has been playing the Vice a lot, had a little bit of time on the Chamber, but was not able to match the same level of pressure that Dambi and Ivy were able to put across the map. Also, Harbor on the side of Nongshim, not in the side there for G2. So just compositionally,
ไม่มีโอนคืนนะ
a little different, but as you said, Jog just not landing shots that we know that he can do, losing a lot of those duels in this matchup.
Look, if I'm looking at the rest of the players, like I'm seeing Lee from Viper.
Yep.
Yes, good. We like that. All of them would slot. But it's like, if you want to put, I don't know what you're trying to do with, who are you doing this for? It's definitely not for Jog.
Yeah.
Like,
does that mean it's for Baby Bay? Does that mean that is that where they think he's at his best?
Can we like call Josh RT and just ask him, Josh, and just ask him directly, because I know and I understand that a lot of people are testing a lot of things. So now we know that is not the way.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe we can set up that interview with Josh RT in between the rounds. Little production action. We'll see and find out here after the short break. You are watching EWC 2026.
จีแพ้ขาดเพราะไม่มีเวลาเก่งหรือจีกากครับลุงเห็นเขาว่าโชคเจอกันส่วนตัวพี่นะนี่ส่วนตัวพี่ดูนะ MBR เก่งกว่าเยอะครับ MBR เก่งกว่าเยอะเลยทั้งจังหวะตัดเกมทั้งจังหวะเล่นเทรดเกมเทรดจังหวะตีบอมจังหวะเข้าบอมคือเหนือกว่าเยอะครับขนาดแค่จังหวะจ่ายของยังดีกว่าเลยมีแค่จังหวะพลาดจังหวะเดียวที่จ่ายของไม่ดีจังหวะเดียวพี่รู้สึกว่าบายมันใช้โอเมนจาก CT โลตัสอะได้ไม่ดีแค่นั้นเลยครับที่เหลือคือดูดีหมดเลยพี่จำได้เว้ยแบบพี่จำภาพในเกมที่เล่นอะที่พี่ดูพี่จำได้หมดเลยเล่าเป็นช็อตฉากๆได้แต่ว่าถ้ายังไม่เคยดูเล่าไม่ได้นะเพราะไม่เคยดูถ้ายังไม่เคยเกิดขึ้นอะเล่าไม่ได้แต่ถ้าดูแล้วหรือแบบผ่านตาแล้วอะจำได้แล้วมันซ้ำศพทุกคิวเลยสไตล์เก็บกดคือมันพี่มองว่ามันมีเวลาซ้อมเยอะกว่ามีเวลาซ้อมเยอะกว่าแล้วก็เตรียมตัวมาได้ดีกว่ามันก็เลยออกมาภาพค่อนข้างอย่างที่เห็นนะครับขาดลู่เป็นที่เลย
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Guess we're live. Welcome back to EWC 2026. D-God here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as, again, we're setting the stage for G2 versus Nongshim after Nongshim dismantled G2.
Yep.
Close in the first half, 7-5, and then 8 rounds in a row in the second half. But now it's time for G2 on their map pick of Sunset.
I love that they are picking Sunset into this now. I think if I was going to approach this game, having a strong Sunset really does set you up. This is a map that a lot of teams won't have been able to put too much time.
It's like they have nothing to lose, and every single time they get rewarded for it.
But they lost Raga instantly.
Exactly. They're so good at these rounds. They're so good at getting their ones, getting their picks when they're just taking those fights and forcing it. It's like it was insane. Those 2 picks, man. I think here Mini kind of throwing a little bit, playing so close when they know that they're on an equal. Again, they're pulling some of the same mistakes that XLG was doing. But gun round for both these teams. Judge on the side of Mini, and he's trying to play that towards Short A.
Might have just given a breath of life.
จบนี่ผมลงก่อนนะทุกคน
win has been spotted. Martin has been spotted. That's a bit of a risk because of somebody actually swung him while he's shooting the target.
มีใครเอาไหมแรม DDR4 ครับ32 กิกครับไม่เคยใช้งานไม่โดนไฟครับ
On the line here against all 5 from XLG, a very important round, and they find the timing. Raga just runs on in.
เท่าแบรนด์ดังๆ
And now what can we get out of Stars over here? Again, all 5 around the corner. Raga's so fast. Stars don't even see the timing of that. 5v3. It looks like XLG will find another round.
They've learned from their mistakes. XLG using that drone up long C instead of
ต้อง
just
ย้อนดูหน่อยนะกอขาด
contacting
เลย
up
เนี่ย
and
คนรอซ้ำ
Raga.
เยอะด้วยดิรอที่อะไรอะ
Beautiful pacing to just follow up.
พี่คิดว่าจริ
Get
ง
those picks. Just hold W.
แต่ก็ไม่กล้าคอนเฟิร์มนะคือมันยังเขาไม่ได้ประกาศครับเผื่อเขาแบบฟอสให้แวะมาเที่ยวกูไม่รู้อะ
Putting it to the test
แต่ส่วน
in
ตัว
the
นะ
server.
ส่วนตัวนะพี่คิดว่าจริง
Forcing M8 to
เพราะว่าร
play
ายงาน
at
ข่าว
their
ออกมานะ
pace.
จาก
And
สำนัก
now
ข่าวที่ค่อนข้างไว้
Gentlemates,
ใจได้
they're
ครับ
gonna
ผมว่า
go
เชื่อใจ
for
ได้
that save. Maybe a
รอฟอส
couple
มา
of
ผมเซ็นละ
exits, but
ผมเลยรู้สึกว่าน่าจะ
still
จริง
safe
จริงค
because
รับ
they want to
ไป
save
สัก
those rifles. Their
99%
economy is
เหลือ
not
1%นึงไว้ไม่จริง
good. XLG have snowballed their economy. They also have
แค่
the
จะเปิดตัวเมื่อไหร่แค่นั้น
lockdown
เอง
one away from that Viper's pit as well. They have so many really good winning conditions for them to win
เอามา
these
ช่วย
close
เอามาช่วยหลัง
runs.
บ้านห
They
น่อย
just need to
ช่วยงาน
keep
ทีมหน่อย
enabling themselves to get onto that site.
หลังนี้ทีเลิฟแซมกับชูจิบอยต้อง
either in a
ต้องเก็บ
following
โน้ตฮาว
round,
จาก
but
ฟอส
more
มาใช้แล้ว
importantly, you thought that XLG were going to get choked out at Haven, but suddenly they just find that extra gear. I mean, how fast is Raga to get that shot as well? Barely a pixel available. Prox just eats dirt. Gentlemates now 2 rounds to play to finish this map and get the series to
โยนเมาส์ทิ้งเลย
We'll take a tech pause here to talk about how they're going to get that one done because despite there still being 2 rounds to play through and that not being a lot, seems like XLG have find the momentum themselves as well.
พี่ดูคู่นั้นเป็นหลักครับคู่นี้แวะมาดูตอนมันพัก
Good time
เฉย
because they need to
พี่ดู
understand
คู่
what's
คู่หนอง
going
ชินเป็นหลัก
on.
ค
They
รับ
need to hear
นี่เรา
back
แวะ
from
มาดู
their
เฉย
coach. They need that third party perspective. And right now, it feels like maybe they're just waiting for an operator to be online so they could shut down a lot of what Raga's doing. Make sure to punish him from holding W, going crazy and getting those initial picks. But I think also they should not play scared. The last thing I want to see here for Gentlemates is to lose that confidence, to lose that momentum that they've had so far this series, and to make sure they're continuing to play confident, playing those 1v1 peaks. It's okay having a little bit of those hero plays because they've come out on top of it almost every single time. Raga just needs to get shut down, and I think we have the tools for that, especially when you're looking at Starzo.
The scoreline's looking a little nasty here. Mini and Martin,
น่าจบวันนี้ก่อนขึ้นแบบถัดไปครับผมคิดว่าน่าจบนี้ก่อน
On the XLG side, it's Raga a little bit of happy way
ถ้าใคร
contribution.
แวะดูช่องนี้บ่อยฝากกด follow สักหนึ่งทีนะครับแต่ถ้าชอบก็ฝากกด subscribe หนึ่งครับ
Not much else to speak of. Gentlemates, the play is going to be quite a few players pushing up into long.
ติดตามใน IG ได้ครับผมจะลงสตอรี่ก่อนสตรีมเสมอ
Look
ครั
and
บ
see what
แบง
that
ค์บาทครับ
means.
You should run.
Lockdown's already in play.
ออกมาโดนแล้วเนี่ย
Inside the map, by the way.
เช็คปะไม่เช็คแน่ทุกคนมันเช็คขวาแทนครับ
Who's gonna win this game of chicken here? Minnie's at
เรี
a
ยบร้อย
great
ครับเสียง
spot.
ชัย
Half away in a worse one. Relay bolts exchanged. How does Minnie
รอด
get
ด้วย
out of
โอ้ย
this situation? Good help from Stars.
นี่มีตัวเทรดอีก
Good. Raga is gonna find only the
ตัว
one.
เดียวแม่งเอาเยอะเลย
The lockdown's
อุ้ย
already
จะผ่าน
gone.
นะอุ้ย
by
มัน
the way.
ทำให้จัดอะไรสองโอ้ โอ้โหเดินมาโนแมนกูโดนเม็ด
Oh crazy beautiful shot from Bippo but Starzo going back to essentially what worked in Lotus is following up with his duelist, making sure he's there for the trade and using that util to set up his team for success. Mini playing close, really well done. At least it wasn't a Nico or thrifty round this time. Lysor trying to go for a couple kills. Gets one, gets two. 2v1 all of a sudden. He's low on HP. 13. Almost nothing left in the tank. Tries to cross stars though. Lets him know spam coming in, which is insane.
And he gets the spike as well. Quick feet coming in through from Lysor on 13 HP and innate a force to split. This is going to give a possible 1v1 opportunity. What a smoke play. Lysor has the heads up on that, but he's just going to go straight for the plant. Proc should have an easy freebie here. No chance for Lysor. Doesn't realize how close Proc was.
Lysor ได้ยินแป๊บเดียว
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but
We love Saw L donate
12 to 8 now. Series point here. So scary for XLG. It's gonna be really worrisome. But they've kind of come back a little bit. Gentlemate's taking that time out to talk about it. And it looks like another time might be coming in with the way that these players kind of lean back in these chairs. It is confirmed as a timeout from XLG, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You literally have to win this round. Last point of the series if they lose it.
มันแล้วแต่มุมมองคนว่าจะมองว่าคนไหนเป็นคนร้ายอ่ะเข้าใจไหมแล้วแต่มุมมองคนแต่ละคนมองไม่เหมือนกันบางคนก็มองคนนี้เป็นคนร้ายบางคนมองคนนี้เป็นคนร้ายอะไรเงี้ยไม่มีถูกไม่มีผิดสไตล์การใช้ชีวิตแต่ละคนไม่เหมือนกันสไตล์การตัดสินใจแต่ละคนก็ไม่เหมือนกันเพราะฉะนั้นพี่ไม่ได้คิดยังไงกับโค้ดที่แอคชั่นเยอะหรอกพี่คิดว่าเขาก็มีพื้นที่ในแบบของเขาเราเลือกที่จะไม่ติดตามเขาได้ไม่เชียร์เขาได้แล้วเลือกจะไม่ดูเขาเลยก็ได้ถ้าเราดูเขาเลือกติดตามเขาเราต้องเข้าใจว่ามันมีทั้งด้านที่ดีและไม่ดีแค่นั้นเอง
from the side of XLG. What a bit of different game.
ใครทำงานเขาก็อยากได้ผลงานครับพี่ทำงานมาพี่ไม่เคยเคลมผลงานเลยมึงเชื่อปะพี่เอามานั่งคุยกับทีมพี่อะกับคนกลุ่มเล็กๆในช่องเราเนี่ยแหละแบบกูไปมาแล้วเว้ยกูเคยไปแข่งลีกมากูเคยทำทีมนี้ได้แชมป์ทำนี้ไปแข่งแชมเปี้ยนมากูได้คุยแค่นั้นแหละแต่กูไม่เคยบอกให้น้องพูดเลยนะไม่เคยให้คนในทีมมาแบบเฮียที่กูไปเพราะพี่แบงค์เพราะยังไม่เคยผมรู้สึกว่าเราทุกคนทำงานร่วมกันครับถ้าได้ไปก็คือเราทำทุกคนทำเราได้ไปด้วยกันเข้าใจความหมายปะ
to deny a lot of that
ไม่ได้ซีเรียสว่าแบบว่าต้อง
but a really quick
บางคนก็
C-split here
อยากได้เครดิต
coming in
ใครเคยไปนั่นไปนี่
they're
โอ้ย
not
อาชีพ
committing though
ถ้าอาชีพไม่ต้องวัดแต่กูว่ากูก็ไม่น้อยกว่าใครในไทยหรอก
Putting it back
เรื่อง
is
แข่ง
spent.
เรื่องโค้ดอะจริงแต่กูว่ามันดูที่ปัจจุบันมากกว่าเว้ยปัจจุบันกูล้มเหลวในเรื่องการโค้ดซึ่งแต่ตอนนี้กูนั่งกับทีมกับโค้ดที่แบบเขายังจะโดนด่าชิบหายไว้วอดเลยแต่ผลงานเขามีอยู่จริงอะณปัจจุบันอันนั้นน่ะสำคัญกว่าได้เลย
Viper's pit though, still a rescue opportunity for XLG. Spike on the floor here. Starso using drone to explore, looking for the tag onto this Viper, but not going to quite find it just yet. Opportunity, XLG have found themselves in a spot where they can still win the round just off the pit alone.
อันนี้เรื่องจริงนี่เรื่องจริงไอสัตว์ถ้ามีแค่กูคนเดียวแล้วเราจะชนะยังไง
My
ถูกปะ
God
ถ้ากูไม่ทำแผนให้น้องจะสู้ยังไงอาจจะมีคนทำแผนน้องแต่ไม่รู้จะไปถึงตรงนั้นหรือเปล่าถูกปะแต่สิ่งที่มันเกิดขึ้นแล้วก็คือกูพาน้องไปถึงแชมเปี้ยนได้สองรอบอันนั้นเกิดขึ้นแล้วอันนี้เราพูดได้
Three maps, they did lose their breeze and questions to be asked, but all questions answered on Lotus and Haven.
It's very fitting that Bippo got that last kill too there. His positioning all game has been absolutely phenomenal. He's brought them back to a lot of these rounds where they struggled to figure out how they want to close fight, how they want to retake it, and he turned out to be the answer.
แล้วกูทำได้ไม่ดีจริงๆก็ต้องยอมรับจริงครับต่อถ้ากูไปนั่งเป็นคนดูกูก็ด่าตัวเองเหมือนกันอยู่ในมุมกูนะอุ้ยจีตัวนี้กู
flushed out, and this is looking to be a potential flawless. Unless X-Ross can
เดี๋ยวเราก็ด่าพี่แต่ซูดว่าเริ่มงงเขาไม่ด่ากู
Valen gets 3.
Okay. Gonna really find out what this
เขาไม่ด่ากู
competition
ครับ
is made
กูไม่เคยออกพอด
of.
แคสต์เลยทั้งสิ้น
Going into this next one, G2 able to take first blood and able to have a flawless anti-eco. So
กูเคยบอกแล้วว่ากูทำในช่วงที่มันยากจริงๆสำหรับกูนะกูทำยากมากตอนนั้นแม่งซิกเพลเยอร์ซิกแมนไม่เท่าไหร่แม่งกูทำคนเดียวด้วยกูทำไม่ไหวมึงก็ต้องยอมรับผลของมันไอ้เหี้ยอ๋อไม่ดีอ่ะก็กูทำผมไม่ดีอ่ะก็ถูกแล้ว
Understandably.
Yeah, he's pretty good at chamber.
Fast lane forward, blind out on X-Ross, tucks around the corner of the relay ball, going to be hitting as well as Francis tries to peel back some of this pressure, but Trent is right there. He continue to trade it out.
โอ้ยโดนเทรดยับเลยว่ะเฮียมันเดินเยอะแล้วว่ะบินบายโดนนะเนี่ย
Spike going to be planted
เฮ้ย
the wall.
วอ
Not
โอ้
quite gonna get
โห
caught by
เกือบไม่ได้
Jump.
สัต
Cannot catch Leaf either.
ว
Takes
อ
him
มีแก็บ
down
ครับ
HP, but just
วอ
cannot seal the deal.
มัน
Had the heal, and he's
แข่ง
right
วันระเบิด
back up to full.
สำหรับกูนะเว้ยกูอยู่แบบว่ากูไม่ได้ทุกร้อนเรื่องความรู้สึกทางอารมณ์มากแต่ว่าถ้ามึงจะเทียบพูดว่าไงดีวะถ้ามึงตัดสรู้เรื่องทางอารมณ์แล้วอะแบบว่าทางความรู้สึกแล้วอะมันจะไม่มีเหี้ยหาเหวอะไรมาทำลายความรู้สึกมึงได้มาทำร้ายความรู้สึกมึงได้เข้าใจความหมายกูปะไม่มีใครคนใดมาแบบว่ามาจัดมึงได้หรือแบบว่าต่อยมันด่ามึงแบบเสียหายเป็นหมาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยสำหรับกูไม่ได้สนใจบางคนจะแบบอุ้ยแม่งด่ากูร้อนเว้ยสันแม่งด่ากูไม่ได้รับไม่ได้อะไรเงี้ยใจกูรู้อยู่มันจริงไม่จริงเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่มันด่ากูถ้ามันไม่จริงกูไม่รับเลยเว้ยแต่ถ้ามันจริงกูก็รับแล้วกูยอมรับมันแค่นั้นเอง
the role of Jogamo. Even though Francis
แต่พี่ทำดีสุดแล้วนะไม่มีใครเบนพี่ขนาดเสื้อพี่ตอนสัมยังครับเลยอีเหี้ยกูบอกว่าเฮ้ยพี่ขอไซส์ 3XL ด้วยวะแบบไซส์ใหญ่กว่านี้ได้ครับพี่มาถึงกูปุ๊บ XL พ่อมึงอะเฮ้ยใส่ไม่ได้ 3XL เฮ้ยพี่ขอโทษว่ะเดี๋ยวผมดูให้นะในต็อกมีไหมวะเราสั่งทำมาแค่นี้ดิเดี๋ยวดูให้นะอีก2 วันไปก็ออกงานแล้วตัดกูปิ้นเลยเฮียบอกขอ 3XL ไม่เอากูให้กู XL นั่งทีรูลองตูดทับโผโอ้โห
Orb assisting in that. Stop.
ด่านเลยด่านใครด่านมันเห็นไหมG2 ก็เล่นด่านนี้ดีแต่คอมมัน
to explore elsewhere. Just go re-clear around mid.
คอมมันแปลกอยู่นะทุกคน
The full crunch attempt
แต่มันก็บุกได้เว้ย
And they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up.
คอม G2 นะมันถึงคอม G2 นะ
A little bit further. Through some of this space, Cam's gonna see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy. Do they check?
อุ้ยไม่เห็น
The answer for now is gonna be no.
โอ้โหทามิ่ง
Final one as Leaf will get taken down.
โอ้ย
Has them lined up.
โอ้โห
It's destroying them.
Damn King man เชี่ยโดนไอวี่ล่าว่ะ G2 อ่ะไอ้สัส
They kept it in the right
อุ้ย
hands.
กูทามิ่งฟาสเลนออกไปเมื่อกี้คือแบบอยู่ข้างๆหลังชนกันน่ะ
But they just don't check the generator.
Absolutely.
ไอ้ตัว2กับตัว3นี่คือแบบ
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast. And then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby bait.
มึงควรยืนช็อตนี้มึงควรยืนจริง
Trying to create that extra angle.
ของแสลง G2 จากไอ้เหี้ยนี่
There was no extra angle to create.
โอ้ยเห็นแล้ว
Fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that. Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side. And there's no way to check him from there. Dumping out. Quick peek out. Backs away.
โอ้ยโดนเขาเล่นก่อน
Very quick for that punish. Slides forward.
เนี่ยเอาจากกี่โมงมาเล่นกีออนจบแล้วมึงไม่
Right back into this RG2. Not wanting that momentum to get built up by Nongshim. Heal of course.
จากกี่โมงเล่นนีออนดีกว่าครับมันเป็นเมนดูอยู่แล้ว
With the Trailblazer. Tries to get the drag across, but Jogamo now on grace of his own. We can find these players stuck here behind the sage wall backside.
แต่เข้าใจนะครับบิวเขาแบบนั้นครับ
Even though they see that,
จอกิโมต้องเป็นตัวแรกว่ะเพราะว่าตัวแถว2เขาเทรดโหดๆทั้งนั้นเลยครับผมให้เจ้ากิโมนี่เปิดเลย3ตัวลีฟวาลินเทนเปิดโหดทุกคนเลยตามเปิดทุกคนตามตัวเปิดโคตรดีเลยเบย์ผมให้เป็นตัวฟรีเลยเฟกไปจะตุ๋ยก็ได้จะอะไรก็ได้แต่ว่าอย่าเป็นตัวเปิดตัวตามเลยไม่ดีครับจะให้ดูนะ
Well, with the operator and a couple players being pretty low on credits, probably not too eager. Maybe they could send one out. Trent, maybe, but they're not going to do it. So I think you got to rip a timeout here as Nongshim, and you got to talk right here, right now about how the protocols for slowing down G2 at the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with because you don't have answers to it right now. And frankly, part of that, again, is going to be the composition that you're running here. You don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have, your Neon able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability for Nongshim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber on a Neon. He is very, very good, as we just saw in that previous round. And, why on Breeze, we were kind of scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวอนาคตเบเบ้ก็หลุดครับน่าหาดูแบบเด็กใหม่ฝีมือดีมาแทนในอนาคตเลย
For a backstab, and we'll just be able to join in. But alongside Jogamo, who's trying to hound down Ivy, but Ivy still managing.
โอ้โหไอวี่แม่ง
Second kill. That is critical value being put up by the Cypher yet again.
เขาจริงว่ามีโอกาสอยู่ที่4แล้วอยู่ที่4นี่แหละ
It's gonna be Francis. Never mind. Actually able to find him.
จะดูอันตีก่อนนะโอ้แต่อันตีใหญ่เยอะอยู่นะ
Flash is connecting. Trent able to find just the one kill. Looking for that second, but will quickly be overwhelmed. Rallying back for another round win.
Well,
ถ้าจ่ายอันตีสวยๆมีโอกาสอยู่
you really need to do now is G2 is just
ถ้าไม่จ่ายอันตีบอมคนน้อยหมายถึงอันตีสกายนะจ่ายอันตีสกายบอมคนน้อยผมว่าตีแตก
some individual brilliance
เกาหลีมันยิงทิ้งไวมากครับไอ้ปลาหมึกส้นตีน
able to instantly reset find two
ยิงไกลได้เท่าไหร่ยิ่งดีครับย้ายถึงตัวครับ
so Ivy locked in need a little bit of help
เนี่ยถ้าจ่ายบอลนั่นเนี่ยถ้าจะโอ้โหเราสกายไปสตาร์ทบีครับ
some huge ults on both sides of the coin baby they gonna have that tour to force seekers res for lead
เขาได้หน้าบีสูงเลย
has his neural theft as well as Francis's hunter
หลอกอย่างไงวะมีคนยิงสแกน
RB looking to try to tee up Francis here
หลอกสูตรไหนนะ
at the ready so they're gonna play off contact seems to be that this is one of their answers just try to slow down the Neon on the other side
ต้องเอาแล้วครับโอ้โหโดนบาย
It's just the paranoia that connects here
on to everyone but not going to be too dissuaded by that continue to work their way forward spam shots out we're going to be about 3 charges I think remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bay boost up over the top of the
แล้วไม่โยกด้วยนะเหมือนจะไม่โยกด้วยทุกคน
street side
สู้เลยครับ
down with the paranoia ready to try to clear some angles 2 players going to be spotted off the drone the Trailblazer spotting out plenty as well
จ่ายเลยมีเพื่อน cover อยู่ครับเติมโง่ได้ก่อน
gum things up here on this approach
แดมมีตัดไปได้
operator still going to be able to find one but Jogamo gets the second down doubling up finds that kill but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from
โอ้ยอะไรโอ้
trying to go for a no scope
ใช่เหรอเนี่ยสูตรไหนเนี่ย
overcook here from Dambi I mean now once again having to be the hero his location is known he cannot find Balin
แม่หนีว่ะหนีไอวี่ว่ะ
every time Nongshim tried to take a step forward G2 pushed them back by 3
yeah this is just really tough for Nongshim this round has got to be kind of a gut punch because you actually read this decently well you're able to use some of that util find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause and you're gonna get basically the whole team over here but you just can't take them in the fight you're just getting beat some of the 1v1s Jogamo has the ultimate he's able to rip a couple players away so G2 love this comp love the way that they're piloting it it creates so much pressure this time Nongshim looking again to maybe set up that paranoia trap outside of A but G2 wary of it after what happened in the previous round where damn near all of them got hit by it just will get a bit confirmation that there's players in mid, but doesn't want to mess around. Knows that Baby Bay doesn't want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it.
เห็นแน่นอนฮะ
Tross and Dambi
รอวอลระเบิดค่อยทำผมว่าดูดิแม่งเล่นโคตรช้า
Right now
เกาหลีรอไม่ไหวต้องดันนะ
It's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too
โอ้
aggressively
ยเขามี
anywhere.
กล้องอยู่
Debate that
เล่นทำไมเนี่ย
paranoia out and they will.
Dambi quickly
จ่าย
reclears
ของแล้ว
it
ด้วย
will now back away so all of this is going to be heard meanwhile Baby Bang
ผมเอาเบเบ้ช้าอยู่
slotting just alongside that trip will clear it so op shot going to be registered Nongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards A
yeah I mean now G2 is kind of realizing
หลอก
that
ดีเว้ย
they gave away the script
หล
a
อก
little
ดี
bit in
ครับ
that previous
เขาหน้า
round
A
yes
หาย
they're
หมด
able
เลย
to
เว้ย
fight their way through it but They don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations.
ไอบีอยู่นี่ครับ
Able to find it just before that flash.
ไอบีอยู่นี่ฮะ
Peeking from RB, but there's the backstab leaf scaling forward up through mid. That will end up getting surrounded and overwhelmed, but same can be said for Ivy. As Baby going to be pinned in the corner trying to find that kill, but it's going to be Valen to the rescue.
โดนล้อลอกจัดอะเฮียเล่นดีว่ะเล่นเวลาเล่นกับความกดดันนะหนองชิมกูโยกไม่หยุดเมื่อกี้มีกล้องเอผมว่าหนองชิมไม่น่าสวนจังหวะ2ให้กล้องเห็นกล้องมองเห็นอยู่
A 3v3. Too very far fanned out. Alan could just be there and doing it again, but no, X-Roll's a little bit faster on the draws. Able to find that kill with Baby catching RB in transit mid TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby Bay still looking for a little bit more.
Oh, you made
the shot is just a hair off.
โอ้โหโดนดีเทคเฉยเลยกูจะฆ่ามันได้แค่5นะ
Shim Red Force try to get their way back into this map.
2-0 มาดิ
This one just gets a little bit scrappy. Kind of some of these weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago, it was, I think, you know, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. And this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but
ตายคาแดดเลยไอ้ตายคาที
find
พี
some
เลย
big kills on the way through. G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick shot. He's able to find one, but Jogamo immediately
ไม่เช็คโอ้เย็ดแค่พี่ชายโดนหลอกเสียงไปแล้ว
back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now back across into mid, re-clear this space and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here though.
ยิงแต่ประตูครับแต่ว่าแท็บเขา
Early
มีอยู่
warning network already installed for Nongshim, but G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent though.
โอ้โหสโลลูกนี้แทบจะ
Immediately
แทบจะจบ
the slow.
แทบจะจบไฟเลย
A little bit of damage done to Leap.
ยังมีอีกลูกนึงอ๋อ
Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off though, but now at this point you're going to be very committed to
วันเว
the
ย์
site.
หลังวันเวย์เสร็จปุ๊บโอ้เรียบร้อยครับวันเวย์เสร็จปุ๊บสโลต่อโอ้ไม่ต้องออกไม่ต้องออกไอ้เหี้ยไม่ต้องออกโดนตัดเรื่อยๆ
being held, and at this point I think the round is just going to be over because they're just picking in the down B one by one.
จะออกยังไง
Trent eventually able to find the one kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. Francis frantically trying to flush him out in the shorty. He's not going to be doing a damn thing.
เลิกละมีบอมนี้
Nongshim
เลิ
will
กละ
be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're
ถ่ายภาพ
able
3 ประวัติทีละ 1-1-1 ใช่ครับ
send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked, causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective. Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall as Francis. It's a solo with an operator. Of course, Francis to the side. Gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find a one with the Stinger Valen. With that backstab off the TP, still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. And, oh my God, he almost has the collat, but no, Jogamo. Finds that kill. Valen survives. Dexros trying to wall them out, but
อุ้ยเหลี่ยมนี้สวยไอ้พี่
Sold to try to play in Ivy. Heels going through, finds the first, can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator, able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to X-Ross to try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man.
ยิ้มเลยตีบอมนี้ไม่แตกบอมเอนิ่ม
Sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there. in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so that's kind of curious. Where exactly, how high is that trip? It did get cleared or pulled back, one of the two.
Swing in and Leaf is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from Nongshim. Really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Yeah. Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as Nongshim, none the wiser, I don't think, are G2. They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RB, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. Just not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay pull goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him. The shot connecting. Francis only going to be good for the one. 10 seconds now left in this round. Swing out Extros, eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare. The plant can come in, and Ivy.
Again, bro.
He is walking on water this series.
เย็นแม่รายการแลนด์มันลั่นจัดเลยว่ะไอวี่อ่ะที่ของแถลงที่ทูจัดเลยไม่ต้องเหลือใครเยอะเหลือคนนี้คนเดียวพอครับตายฮะของแถลงนะบิวของแถลงเลยไอวี่มันเอาวินสำคัญมาเทียบเลยว่ะ4-1-3-1-5มันเอาหมดเลยโอ้จะรู้อ่ะครับโอ้โหวิธานเฟอร์มาสกายซวยจัดผมบอกเลยไม่ใช่ความเป็นสกายเลยครับสองตัวแรกคือขนมกรุบ
If you're G2, I mean, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just him. Ivy's just incredible at times. But it's also frustrating. Meanwhile, Jogamo pushed it back away, pushed into the open for Dombik to collect it.
แง้มต่อได้ครับ
Brings out another warning.
ตัวท้ายแบบไม่ได้สู้จริงสกายมันแค่แบบโผล่เหล็กปั๊บกระสุนแม่งเข้าหัวเลยแบบว่ามันทานเฟอร์มาเลยสวยฮะ
Give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Donby maybe control that mid, that top mid space. Exros. Ooh, that would have been a good wall. There you go.
Sends it now. Still that gap in the back by the look of it. And yep, we'll just be the double push forward. That might even be help. Yeah, in front of this one. I was taking down for some Baby Bay. He's able to find that isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed.
โอ้เรียบร้อยครับตายอุ้ยโอ้โหได้ไปหนึ่งเบย์อย่าให้ผิดหวังอย่าให้พี่ผิดหวังเบย์
G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall.
มันยิงไม่โดน2 นัดเลยทีแค่ขอแค่นัดเดียวมันยิงโดนนัดนึงไม่ใช่เหรอ
Try to clutch this one out.
ยิงโดนนัดเดียวจาก3 นัดมันยิงโดนนัดเดียว
situated. The shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Downbeat just can't quite make these shots connect. Here's the dog wants to try to slide in with that shotgun. Will be able to find the one, but Leaf is there for the counter swing, and G2 will get themselves out into a lead. 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2 to swing up into the back of B. And put a lot of pressure onto Exros. That seemed to be a big point of this map for them on this attacker side. If they could find that Sage early, that was often where they were able to find a lot of success, where they were able to just make Exros really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. You know, if the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big of a difference, or at least in this case, you know, just the overwhelming numbers of G2. It's not really able to hold the line, and then Baby Bay finds that pick onto sight towards Ivy. I mean, as fantastic of a half as Ivy just had. not having him be able to hold the line. Baby Bay with that tour de force. So good with the sniper rifles. Just a exciting first half again.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's just hope that this second half can deliver. I mean, if Notion are going to be able to find another pistol, very much we'll have a half for ourselves.
ผมไม่ได้อะไรนะครับ ผมก็โตแล้วทำงานมีเงินเดือนแต่เวลาทำงานเราก็มองเซฟที่รายปีว่าคนนั้นมีผลงานอะไรบ้างแล้วผมมองแบบนั้นกับโค้ชฟรอสแล้วผลงานไม่มีเลยแต่คนกลับอวยโค้ชฟรอสผมโกรธแทนพี่แบงค์ที่มีเคปี้
KPI
tremendous
ต้องมาคนนั้นแบบนี้เหรอโอ้โห
2026
จะดีใจดีไหมเนี่ยเฮีย
he hasn't been missing a beat since flying over to Paris
ดีใจดีไหมเนี่ยขอบใจมากครับน้องขอบใจมากครับพี่เป็นหมาหัวเน่าจริงหมาหัวเน่าจริงเน่าเลยแต่ไอเฮียผลงานเขากับมันไม่ได้เป็นรูปธรรมที่ชัดเจนก็จริงแต่มันก็ชัดเจนนะเอาจริง
even regular impact in their matches, which was so shocking to see. But here, look, he's slippy within. He's got himself out of it.
ไม่ใช่กับมันนะกับกูเนี่ย
13-7-1. As
พี่ถ้าพี่มีโอกาสพี่กลับไปทำโค้ดถ้ามีทีมสนใจพี่กลับไปทำแต่ถ้าไม่มีพี่เป็นทีมเมอร์นี่ไงพี่เป็นทีมเมอร์พูดทำได้
about this attacker side. You almost feel like you have to rely too much on Dombi, which is hard to imagine.
Baby Bay
ได้เม็ดหนึ่ง
will be able to get some damage. Francis going to be
2 เส้นบุกได้เสกมันช่วยเกมบุกได้ครับวอลมันปิดโพซิชันได้
So not the end of the world there.
ทำด้วยใจรักไง6 เดือนทีมน้องปั้นดาวเป็นดินฮะ
Big Mark situated on B main. Baby Bay
สลับหรือเปล่า
pivot around. He's playing the 10 spot at the moment.
Yeah, they've created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's in a world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
เฮ้ย
Unable to find even
ไอวี่เจอเป้าเยอะไปหน่อย
Shield's still going to be burned, but Dombi sliding forward.
Baby Bay
will at least trade it back as Baby Bay does get taken out of the equation.
ต้องวัดหัวแล้ววะเหลี่ยมเนี่ย
But again, that heal burn early means that Dombi's going to be stuck at 45. And Leaf is able to find Francis to boot. So now player advantage in the hands of G2. Flash not going to be connecting here. Dombi able to find one. The heals quickly come in from Trent.
มีเหมือนกัน
Side forward space getting taken. Dombi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Jogamo finding Dombi through it, cleaning him up. The push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the classic drawn out. The right click is there, and G2.
มีแบบ3เว้ย
Both pistols on Sunset move up 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that Nongshim's still a little uncomfortable on this map, and in particular, I'm thinking about 2 fights that happened. It's Ivy in mid,
ชัวร์เลย
kind of swinging to get info.
จบไปขนาดนี้
By the time he swung so wide, it's too late because there's 3 G2 players that have been hitting their presence up at top mid, and then
ไม่อยากจับมือไหนแล้วเขาแปลไทยออกเว้ยเราจับมือแม่งเลย
Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were 3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So
การตีไทยแล้ว
just some
เพย์อิน
kind of
ไปนอนกับพี่สวัสดีครับฝันดีครับผมน้องต้า
cost you a lot in a
เฮีย
pistol.
5 ทุ่มมันต้านอนดึกนะโดนแม่ตีนะ ออกมา
ไส้แตก
เอา
ก็เทได้อยู่ถือว่าเทได้อยู่ The Bucky in hand for now. Trent slowly slipping back towards
ที่ไม่ด่าเขาแดกหมานะไม่งั้นโดนจากเวที
Baby Bay, but Longshim Red Force going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here.
นี่ถ้าเจอคนเพื่อนคุยสาวๆอะไรเงี้ย
Already decent damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2.
อ๋อเราแดกหมาอ๋อโอเคเวียดนาม
If you can find any more, it's going to be still a very good thrifty attempt.
แอบใครวะเฮีย
But Leaf playing forward, potentially unexpected in this position. As at the wall, gonna have to be waited out. Will now break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. So 2 casualties. They end up saving it quite a bit. So 3 players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay. Yeah, you lose a couple guns, but whatever. I don't think anybody else even took armor damage. So that's a pretty healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leaf even going to go for the judge. carry those 2 Spectres and the Outlaw over, and 2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So a Baby Bay can hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh, well, Francis does hit the shot before he can rendezvous at the safety. Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valent dead atop of mid, and Dombi just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL. As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that Judge in hand will grab the orb, guarantees that he'll have the res going into the next round. This would take some serious work, though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
เป็นข้างครับพี่แบงค์กินแล้วครับกินแล้วหลอดเพิ่งกินเสร็จไปเมื่อกี้เลยผมต้องกินทีละน้อยๆครับผมปวดท้องครับเดี๋ยวมันแบบไปเล่นกระเพาะเกินเสมันเก่งดีนะแบบนี้เสแต่เป็นแบบนี้เก่งครับแบบนี้ให้ผ่านเลยแบบที่เหลือผ่านไปก่อน
Opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner. Regardless, looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in. It's a very nice headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing really to get stressed about here for G2. Nongshim Red Force still eating quite a bit of damage to try to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly. Again, having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. Being that Outlaw, being able to be carried over into round 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And this is why you see that Outlaw again in the hands of Baby Bake. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well,
ผมยิงตรงไปแล้วครับพี่ไปหายาทานแล้วก่อนนะเฮ้ยจริงเหรอเชี่ยขอบคุณครับขอบคุณน้องไลน์ของเขาไอ้ต่างจริงปะพี่ยังกินยาอะไรไม่ได้เลยเว้ยพี่กำลังสำรวจอาการตัวเองอยู่ตัวเองเป็นอะไรจากอาการสำรวจนะน่าจะจริงๆต้องไปตรวจนะต้องไปตรวจนะอย่าเดาสุ่มนะแต่ผมแค่แบบว่าสำรวจจากอาการตัวที่ผมเคยเป็นเลยขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณทุกคนเลยครับผม
trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those.
นี่ไงไม่ต้องเป็นโค้ชเนี่ยเป็นทีมเมื่อฟูลไทม์ไม่ทำงานกับใครด้วยทำงานกับตัวเองเดี๋ยวรอสปอนก่อนมีสปอนปุ๊บเดี๋ยวสบายเลยทีนี้รอสปอนร้านเกมอยู่ร้านเติมเกมเนี่ยสปอนร้านเกมเมื่อไหร่จะได้ขายสักทีเนี่ยโอ้โหถ้ามีสปอนมาช่วยแวะไปเติมถ้าเติมเกมวาโลแวะไปเติมสปอนด้วยนะเก็บปะต้องรอเดี๋ยวกูหักมันลดราคาพิเศษเลย500กูแม่งแบบครึ่งราคาไป250พอได้หรอได้หรอร้านเราอะไรแดกเลยเก็บแม่กันหนังสไลด์มาซะอุ้ยตายปะอ้าวไม่โดนเลยโอ้โหได้ฮิวชิวกลับมาที55จบซะแล้วอีซี่เลยหรือทุกคนถ้ามีร้านเติมเกมเป็นสปอนฝากแวะไปเติมเกมนะโอ้ไอวี่ง่ายๆไอวี่ไม่โดนยัดแร่โอ้ไอเฮียบินสำคัญจัดจริงเดี๋ยวช่วยเติมบ่อยพี่เฮ้ยแต่จริงนะเดี๋ยวกูไปขอกดราคาเขาบอกว่าเขาดีลมาลดราคาถูกใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวกูขอแบบโค้ดสำหรับกูโดยเฉพาะเลยสำหรับช่องกูเลยใครจะมาจากช่องกูเอาโค้ดกูไปลดแม่งเจอกันสปิดกูว่าจริงกูเจอสปิดถ้าแม่งลดครึ่งราคาจริงกูไปเติมเติมในเกม500อ่ะเติมกับร้านกู250ย้ายสปอนน้ำหอมเข้าพี่นะขายเก่งโอ้ยากครับยากรอวันที่บ้านม่วงปักตะกร้าได้ก่อนวันนั้นค่อยว่ากันแต่จริงน่าทำจริงก็น่าทำได้เหมือนกันหรือว่าจริงเราทำ affiliate ได้วะแบบเฮ้ยกดลิงก์นี้น้องของดีอย่างนี้เหรอ
outside of those
จ
rounds
ริงๆแล้ว
this has
กู
been
ใช้หลายอย่าง
G2
ที่มัน
all
เป็น
the
ของ
way
ดีแต่กู
they
ไม่
have
รู้จะแนะ
been
นำพวกมึง
just
ยังไงแบบ
a
ว่า
step ahead
บางอย่าง
all
มันก็
throughout
แพงจน
Sunset
แบบว่า
you can see why they're very comfortable to pick this
แพง
I
ไอ้
mean
เหี้ย
you know coming into this event a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid I mean throughout most of the day today you're seeing Lotus Ascent Haven Split we will see Split later I'm happy about that don't get me wrong the last time these two teams played on Split they went to overtime and it was map 3 we can only hope but that being said you know having a pocket pick like a Sunset like a Fracture gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into you're able to at least force out that decider
อ๋อตกใจหมด
Wall sent at main here on a timing. 2 weapons into this one for Nongshim.
อะไรมันทำเว็บได้ป่ะพี่ปะที่แบบแนะนำตัวเองทำเว็บแบบแนะนำตัวเองคืออะไรวะ
tucked up in mid
คอร์สโคเวิร์กหรอ
into that top left corner again this time it's Ivy and sure it gives you a little bit of info I mean you're able to probably identify that trademark is around the corner in market but
อ๋อเหรอ
able to capitalize off of it they really haven't been able to
ซิมเปิลนี่ซิมเปิลไม่ไปดูไหมซิมเปิลนี่
I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of I would suspect but we'll see tag
หมายถึงว่าอยากได้ขวดใหญ่ใช่ไหม
there so
น้ำหอมซาร่าดีนะแต่ต้องเลือกให้ดี
stick around but nobody really accelerating
น้ำหอมซาร่าตัวไหนที่ดีหมดหายาก
This is allowed for Dawn to start scaling forward, so he's going to have a faster rotation around the back. Granted, yes, required for the moment, still going to be there, but Ivy actually going to be caught on timing. No, it's going to be Leaf at the same time, though. Back over towards the site, just gunning down 2. Ivy tucked into this position, Sleep finds the third. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will, he'll quickly shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Dambi alone in a 1v4.
คือน้ำหอมมันมี
ดี
ก็ดีเลยกับเหี้ยเลยดีก็คือสู้แบบแบรนด์ห้างเลยแบรนด์อื่นได้เลย
is looking all but guaranteed.
Another phenomenal round
ลองไปดูว่าน้ำหอมซาร่าใช้ตัวไหนกันทั้งตัวใหญ่ครับดูจากรีวิวจาก TikTok ก็ได้จากอะไรก็ได้
set that retake up for
ไป
success
ซื้อมั่วไม่ได้
but
นะ
here it's
ซื้อ
just
มั่วนี่ชิบหายครับ
shutting down
ขายต่อยาก
the
เลยซาร่า
huge push that's the 4-player push that he's facing there yes he's got some help from Valen but he gets the 2 kills and that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into link because he expected that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him when they're not ready. But there's discipline here from Leaf and Valen. They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through
ใช้
top
ไม่อยู่
mid.
กินดีแหละแต่อยู่ไม่นานแล้วขวดใหญ่มันแพงเท่าแบรนด์
Heroic efforts from
ถ้าจะเอาอยู่นาน
tremendous player in Leaf.
มันต้อง
really just
เองต้องดูหลายปัจจัย
all across
ดู
the board
โทนน้ำหอมดูสภาพอากาศ
they're so nervous
เข้าใจปะ
some kind of
ถ้าอยู่ในที่อากาศเย็นมากๆหรืออยู่ในห้องแอร์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยบางทีร้านน้ำหอมมันก็กลิ่นมันก็ไม่ฟุ้งหรอกบางทีมันกลิ่นมันก็หมดไวอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw
โอ้
ถ้าพอมีเงินนะถ้าพอแบบมีเงินนะเมสันเมสันฟรานซิสเกอร์จิยอง MFK ติดแบบหรือไม่ก็อนาลเตอร์ก็ได้เรลโบอะไรอย่างเงี้ยติดแบบโอ้โหติดอัพแต่ราคาแบบมันใช้อ้วกวานครับใช้อ้วกวานใช้อัมพันอะไรเงี้ยอ้วกวานที่เขาแบบว่ามันแพงกันนั่นแหละเขาใส่ส่วนผสมพวกนั้นครับมันเลยตายอุ้ย
Ivy's unable to clean up Trent fast enough.
สตันดิเจ้ารอเพื่อนไปแปดปุ๊บตัน
much win around for Nongshim.
โอ้ย
Fastlane over the side with Paranoia going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first with Trent quickly. Trades that back.
แต่ราคาสูงมากเลยนะ MFK MFK เฮียอะไร MFK มีหลายตัวมากครับไปลองดมได้เลยแต่ว่าแม่งหอมทุกตัวไอ้สัสแต่ถ้ามึงรวยมากนะถ้ามึงรวยมากเลยนะเจอแรงครับที่สุด
The defuse not held to have. Exros aware of this. Baby will rip everything out of their grasp, but cannot take the round, cannot take G2
ชื่ออะไรวานิลาทุกอย่างของเกอร์แรงครับต้องดูว่ามึงชอบน้ำหอมโทนไหนบางคนก็ไม่ชอบหวานบางคนก็ไม่ชอบเฟสบางคนก็ไม่ชอบบูตตี้บางคนก็ไม่ชอบหนังอะไรเงี้ยมันแล้วแต่คนครับ
That allows the neural theft to be invested. That he's trying to use the seekers against G2 there. knows that after he clears the first, the second two aren't locked into him. But regardless, call us and share your story for a chance to win.
เสียงวิทยุเหรอ
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want? What do you want to win?
A car would be good.
เสียงอะไรวะ
You already have a car. What are you? You're greedy. Wow.
คนดมแล้วรู้เลย มีอยู่2แบรนด์ที่กูรู้สึกว่าไอ้3แบรนด์แล้วกันที่ดมแล้วรู้เลยว่าแพงครับ1คือเกอร์แรงแพงมากคือกลิ่นได้กลิ่นปุ๊บรู้เลยกับดีออแบบของรูทอฟาก้าอะไรอย่างเงี้ยดีออจะแพงนิดนึงแต่ก็ราคาก็ถูกกับการเกอร์แรงไอ้เหี้ยส่วนอีกแบรนด์นึงจะเป็นคลีทครับแม่งราคา10,000 อัพทั้งนั้นแต่ดมคือกลิ่นแม่งรู้เลยแล้วแม่งติดแบบนานจัดแต่ปัจจุบันนะอย่าซื้อขวดเต็มครับไปซื้อทดลองแบตกลิ่นแบบว่าซื้อมาทดลองก่อนดีกว่าสุดท้ายแล้วหอมมันคือไม่ชอบครับโอ้โหด่านนี้ไม่ด่านเขาไว้ฮะโอ้ยยืดด่านเขาเก่งว่ะหลุดหูฟังหลุดไอ้สัตว์
Yeah, I mean again.
อย่าได้กลิ่นไม่หวานไม่วานิลาไม่ผู้ชายไปเนี่ยสดชื่นดับกลิ่นแก่ได้
Even if you lose.
YSL ครับ YSL ครับ Eve Saint Laurent EDT กลิ่นแบบเหี้ยหอมสัตว์ไม่หวานด้วยกลิ่นไม่วานิลาครับแต่ถามว่าผู้ชายไหมหรอ
This one better be a damn good one because you need
กลิ่นมันโปร่งมากอะกลิ่นมันโปร่งหอมแบบเหมือนครับผม
โค้ชตกปรับโดเนทมา10 บาทแต่ไม่ชอบเมืองถั่ว
แต่กูไม่ชอบมึงไอ้ถั่วโอ้กูไม่ใช่ถั่วกูเป็นมันฝรั่งขอบคุณครับโดเนทครับผมไม่ต้องชอบกูได้ขอบคุณที่โดเนทครับผมไม่ชอบกูโดเนทกูด้วยเฮียหายากกันเนี่ยหายากมึงแอบแลอยู่นะที่ระดับมันวัดกันที่อะไรพี่ไมคอนหรอไมโครหรอทีมหรอโอ้ยวัดหลายอย่างน้องทีมระดับการแข่งขันระดับเทียร์ 1ครับมันวัดกันที่ไม่ใช่แค่ไมโครครับ mentality passion คือถ้าทั้งทีมต่างทุกคนมีแพชชั่นที่ตรงกันนะแบบว่าสมมติแล้วกันนะพูดแบบไม่อิงอะไรนะ5 คนที่แข่งแม่งมีแพชชั่นตรงกันคืออยากได้แชมป์โลกคือกูทำทุกวิธีทางเพื่อกูได้แชมป์โลกมันก็ไปทางเดียวกันได้ครับไมโครมันสามารถเพิ่มเติมได้แต่แมคานิกอะอันเนี้ยถ้าใครมีแล้วอะได้เปรียบครับมีแล้วได้เปรียบครับบางคนแม่งแบบพิมมี่อย่างเงี้ยพิมมี่แม่ง the best mechanic game นะแบบว่าโอ้โหสัตว์มีเหมือนเห็ดไอ้เหี้ยคือแม่งวางเป้าดีโอ้โหมีไม้2อีกโอ้เหี้ยมันเล่นดีกว่าด่านนี้เจ็ดแว่เนี่ยทำไมไม่ให้เจ้ากิโมเล่นวะไอ้ตัดตัวเนี้ยทำไมวะกูจะรู้อะเล่นอย่างดีอะไว้เล่น KO พิมพ์ชื่อรุ่นไว้หน่อย White L LL เขียนแค่ว่า White L EDT แค่นั้นเลย White L แล้วก็ EDT ข้างหลังคืออย่างงี้มันจะมี EDT EDP แล้วก็ Parfum EDT อ่ะคือกลิ่นจะกระจายที่สุดเลยแล้วก็กลิ่นจะแบบเบาจมูกเบาสบาย EDP อ่ะกลิ่นจะเข้มขึ้นมาส่วน Parfum อ่ะกลิ่นมันจะเข้มที่สุดเลยขอบคุณนะครับสำหรับ follow น้องฮูนี้แล้วก็น้องอิดแสบไอเซฟฮีเซฟกูจะแสบกูจะออกฮีก็ไม่ได้โอ้ยเดี๋ยวคนนี้ไม่น่าใช่นะบิ๊กแบงโวเคโดบิ๊กแบงโวเคโดไม่น่าใช่นะยังมีแบบ3ว่ามันจบช้าได้วันนี้จบช้าได้ขอดูหน่อย
Nongshim Red Force and G2, two of the great squads across the world going head to head here on a final
YSL นี่ก็ VSL มาจากไหนเนี่ย
Yeah, I mean for me I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been in the pool. Now it's come back. I think Nongshim
คุณแนวส่งที่อยู่มา
on this map, and G2
ส่งที่อยู่คุณแนวมา
really
ส่งไว้ใน
had it
Discord ก็ได้
down. It looked
เดี๋ยวผมส่งไปให้
very, very strong from them. I think even
ผม
the
ส่งไปให้
scoreline
เอาไปลอง
is
ดม
quite
ดูก่อน
tight. You're quite kind to Nongshim. You know, you go 7-5. Wow. Oh, that was, you know, maybe it was good
ไม่
for
ไม่ไม่
G2.
ไม่
And
ผม
then you
เดี๋ยวผ
go,
มแบ่งไป
oh,
ให้
but they got
แบ่ง
pistol
แบบ
and
แบ่งไปให้
bonus.
ไม่
You
ใช่
go,
ให้
oh,
ทั้งขวด
maybe
นะ
Nongshim were good.
เอาไป
And
ล
then
อง
you go,
คิดดูก่อนว่า
Ivy
ชอบหรือเปล่า
single-handedly won 3 of those rounds.
แล้วค่อยไปซื้อ
Okay, maybe G2 actually.
มันมีอยู่นิดเดียวมันเหลืออยู่หน่อยเดียว
Being realistic about Sunset, the first
มันจะ
round
ไม่เหลืออยู่
is
แล้ว
going to be a surprise. If you have those set strats like we were seeing Valley like reading
ทัวร์
the
ลอง
papers
แผน
like, oh,
2-3
this
เปล่า
this
เท
this
ส
like
ระบบ
this is what we can
ไม่
how
ก็
we
แผ
can
น
get the
ทีม
most out of them
ใน
and
ลีก
it absolutely worked and
ไม่ก็แผน
especially
หรอก
when
ที่
we
ไม่รู้
turned into that second half when we speak about that double sentinel and the way that they were playing it
มันมี
you
แก็บ
have
พอ
Sage
สม
on
ควร
one
นะแต่
side
ว่า
Chamber
มั
on
น
the other and they're going to be an absolute
เอาจริงนะกูพูดตรง
pain
นะ
in the ass to deal with
ใครที่มาแข่งรายการเนี้ย
and if on
ส
top
เต
of
จถัด
that
ไปที่
you
ต้องเจอ
add in a jogging
อาจ
mode
ออกมา
then
ไม่ดีครั
every
บ
single
อาจ
round is
เฉ
in
ย
a
ๆนะ
different part
อาจออก
of
มา
the
ได้ไม่ดี
map
ครับ
putting
เพราะว่า
pressure
มัน
onto
จะไม่มี
you
มัน
and
ไม่
it's
มีช่วง
now
ว a เคชั่น
on a
เลยไม่มี
duelist
ช่วงพัก
so
ไม่
he
มีแก็บให้
will
พักเลย
come and fight you
แข่งอันนี้
I'm
ซ้อ
sorry
มมา
but
ปุ๊บ
that
แข่ง
means
EWC เสร็จ
we're
ปุ๊บ
going to split
ต้องใช้เวลาซ้อมอีก
It
นิด
does
นึงเพื่อไปแข่ง
indeed mean
สเตจ
that
2
one.
ต่อ
And the good thing for G2,
คือ
they
มัน
were
มันค่อน
never
ข้าง
in
เบียดกัน
doubt
พอสม
this
ควร
one.
ครับผมรู้
Ahead,
สึกว่า
in the first half and then kind of
คือ
sped
ความมั่นใจในแผน
away
ที่เตรียม
in
อะ
the
ไม่เท่ากัน
second. And that's
หรือไม่ก็ต้อง
still
เล่นคอมเดิม
despite
แต่
the
เปลี่ยน
fact
แผนอะไร
that
เงี้ย
there were
ถ้าโค้ช
many
เก่งพอผมคิดว่าถ้าเป็น
big moments here from
ถ้าเก่งพอ
Nongshim,
นะ
kind of like tournament
เขาทำไว้ 2 ชุด
moments here for Ivy on this
ใช้คอมนี่แหละ แต่ชุดแรกกับแผน
Ivy's
ใช้
an
สำหรับ
amazing
EWC กับ
player.
อีก
He's
ชุด
so
หนึ่งแผนสำหรับ
comfortable
ส
on
เต
these
จ 2
traditional sentinel roles, especially
ประมาณนั้น
this Cypher. Now, do I think Cypher is the best in slot here on Sunset?
ไม่ต้องอ่านก็ได้พี่
Probably
ชื่อผมยัง
not,
ไม่รู้เลย
but
มัน
is
อ่าน
it
ว่า
the
อะไร
best for Ivy? Very well might
กู
be.
จะแสบ
He was
แสบ
putting up,
แสบ
you
แล้ว
know,
กู
a
จะแสบแล้ว
great
เมื่อกี้
show, that 1v3 as well. It's just, it's
อี
insane
เซฟ
the
อีเซฟ
stuff he's able to
น้อง
do.
ฮี
But
ฮี
the
ก็ได้
problem is, it's too little too late. It's
แม
not
ปต่อ
enough.
ไปเหรอ
You can't only rely on these individual moments. It does feel like they need more time on this
เหี้ย
map.
ฟอ
They
ร์มมัน
need to get more drilled in the macro and get familiar with it again, because G2 just leaps and bounds
ส่วนตัว
ahead
พี่
in
ยัง
my
ไป
mind.
Just
ยังไป
something
ของ
that I
ทีม
was
อยู่เพราะ
talking
พี่
about
รู้สึกว่า
before
ถ้า
we
เจ้ากิ
jumped
โมไม่จับดู
into
อะ
Sunset and
กูตี
something
เก้
that
เลย
also a paper
พูดจริ
thing
ง
just
แต่ถ้า
highlighted
เจ้ากิโม
is
จับดู
how
อะพี่ว่า
Trent
จี
was
ทูได้
going to mix with
ขอดูพร้อม
Juggernaut
ก่อนแล้วกัน
to
นะ
make this situations so
ผม
favor
มี
for
นิดเดียวแหละ
themselves and
มัน
Trent had an
มันเหลือมัน
amazing
ไม่แทบไม่เหลือแล้วคุณแนว
we've seen
คุณแนวลอง
a
ไปดม
sky
ดู
resurgence
แค่เปิดฝา
thanks
มา
to
ดม
the
ดม
later
ป
buffs
อก
that
ก็ได้
we've
กลิ่น
seen
แล้ว
from the
แต่หอม
agents
มาก
so it is definitely something to take into account when you go into a map like that and you're going to be pairing it with a neon. It looks very very good when you're thinking that if that is going to be your only information considering that you have those 2 sentinels you have to go with them
แล้วก็มีพวกกลิ่นชา
Brutal
อะไร
kind
เงี้ย
of run
ชา
here
มัท
on
ฉะ
the opposite side
ชา
for
อูหลง
Nongshim
อะไรเงี้ย
Red
มีนะ
Force.
เชี่ย
RB
หอมสัตว์
7-20. I know that that's a little tough when you're playing Caboose there, but
ผมเป็นคนที่หู
-13
กับจ
is
มูก
a
ค่อนข้างดีครับ ผมก็
tough.
เลยชอบ
Given
ทำ
the
อะไรที่
fact
มันแบ
that
บว่า
Ivy was
ใช้
popping
หูฟัง
off
ดี
on, as you said,
ๆ
not
ใช้จ
best
มูก
in
ดมกลิ่น
slot.
หอมๆอะไรเงี้ย
But a
แต่บาง
team
กลิ่น
that
น้ำหอมก็
can
เหม็น
go
สัต
ahead
ว์
and
ไอ้เหี้
bounce
ย
back. The resilience
But
of this Nongshim Red Force squad can't be understated big time.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like they can do it. Split is a map where they've been perfectly fine on. We saw it from them over in the qualifiers. Running that double duelist, Danby sticking with that neon, and it was X-Ross on the raise there to help back him up. And I think that is also a pretty solid map for them, but it's also not terrible for G2.
No, absolutely not. I think that I like the fact that we have each team wins their mapping. This is kind of like the ideal form that you will get to in a playoffs, where you have your map, which is super strong. You know that you're going to go to an opponent that will be in that form, so they will win their map, and this should be the biggest clash of them all. Because all the worrying signs that we could have seen on that first map, and we were like, oh, Jog, and oh, Dre, like, baby, what are you doing?
แอลกลิ่น
This,
แก่
and
มัน
that.
จะมีก็ต่อเมื่อหลัง
Out the
50
window,
หรือ
thanks to the
60 ไป
map
นะ
too.
กลิ่น
Leaf
แก่
also brilliant on that stage. It's
อันนี้พูดจริงนะ
absolutely everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I know. Again, everyone from G2 stepping up. That is what you want to see from a team that have stars all around. Really, everyone can play the role players, but then have the pop-off moments. Almost the ace that we saw at the end till Valence stole
stole that one away. And on the opposite side, in terms of the groups, Gentlemates was the one that took out XLG.
เราทุกคนจะมีกลิ่นแก่ครับตอนที่เราแก่ตัวไปเรื่องปกติ
I mean, EMEA doing pretty well.
According to
so
Athena,
far.
we're the worst region. We'll have some words.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes up for the non-EMEA regions as G2 and Nongshim Red Force will battle it out on that map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
ด่านต่อไปด่านอะไรนะทุกคนเฮียกูเพิ่งดูไว้เมื่อกี้กูลืมแล้วสปิดอุ้ยแต่สปิดสปิดผมว่าหนองชิมว่ะอันนี้ก็แบบตีไว้ก่อนนะคิดว่าหนองชิมกันขอดูความอีกทีนึงนี่อะไรอ่ะแอนิเมชันต้นทุนต่ำเหรอ แอนิเมชันในเกมเหรอต้นทุนต่ำเหรอ ใช้เกมเลยใช้เกมเป็นแอนิเมชันเลย
Whenever we let it out
ผมมีกลิ่นหนึ่งที่ผมไม่เคยใช้เลยแต่ผมมีไอสัตว์มีคนเอามาให้แม่งเป็นกลิ่นหนังไอ้เหี้ยกลิ่นหนังแบบหนังเลยอ่ะเหมือนหนังโซฟากลิ่นหนังเบาะรถใหม่อะไรเงี้ยผมไม่ชอบเลยเหี้ยได้กลิ่นแล้วมันจะอ้วกมันใช้สำหรับในโอกาสแบบว่าแต่งชุดดูดีไปงานอะไรแบบนั้นนะคือตะคุบโอ้เฮียมันก็หอมดีนี่หว่าเฮียอะไรวะเนี่ยมันก็หอมดีนี่หว่าโปรดักชั่นเขาตั้งใจทำนะตั้งใจทำก็ได้วะมีอะไรดูแข่งบ้างมีคู่ไหนบ้างไม่มีละผมไปเอากลิ่นเหล้าจีนมาครั้งเดียวพอเลยหุ้ยลายกลิ่นเหล้าอ่ะกลิ่นเหล้าที่พี่เคยดมแล้วหอมสัตว์เลยนะพี่ไม่คือผมไม่ดื่มเลยผมไม่กินเหล้าครับแต่ว่าแบรนด์ของคิลเลียนรู้จักคิลเลียนไหมรายรู้จักของคิลเลียนปะคิลเลียนไอ้เหี้ยกลิ่นเหล้าแม่งแบบย่อมสัตว์อ่ะกลิ่นเหล้ามันหอมมากครับผมงงเลยผมไม่กินเหล้านะเว้ยแล้วเวลาได้กลิ่นเหล้าคือเราจะได้กลิ่นชัดเจนอ๋อเฮียได้กลิ่นเหล้าเว้ยกลิ่นเหม็นเหล้าอะไรเงี้ยแต่กลิ่นนี้มันไม่ใช่กลิ่นแบบนั้นเว้ยมันเป็นกลิ่นเหล้าที่แบบบอกไม่ถูกอะฟอร์มดาเมจไงบ้างครับด่านแรกเล่นดีครับด่านหลังโดนเล่นนะ
Hello everyone, welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026 Valorant, and we are going to map number 3 between the champions of Americas and the earlier kickoff champions of Pacific. It's G2 versus Nongshim Red Force 1-1. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And as we said to it, let's set the stakes here. We know that G2 is going to take a little bit of time to set up on stage. Nongshim are now just coming on out. What do you want to see out of these squads?
I mean, I want to see Nongshim get explosive again. That's what I feel like they got tampered here a little bit. They feel a lot slower. I mean, I feel like G2 were able to work the map around them far too easily. Nongshim are at their best when they're in your face. Dambi needs to go forward with the support of the team. I don't want to see any big rotates round spawn. No, forward, boys. I want to see that double duelist that we saw from them in the qualifier. It was very effective there, so I just think they got to lean back into their strengths for me for Nongshim.
And if you are a G2 fan, you want quite the opposite, right? The same way that Nongshim runs that double duelist, we're going to full control for the side of G2. Astra, Viper, Vice, like literally everything to stop them. We always, when we talk about the meta, we talk about being one step ahead. And if you really think that it's tilted in that direction, if you can find a very strong counter to it, you should be in theory favored. It looked very good when they were playing with the double sentinel here on Sunset. And that is something that they have to find a way to translate into play. Because obviously the chokes are much smaller and many things can go wrong.
Baby Bay
แต่มันจะได้การันตีว่าเราได้ไปเพลย์แล้ว1 ทีมแล้วอีกทีนึงไปลัชเชน
Let's like not. Let's not.
No, I think I want to see Jorgamon stick with that duelist. I think he can play the Neon. We also know he can play that Raze really well.
Raze, very much so here on Split.
But I think on the side of G2, I totally agree with you. I want to see control. I want to see Leaf take over that Viper. I want to see maybe a Vice with that. You know, there's the whole objective for this is G2 need to slow down Nongshim. Nongshim need to not allow themselves to be slowed down.
The best thing that could happen for them is trying to isolate those kills, right? When we're speaking about slowing them down, it's more so of like one by one, you know, one by one, get onto the side. And if you can shut down Dambi, probably one of the reasons why he swapped from the Neon in the first place, the fact that he was not the one being isolated. They also have Ivy playing absolutely brilliant, so it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of G2. The resurgence, though, of Jogemo. In the first match, Dambi diffed on him, like, made absolutely no sense. But if he's on a duelist, he does have a lot more freedom. And also with the compositions playing more around him instead of him, helping the rest of the team.
ยังไงก็ได้วะ
Just
พี่
much
อะ
better.
I think it's one of those
พี่
selfless
อยากให้
things,
บุญ
right?
ไป
You've got such a
ไปแชม
star
เปี้ย
and
น
he
แค่นั้น
wants
เลย
to try and
ขอ
lift
ให้
the rest of the team
ขอ
on
ให้
up.
RQ
Really,
กับ
the team needs you. You be the guy. It's okay that you're the guy. That's like a whole thing in Korea here and in the Pacific as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is a meta that's centered around those duelists, right? They're probably the strongest that they've ever been right now. So it's all about enabling. That's one thing Nongshim historically have been able to do brilliantly, and that's why they could lift that trophy over in Santiago. So I want to see both teams be able to emulate that.
And let's speak a little bit about the repetitions. Yes, you were saying that in the qualifier they were playing with that double duelist when the Neon and the Race for the side of Nongshim. But when we talk about reps, G2 is on the lead by a lot, especially I think that they played it at least 3 weeks throughout the regular season, a couple of times in playoffs, and of course they're in Masters London. There is a lot of show and there is a lot of tape, and this is the only match that you know for sure your opponent before coming into the tournament. So if any preparation has been done, it has to be for this match.
Yeah, very much so. We got the Aiden Select coming in now. Baby Bay back on that duelist.
Oh.
He's on the waylay. This is not what I expected to see from them, but I can see where they're coming from. On the side of Nongshim, it's not that raise. They're going back to the Phoenix from X-Ross that we saw back on Breeze. We know that there's a 1-2 pairing that's effective.
So here's the thing, right? Bar the trend being on the sky would literally worked very well on Sunset, so why not?
Yeah.
They played something similar like this before with Baby Bay on the waylay. But Jogama was playing on the Neon. Maybe he feels more comfortable in the race, and after the nerf and everything, I think the Jogama is a brilliant race. So I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, there isn't a ton of stopping power here. It's only really going to be that Viper, maybe a Paranoia. So I think it's going to get explosive here on Split.
Yeah, whether it goes slow or fast, it's going to be loud as we've got the two squads battling it out for that victory and the right to play gentle mates later on in the group stage. G2 and Nongshim Red Force 1-1 into our final map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
คือมันดีกว่าตรงที่ mobility มันแบบมันไม่ใช่มันไม่ใช่แบบฟินิกอะฟินิกมันเดินออกทั้งเลยยกเว้นนิออนแต่ที่เหลือคือโมเมนต์ทีพีออกได้เลสกระโดดออกได้เวเลกระโดดออกได้มันพาจุดนี้สปอตได้แบบว่า จุดโดนของโดนไฟโดนพิษอะไรอย่างเงี้ยจุดจับอะไรเงี้ยเราตัวรอดได้เข้าใจปะ
Back onto that duelist duty with the waylay coming through a bit more comfortable
คอ
for
มที่
him.
ดูดีกว่าแต่ไม่ได้เขาจะเล่นดีกว่านะ เพราะว่าเฟดนี่พูดตามตรงว่าคอมโบได้อยู่คอมโบกับฟีได้
You need him to kind of come alive. He was one of the ones, along with Jogamo, on those double duelists that struggled against Nongshim on Split last time. -4 respectively in the KD column for both of them at Master Santiago.
จากมุมมองโค้ชด้วยกันเองผมว่าเขายกระดับทีมได้ค่อนข้างดีครับถึงแม้ว่ารูปแบบทีมมันจะแบบ
It is a very different setup for both squads in a
ไป
lot
ได้
of
ไม่สุ
ways.
ดอะ
You
แต่ว่า
got X-Ross on the duelist now.
ทีมแม่ง
Francis
มั่น
over
คง
on
แน่
the
นอนครับ
fade. They're gonna swap
ที่เหลือก็คือไปรักษาสภาพจิตใจกันเอาเอง
Be Ivy on that Viper again.
แต่เผื่อฟอสอาจจะน่ารักก็ได้นะเราไม่รู้ครับ
Valen will not be piloting the Astro with this comp.
เบบี้บุยเล่นตัวนี้ได้เหรอ
Trent switches off of fade, goes into the sky. Again, I'm comparing this to the last time these two teams faced off. So yes, it went to OT, but here feels like it just comes down to skill, firepower, one of those things, and there you go.
Jogamo with that sheriff at hand, able to take off RB's head very swiftly as Baby Bay goes diving into the back of sight. No one home though. Nongshim were heavily stacking more towards the A side of the map. Curveball going to be Sepidambi. Eating the full brunt of that one. Now we'll try to go for the peak, but Leaf has him dead. Just banged through the box. X-Ross gone as well, and that leaves just Ivy and Francis to try to peel back anything they can get in a 2v5, but it feels like G2 going to have a third pistol win in a row from Sunset now in a split. America squad very much waking up.
เสียกระดาษอย่างไวเลยปีหัว
Getting beat on Breeze. Swing in, Ivy. Good for the one, but nothing more. Not much of a dent put into G2 here as they take the opening pistol.
Yeah, again, a lot of sparse fights that, normally you're not even really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but because you get one tapped off the rip, and then you kind of screw up a Phoenix curveball that leaves Dambi not able to scale the space and maybe get in a little bit quicker and deeper like you'd hope. Things just aren't going so good. For Nongshim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2 looking very, very sharp again, finding themselves their third pistol in a row. And it's a couple Spectres, Bulldog, Baby Bay with just a Bandit, Leaf with just a Ghost. So this is a round where you're very content to lose 2 players, assuming you get all 3 guns carried over. Now, so far, Nongshim had gamble stacked more or less on the other side of the map, or at least willingly gave up the long B space. Do you have a late lurk here from Leaf to try to deny any attempt to just die to the spike or thwart this retake? And here they go.
อู้บายสวยด้วย
Paranoia not going to be connecting on anyone there.
วาลินจ่ายบาย
Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke.
Oh,
Exos
yeah.
eventually going to be able to find that kill on a battle.
ของเยอะจัด
as well as Nongshim already on for the defuse. Dambi just bouncing back into the
Ui, đột phi tài á.
ignoring these players here in garage. Baby Bay will be able to find one. Defuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having a kill.
เอาได้เฉยเลย
And Nongshim
จ่ายของแต่ไม่ได้สู้ครับจ่ายไปแล้วแล้วก็ถอย
right
ครับ
back
อะไร
into it, tie it up
เขาจ่ายของสวน
1-1.
มาเรียบร้อยครับ
Okay, take it all
ปืน
back.
ไม่มีแต่มี
That
ของนะ
looked really well rehearsed. That was some
ค่าครูเรื่องข
crazy
องที่
good
เอาของ
thought
ครับผม
going into that.
ไม่จำเป็นเลยครับไม่
Curveball
จำเป็น
from
เลย
X-Ross, the big
ปรึกษาได้
opener
ถามได้ครับ
into the can that was G2's post plant. And then it's just Dambi doing what he does best, running at you. Just a classic. And he's getting the job done. Doesn't matter, seemingly, how much you nerf the agent, you nerf the shotguns. Dambi is still really, really good.
Oh, yeah. G2 now looking to try to replicate some of that magic we just saw. They do have a Vandal and a Sheriff behind this. Saturate going to be connecting on the Dambi, but no real way to try to push off of that one, nor is there anyone behind it. It's an attempt at a bit of a fake here, if not just for a pick. Baby Bay comes away empty-handed. Meanwhile, push up into Mail. X-Ross going to be able to find the 2 kills here. The Paranoia just far too late from Valen to escort these players in safely. Leaf dead. Vandal can be collected. Okay, does register that, but still is going to be taken down. Valen only now with a shout. Baby Bay with this bandit.
Now you got to be
Working his
real
way through vents.
ต้องตัดปืนได้เยอะสุดครับเพื่อบายวินเนอร์ของทีทู
This is potentially scary, especially with so much time left on the clock. Baby Bay all the way in spawn.
There's a world where this can get away from them. Spot out. X-Ross looking to hold his own, and he shall.
เอ็กลอดมันยิง
Kill
วัด
found, and
ไม่
it
ค่อย
looks
แพ้
like
ใคร
RB
เว้ย
with the right read, staring exactly where he needs to, but not quite
RB
hitting the
แพ้ทุก
shots
คน
that he needs to. So this still ends up being
สม
very
ดุลอย่างสม
costly
บูรณ์
for
แบบ
Nongshim. But as the swing comes in, Downbeat will be able to find the kill, gets the weapon upgrade off the Spectre, and Nongshim will establish a 1-round lead.
This gets a little too uncomfortable for Nongshim after just a
กลับมาเป็นคน
really
เล่น
great
ยอนแล้วดูดี
hold
ขึ้น
from
เยอะเลย
X-Ross.
จริง
Just
แต่สุด
gonna
ท้ายแล้วมันก็
stand
ขึ้นอยู่
there,
กับทีมด้วยเนาะ
gets the first cleanly, second
นี
to
ออน
follow up, but
แดมบิลเล่นคนเดียวมันก็ไม่ช่วยชนะหรอกครับ
causes
แต่
a
มุมเป็น
whole
ทีมก็อาจ
bunch
จะดี
of
ขึ้น
problems because they really don't want to fork that over. Don't want to give them any opportunities in a post plant to dig in. Even those are good read from
เกาหลีปีนี้
RB.
ลุ้นยากจริง
Really
ไม่ต้อง
able
ลุ้น
to
เลย
be
เว้ยปีนี้ลุ้นยากครับ
sharp with the shots.
แต่
where
ปลาย
Baby
ปี
Bay
อะก็
was.
มีโอกาสครับ
Dive in. Nobody home from Nongshim.
Oh, counter spam though. Look at Baby Bay's health. Trent can get some healing through. Tag to 16, so frankly, he's going to be lucky to be alive. Boombot with no scout. This gives them some pause. Zombie. Ooh.
เห็นอุ้ย
elbow
โดน
showing.
ศอกโดนศอก
It's going to be Jogamo, the one to eat some damage, though.
I
หลอก
think
กลางครับ
Dambi's a little lucky that he
ถ้า
didn't
สโม
take
ก
a
เว้นนี่
lot
คือหล
more
อกเลย
damage there. He gave Jog a pretty
ถ้า
good
สโมกเมล
opportunity
ก็
on
ไม่ได้หลอก
that angle, but
แค่ตีไกล
Oh, no. Look at this. Speaking of
โอ้ย
opportunity,
ยังไม่ตาย
it's absolutely squandered.
อย่างนี้จะฉกคืนได้ครับ
Damage found, yes, and Ivy will
นี่
be
เท
able
โด
to
นยิงหลัง
control
ไม่
the
ตาย
back
เฉ
end.
ยเทน
The real fortunate part about that for
แต่ฮิวไม่ได้
in
นะ
the end is that
แต่20
Trent can't heal himself back up. He should have had him absolutely dead.
โอ้มันหลอกเกมเหมือนด้านบีเลยทุกคน
Ramp now going to be taken. They haven't firm
แต่ไม่น่ายก
control
บี
here
ครับ
for
ยกบีน่า
G2.
จะยาก
40 seconds remaining.
กู
Can
ไป
still
เว้
go
ย
for a pivot as well if they want.
มันโอ้โหโอ้โหเรียบ
conceded
ร้อย
some
แล้ว
of this
มา
space
บี
over towards top A, and
เฮ้ยเห็นอ๋อ
Hello.
Leaf in trouble. Oh, gets around the corner, but getting spammed through.
Pushed out a little bit more into the open. Run it back now, going to be popped. X-Ross looking for that moment to strike, and he has been able to find it. Baby Bay going to take it down. Francis out from Alley.
แฟนซิตครับ
Intercepting Trent.
3-2
putting the spike
ไปที่
down
ทำไมอะ
the floor.
ทำงี้
Tries to
อะ
go for the right swing, but there's 2 players on the opposite side. As Valen will fall and is now down to Leaf. Blaze Wall does allow for him to recollect this spike.
หนูจะจนกับจีทูจะจนนี่ไงที่จนเวลา
Belief is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open.
เฮ้ย
I think he's got it by about 0.05.
ทันเว้ยเฮียกี่วิวนะ
Get that one in play.
งั้นส่งกล่องเสียหน้าเปิดหน่อยครับไม่รู้เลยว่ะที่มีกล่องอยู่เหลืออยู่ไม่กี่กล่องแล้วเก่าจะเก็บไปเปิดไปประมาณเหมือนจะไม่ได้เปิดแล้วเฮียว่าจะขายเนี่ยขายได้ประมาณ1,000มั้งทั้งหมดทีมกูมีอ่ะ1,000-2,000เฮียกล่องเงินสตรีมก็โอ้เรียบร้อยครับไม่แพ้ใครจริงว่ะมันดูเร็วเก่งว่ะG2หลอกเด็กจังอะลุงใจเย็นให้โอกาสมันหน่อยกูมีกล่องเยอะป่ะวะมีกล่อง
talking a lot today about Ivy, but here on Split, it's been Xros who's been instrumental for Nongshim, able to hold the line in a couple different important moments after some mechanical whoopsies. Don't like that wide swing from Francis after he gets that first kill. Ivy just not even considering that Leaf could have peeled back there. I think they thought when they heard that tap that he's already on the other side of that box, going for the default plant, but it's not the case at all. Leaf almost works a miracle.
ไปขายดีกว่าฮะ
Trent quick clear the haunt.
ลืมขายกล่องเลยทำไมลีฟแม่นตีครับไม่นั่นสิครับไม่รู้
nobody's trying to scale through mid. Seen this a couple times from Nongshim.
คงมีแผนสำหรับตีไวเปอร์มากกว่ามั้ง
pretty cautious about that. Paranoia.
โอ้ตายครับไม่ทันแล้ว
Again on Struggle Street and Baby on the dive board will be able to catch him. That's going to be a weapon likely.
เอ้า
But Xros will be able to shut down Juggernaut. Leaf now
โดนล่าครับ
Xros with the reposition to Balin with the read. Spams out the Stinger, able to connect. As the smoke will fall, Baby Bay here out in front.
สองไม่มีผล
Wow. Barely scraping by with any help. And Balin
อย่าทานเฟอร์โหดสัตว์
The Stinger got in his own right. Still not going to be able to find that kill, so will end up falling. As Nongshim continuing to rack up these wins.
Still, again, some individual mistakes that are almost costing Nongshim big time, and G2 able to find some good timings to at least do damage, but they can't convert enough because somebody steps up in the back line of Nongshim. And again, it's what makes this team so fearsome, is you have a lot of really, really talented players behind those duelists. Francis and Ivy, incredible when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there, but right there, Francis able to bounce back after
ผมคงไม่กล้าตีจังหวะนั้นมั้ง
previous round.
จังหวะจ่ายแต่แม่งพีคมาตายเห็นไหมก็รอเก็บแผลแล้วใช้กันตี
Look at Leaf, he's all the way over on A.
Let's let up. It's just a decay. So it sees grabbing him in position.
แดนบีถ้าตัดโอเมนได้นะไม่ได้ครับหรือว่าได้ไม่ได้ครับเดาทางถูกแล้ว
Can't do anything about it. Even if he had, Leaf would have been right there.
วีน่าหนองชิมน่าต้องเสียแล้วครับ
Back into their favor. Flash sent. Side plant now. Going for safety. Smoke on the main, but Valen still able to play in front of that one. Xros strafing forward. Leaf looking for the immediate challenge. Molly just going to be lobbed in the corner. That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pit, but it looks like Leaf just going to be opting to try to hold that one for now. As yes, they will be able to overwhelm them and whittle this down to just Francis remaining. Swing out. Francis good for one, but nothing more. G2 now able to rally back. Themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is great work again by Leaf. Just has some great reads at times. I mean, I was so impressed with his Sage play on Sunset here on the Viper. Gets that opening kill and then immediately starts scaling forward and just goes, guys, it's open. They're not going to be able to get here in time. We have a huge advantage. And the best part about that, you only have to invest one of the alts. Leaf held on to that pit, so he's going to have it available potentially for this round. They can get there. Just use those Seekers to really confirm. G2, oh, okay.
Break up that, the conversion path's going to be sent. Ivy to be caught, trying to tuck back behind this box, and Baby Bay eventually will find him. Hyper dead, but fast on their heels is all of Nongshim. This is all 4 players. Corralled around into garage.
หนองชิมได้กันก่อนเลยไม่ใช่พี่ตายก่อนอีกอะ
Baby Bay going to be taking that first
โอ้ที่ว่าเลยชิบหายแล้ว Baby Bay
will be able to take him down. Xros with the ult in play, wins the fight versus Valen.
บอมบี้อย่างงี้แก้ได้นะทำเล่นไป
Ready
แก้ได้ได้
to
เฮีย
forward onto the site, and Trenton Alley is going to be caught. Leap now zoned a world away. Having to rescale, but the Seas will connect.
โอ้เราไปเพื่อตายโอ้รู้อยู่ให้เว้นด้วยเรียบร้อยครับทีเทนี่โอ้เบบี้เบย์โดนเฉยแล้วถ้าเบบี้ยังบอกสักวันสักหนึ่งนะลมสวายเลย
Similar scenes on both of these maps where the team comes out swinging.
เขาใช้แล้วฟีเฮวี่วะ
They allow for their opponents to get one step forward, and then they shove them back by 3.
ไอ้กล้องนี้น่าซื้อมาใช้วะออสบอท
An unbelievably explosive retake. Ivy just in an awful position, but that's a huge win there off the rip of his ult from X-Ross. The fact that he's able to get that opening duel allows him to keep creating space, and all of a sudden, that pit that should be a safety net for you becomes a prison, and they just get absolutely bullied out of it. That was electric coordination.
ชอบดัน
Dodging any punish, but now Nongshim quickly making the call to try to pivot across towards this A site. Watch confirms that no one's home. Ping shell up to heaven as well.
เละมากไอ้เบG2 โดนไหลอีกแล้วแล้วหนองชิมได้กันก่อนไอ้สัตว์เกาหลีกันก่อนแม่งแข่งโป๊กเอ้ามากัดกูเฉยเลยจะบอกกูแล้วนี่โอ้ยเอาได้วะเชื่ออะไรวะเนี่ย
And now suddenly in the blink of an eye it's just Ivy
โอ้แดบบี้พยายามยิงนะครับแม่งสตันแล้วแบบยิงไม่โดนเลย
Points the first but needs so much more. Re-clear into heaven and he will just abandon the hope of a clutch. Will back away and G2 find a massive monstrous round win to get up to 3.
Yeah, they're
แขกจะฟอกขาวเดียวเลยเหรอ
able to just punch right back.
แพ้เสียงในหัว
I mean this time Nongshim tries to go for a more spread retake, trying to clear some space over at the bottom of the ramp. And we've tucked in, having none of it.
ปกติครับ
He got 2 kills there, and it's just a
พี่คิดว่าถ้าเขาต้องการจริง
coordination with the utility. The flash was in there, the saturate, everything you needed from G2 was perfectly placed. It's absolutely lights out.
All 3 players carrying weapons.
แต่จริงๆมันควรจะมีให้นะ
That last little bit from the blast pack doing wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight to stay alive.
แต่พี่เหรอพี่เองก็คิดว่าพี่มีขาจับจอพี่ก็เล่นได้นะ
I think a little bit more thoughtful on those retakes on A if you're Nongshim, but G2 just give him enough time. So quick, get into those well-disciplined post plants where they know what they need to do. Their protocols, you know, are going to be very well drilled. Francis goes for the C's there. Does catch on to Baby Bay, but no punish available.
มันเล่นแบบเล็กเลยนะเว้ย
Running a raise.
คล้ายๆเลยครับ
Molly's already been expended.
โยมหาไฟมาสู้เลยแล้วกลับ
Attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick at damage on either side.
รออะไรอะ
See how hungry Nongshim is to try to put the pressure onto G2, but
แต่บางทีก็เป็นการรีเซ็ตโฟกัสนะหมายถึงว่าบางทีจอไม่ได้มีปัญหาเราแต่ว่าปรับจอเพื่อแบบรีเซ็ตโฟกัสตัวเองก็แบบเราจะเล่นในบริบทไหนดีจอหมิ่นมากน้อยแค่ไหน
Let that one expire. G2 gets a very aggressive push up in towards this B heaven.
กลับ A แน่อย่างงี้
Once again, so much util, so many bullets expended from both sides, and no one is taking any damage.
บอมมา A แล้วไหลมา A แล้วน่าจะลวงเว้นทีเดียวเลย
Painting pictures around each other, and finally we'll have our first little bit there as Francis. Let's just end up eating 1 bullet. Meanwhile, the spike starting to get ushered up into A main.
His Jog's already down to his last clip.
DP check. But Jogamo with a backstab, just continuing to scale. Intercepts X-Ross. Finds that elimination. Dambi here, though. Has the overdrive, and the time has gone away from them. This is such a heavy investment. As maybe they eventually is going to be able to find Dambi. The plant now going to be coming through as Jogamo finds Ivy, and they can stick this. Very much limit testing here, RG2, but they're getting away with it as RB finding Jogamo, able to win out that fight.
2-1
But now he's got to do it all.
เฮ้ยเริ่มเกมสูสีแล้ววะ
Swing out of this. And that is unbelievable. RB has had such a
ขอ
quiet
โทษที่พูดคำนั้นออกไป
This whole
ขอโทษที่พูดคำนั้นออกไปว่ามันสูสีไอ้เหี้ยเห็นแม่ดูมันยิงดิ
I mean, there has been
เชี่ย
some of the nastiest spray transfers
เหี้ยวันนี้มันเสกจัดจริงมันเสกจริงครับ
So from Ivy earlier this time, it's RB's turn.
เชี่ยทีดูเดินเกมมาอย่างสวยทุกคน
I mean, you get
เข้า
the
ตีบอมอย่างสวย
backstab,
เล
you
ย
get the sight, you get the clear.
โอ้ดู
You
ดิ
get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for
Oh.
Nongshim. A complete change of momentum for RB.
Oh man
That is one of his best. And we've seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
รีเซ็ตดูต่อ
Absolutely
เฮียอะไรวะเนี่ย
insane. That's
ยิ
one
ง
of
แบ
those
บนี้ใคร
ones
จะ
that
สู้วะ
if
ไอ้
you're
เหี้ย
G2
เทรด2
Academy,
เทรดยังไงอย่าง
you're
เงี้ย
so
ไอ้สัส
much
ไม่มีแก็บให้มัน
over.
0.2 วิมั้งเมื่อกี้
More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset.
หุ้ยบายลูกนี้สวยแน่ครับ
Can they
ไป
recover from here?
ออก
Nongshim
มา
now
มื
up
ด
to
ตึ๊บ
6. The entry again.
รีเซ็ตใหม่เลยเนี่ยเอาออกไม่ได้แล้ว
Fracked out
มัน
instantly.
ไม่คุ้มแล้วครับ
RB just
จ่าย
ushered forward
จ่าย
with the
ของ
paint
เยอะ
shell.
มาก
Otherwise,
แต่ไม่ได้ออกครับโดนบายลูกเดียวเบรกครับจบ
I
เลย
love here for RB
จ่าย
that
บาย
he's
ไปแล้วด้วย
like, I'm
จ่าย
gonna make sure I have the paranoia and
แดด
hand
ไป
on this B
จ่าย
execute
แฟต
this
ไป
time. Because last time I got caught trying to
ไม่คุ้ม
swap
ครับ
and Baby
โอ้ย
Bay
ของ
did
ไม่
me
เหลือ
in.
แทบไม่เหลือเฮียเลย
This
เวเล
time,
ของศูนย์นะมึงดู
he plays it much
ไว
more
เปอร์พิษไป
disciplined.
แล้วด้วยโอ้ยหนักเลย
Again, you clear that dog, but
จ่ายเนตจ่ายรถไม่เหลือแล้วครับ
G2
ออ
is
กไง
just
นี่
sending that more to keep
Contact ครับ
attention onto that side and to see
แล้ว
if
ไม่
they
ใคร
can
ดู
get
ช่วยดู
an
เลย
isolated fight.
อาร์บีช้าไปแล้วเว้ย
Is gonna
ออกมาแล้ว
slide
อาร์บีต้อง
over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
อาร์บีต้องเสีย
Yeah, it really did, but RB still going to be good for one. Looks for a little bit more, cannot find it. It looks like again that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit. Weapons now going to be recovered. The heels pushed out. Dogmo back up towards full, but now taken down. Ivy from on high, able to find that kill. Let's slide in. We'll get it done.
เสกทุกวินเลยเฮีย
Transfer.
สไลด์กลัวส้นตีนจัด
Narrowly
อะ
scrapes by.
สไลด์เข้าตัวแต่ละเมาส์ไม่อย่างช้า
Securing a lead and looking to balloon it
เมาส์ข
up.
อง G2 อย่างช้า
Again, another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been
ผัด
able
กั
to
นคัด
shrug
โคโลวิน
off
2 วินเลยเว้ย
that previous clutch from RB. A really well coordinated execute. Good crossfires available. But this time it's Domby slides in, gets the 2K. Trent's trying to figure out where the hell he went.
สวัสดสุดตัวแล้วเมื่อกี้
Can't lock on in
สวย
time.
น้องจำจากพี่แล้วไป
Just
ใช้
back-to-back
น้องแรม
rounds like that. Sure, this one a little less egregious
จริง
compared to
โดน
the
ไปทุกราวแพ้
previous,
นะครับ
but you absolutely need
เกมตีมาอย่างสวยเปิดไปอย่างดี
Yeah, you need to settle
จบ
down.
วินโดน
This
คัด
has
โดน
been
คัดโดน
slipping.
คัดเอ้ยสัตว์
You have to stop it.
ตามจริงรูปเกมหนองชิมเป็นอย่างนี้บ่อยไม่ดีนะ
I mean, at the
โดน
very
G2 หลอกทุก
least,
วิน
you
ไอ้สัตว์
gotta
กู
find
พู
a
ดจริ
way
งกัน
to
เนี่ยโดนหลอกทุก
take
วิน
that
ครับ
confidence
G2 เข้า
away
บอม
from
ง่ายทุกราว
Nongshim and get in there as Josh and reinvigorate your team.
แต่มันปิดบอมไม่ได้ไง
Because
G2 อ่ะ
Those are two heartbreakers in a
เปิด
row.
ดีปิด
where
เที่
you
ย
have
ประมาณนั้น
real shots to win a round.
พยายาม
Put
G2
yourself in real good positions. Made some nice adjustments
เทน
there,
ยิง
you
มืด
know,
หนักมาก
compared to
โอ้โห
previously for G2. They
มัน
kind
ต้องยิง
of
ตรงบนเท
outplayed
เบิลเมื่อ
RB
กี้
again.
มัน
I
ก็
mean,
สุ
they've
ด
been
เมาส์
doing
ข
a
องกูเมื่อ
great
กี้
job on whoever it is, RB or Ivy or whoever's trying to hold that B main
ตั้งแต่แฟร์
execute
ไส้ไหลมา
entrance.
คือทุกอย่างแบบว่าไม่เหมือน
They
เดิ
have
มเลยคาเฟ่สวย
completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds.
เคคอฟ
You know, at
ฟี่
least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The haunt.
ลง
Not
ตัวพ
gonna
ม
be
ช้า
cleared
จัด
this
ๆจริง
time. G2 just opts to hide. Trying to obscure numbers presence.
We'll be making a decent amount of noise as Suze again connecting here onto Baby Babe. Takes a refract back to Ramen.
Of course, you want to get that showstopper some value. Trent maybe could just lead with the Seekers.
There.
Then Jogamo's in a position where he can double blast pack up and punish right behind the cabbages. There we go.
There it is. 1-2. Prowler will be able to get the blind out though, and that showstopper not going to be finding a damn thing. France is going to have to just drop away on the road. Fully blind it up. Meanwhile, Extra scaling forward. It's going to be good for one. Trent will get taken down, but Baby Bay is there for the trade.
โอ้สู้ไม่ได้ครับ
Out
พี่
from garage, able to find one. It's Francis completely saturated.
โอ้โหยังจะตายอีกไอ้สัตว์เอ้ยโอเคเสียได้
Francis, however, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes. Just Domby left in a 1v3. G2
ไม่เอานะไม่เอานะ
should
พอแล้ว
have
นะ
this one
1-3
wrapped
นะ
up.
ไม่เอาแล้วนะ
Would think.
แบบนี้บูดกันครับพี่แบบกันครับ
Even more heartbreaking.
กันถ้า G2
If it
กัน
could
ก็น่า
happen
จะแข่
three
ง
times in a row, yeah, I think that you'd just be
คอมมันก็
mentally
กันหมด
checked out. But G2
ส่วนข
will
องไม่
be
เหมือน
able to stabilize. 3 players surviving, going to be key this last round.
ส่วนตัวพี่ว่าคอม
Carry
ที
over these weapons.
G2 คอมดีกว่าครับ
Going to make this a 7-5 half.
Did have to invest a lot of ults here, but I mean, I think that's exactly why Josh RT wanted to call that timeout to make sure that this is a guaranteed round.
Yeah.
Knew how important it was, knew what they had in their investment. Wanted to get the most out of the portfolio. But it's going to be a lot of stingers here for Nongshim. So on top of getting that round, you also find Nongshim with no economy to speak of. Xros, the only one with a rifle, does have his ult as well. So run it back. In play. No, G2 very much worried that maybe there might be a set idea off the initial start of the round here to maybe try to get that run it back to find some value, but instead, Nongshim going to keep it close to the vest. They too, with just those stingers, want to tuck in and try to find those close quarters fights.
High-low setup at a ramp, but will be abandoned. Ivy just going to be left on his own. Leaf scaling in that direction, but Xross with that Phantom.
โอ้รีบล่วงด้วยครับเดินนี้แน่นอนนะเห็นแม่งเกาหัวกันเลยกล้องแม่งสปอยแล้วโอ้รีบเล่นแล้วให้เล่นกันเข้าทางเลยเข้าทางหนองชิมเลยครับ
The up and over, the beat, the flash is going to be good, and Baby Bay will be able to find it. Run it back immediately, eliminated. Trent snapping Xross back. Is the Molly going to be invested, disrupting the plant for now. If Silver behind the box, the spike now in play. A player advantage here for Nongshim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the hands of Dambi.
Just need
จบ7-5-3ไม่ได้เฟิร์สฮาล์ฟเฮ้ยยังไม่จบดูก่อนอาจจะ 8-4 ก็ได้อาจจะ
Knots out. Back pedal. Here from Valen, trying to get to a safer spot. It's going to be good for the one, but Ivy now with a third. The swarm out, baby! He's looking for that transfer of his own, but Xross will deny.
13-7 อะไรอะหนองชิมชนะ 13
The Fuse to come in and Nongshim set themselves up with a 4-round lead at the half.
It was a wild half to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds, just like on Sunset.
They took the pistol, but then they dropped that anti-eco.
Right.
And it really starts to unravel from there.
I mean, the fact that you get 4 almost feels good in some ways and bad in others is G2 because, yeah, like you're talking about, you lose that eco, you lose a couple of those clutches. But despite all that, you're still very much in this map.
ได้ซับอันใหม่
You would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid on their defender's side. But you never know, Nongshim, that's a team that if their executes are on point, if their coordination is on point,
3 เดือนแล้ว
sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers,
สตรีมทุก
it
วั
can
น
be really tough. Now,
แป๊บเดียว
I do like a few of the moments I saw with the waylay in the sky to really slow down some of those retakes.
มันยิงโหดทั้งคู่ครับเดินยิงโหดทั้งคู่2ทีนี้
On this defender side is G2.
มีแค่แดบบีแหละยิงโหดตอนสไลด์
This is one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts. Been in this position before. Granted, you know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against Nongshim Red Force, but you got to this split, and it got away from you.
ได้เพิ่มโคนไหมทำไมมันโหดกว่าเดิม
Having
เย
those
อะ
thoughts
ไม่
sink back in, it could absolutely be
ไม่ได้
their
โหดกว่าเดิมเยอะ
undoing.
ครับ
The what ifs, absolutely.
ไม่ได้โหดกว่าเดิมเยอะเลย
Be too faithful.
ไอ้เหี้ยทีนี้มันเจอตลก
And hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
เขาจริงแม่งน่าแพ้ด้วยหนองชิม
Considering how well it's gone for America's, yeah, I know what you mean. But how well so far EWC has gone for America's against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
No, for sure. All needs to start from here. See if they can get right back into this.
หนองชิมนี่สุดไปตามไปพันได้ครับผม
Not dropping the anti-eco. G2 will be off to the races.
เขาโดนไม่เรียบร้อย
Exactly what the G2 fans want to be seeing.
เยี่ยผมตื่นมาผมจ่ายเงินแบบหมดตัว
Shanks, if you haven't taken the jersey off yet, you better do so.
Yeah, just
they need everything they can get.
Burn that thing, bro. Just gonna sneak underneath their noses here. I mean, they have a good read there, but the
ถ้าจ่ายโซโลสวยนี่คือแจ่มเลยนะเรียบร้อยครับมา
Dambi still going to be going for the side. That point blank shot, but will get pushed over. Meanwhile, Jogamo able to find Xross for 2. Is it how Slicks to settle? But Jogamo's looking for a little bit more, and he absolutely oversteps.
พี่จะจ่ายด้วยตัวแทนไงพี่จะจ่ายตัวไม่ได้
Oh, damage suffered as well as Valen. Down to 15.
คือผมอะเป็นลูกคนเล็กครับ
With the bandit.
ผมเป็นลูกคนเล็กแล้วผมก็ไม่ได้อยากเป็นเดอะแบกด้วยผมแค่ดูแลตัวเองให้ได้ครับแต่ตอนนี้ผมกลายว่าต้องดูแลตัวเองด้วยแล้วเป็นเดอะแบกด้วยครับ หนักเลยฮะแต่มันมีช่วงนี้แหละบ้างนะทุกคนนะทุกคนต้องมีช่วงนี้บ้างโอ้โดดเราจะเป็นครับเกี่ยวความเป็นตายเข้าโรงพยาบาลมันต้องใช้ตังค์ถ้าใครมีเงินเหลือแล้วรู้สึกว่าตัวเองต้องอายุเยอะแล้วหรือแบบคุณพ่อคุณแม่อายุเยอะหรือตัวเองใช้ชีวิตเอ็กซ์ตรีมแล้วไปทำประกันจริง
I think this is a great spot to grab some of those stingers and do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard. If they're not anticipating it, I guess they're not going to go for it. I would have loved to have seen it here.
From the defender side, it's always all the more risky.
I
think that a curveball like that might just be enough to try to catch Nongshim off guard. Opt to go for the safer route.
น่าจะเป็นเพราะผมกินอาหารไม่เป็นเวลาใช่ครับ
Already Nongshim. It's a pretty good read.
ตอนนี้มีเท่าไหร่33ครับ
And even though Ivy might drop this Marshall, but his whole
นี่เป็นคนสุดท้องเลยนะผมเป็นคนเล็กสุดเลยในบ้าน
Okay, well Ivy not going to be able to steady that.
เครียดลงพุงหรือเปล่าครับ เครียดลงพุง
A weapon back. And with their teammate
ไม่ใช่
all of Nongshim are going to
ต่อมีปัญหาผมก็ไม่เครียดมากหรอกผมพยายามหาทางออกเฉยๆทางแก้ไขอะไร
so they will be backpedaling a bit but they are still very clustered on A.
Timing of this.
ก็เรียกเครียดลงกระเพาะอะไรอย่างงี้
I thought for a second G2 was just going to hold the line on A and Nongshim was going to walk into
ตอนผู้หญิงบนท้องเมนนี่ทรมานจัด
beehive but
น่าทรมานจัดเลยครับ
going to get stung just yet. Over towards A.
Beside the players now splitting, looking to re-clear through garage and B. The bad news about to be registered. Meanwhile, RB setting up a smoke, keeping eyes trained towards the swing out. They will be able to hold both down. Ethan Baby Bay now eliminated. One of the bandits as well going to be lost.
ไว้วินหน้าวินนี่ขอก่อน
Slow walk forward.
ตัวปืนมันใหญ่พอที่จะเล่นวินหน้าได้
Gets the spot.
สเปกเตอร์บอกนี่น่าใช้จัง
Takes the
เสียง
fight,
มัน
wins
นี่
it.
ดีกว่าเฮีย
Dogamo, how quick, how
เฮ้ย
accurate
นี่
can
น่า
he
ใช้
be
นี่
with
จำ
this
ไว้
Marshall? Needs
รอ
to
ส
be
ปอนลังเกม
clean.
เข้าก่อน
Oh, the bandit
กูให้มันเติมให้
instead
กู
will be able to take them down, but both have suffered damage.
ใช้สเปกกระบอกเดียวกู
This is really just a matter of can they find
ก็มีอยู่กระบอก
anything
เดียว
else. Jogamo needing to try to find something, but it's going to be RB with a 4K. This map is his. 10 to 4. Double digits now hit. Nongshim 3 rounds away from winning their opening series here at EWC.
I get a bit worried in the middle of this round for Nongshim, where off of losing Ivy, they might make the wrong read, but they actually take just long enough to pivot over to the A side that G2 instead thinks that they're going B for sure. Turns out to not be the case, but RB they're lucky to not take more damage, only down to 86 health in that 2K, even though it looked a little unsturdy. And it's Dombi maybe off to the races. Valen trying to deny.
ทีมสร้างมีแต่ในเอลจี
They're just going to use the Prowler and Nongshim
ตัวดีตัว
didn't
สร้าง
get
เล
the
ย
look that they liked. Ivy going to be identified. Baby Bay.
Able to get out of there. The saturate is in. Ivy will still be able to find one. But meanwhile, Leaf back over in the mid, able to get rid of Dombi. One of the big thorns in their side eliminated. RB.
อุ้ยอย่าแฟด
Alive and well though.
ก็ได้สูงแล้ว
Even think Nongshim heard that.
Yeah, maybe not.
They weren't
โอเมนต้องไม่ตาย
looking on their flanks, so
วาลินต้องไม่ตาย
convinced that they can just keep their eyes forward.
ไม่วาลินไม่ตายลีตายแทนไอ้เหี้ย
Swooping forward, doesn't have any util to try to go for the heal here. Well, RB just tucked in alongside the smoke. If he goes pushing, Valen should absolutely have him dead.
ฮาดีนะคนยังจ
Gonna start to scale up.
ำแดมบีตอนนี้เป็นไงพี่โหดเหมือนเดิมถ้าเล่นนีออนไม่มีใครสู้ได้สำหรับกูนะ
Connects onto the enemy omen. Meanwhile, Jogamo looking to try to fast swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence.
อุ้ยมาหลังสวยๆเลยว่ะ
Situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Found to be able to find the one. Jogamo now backstabbing, cleans up the enemy omen.
RB there tried to sell fake rotate.
มันก็ไม่ได้พอแดมบีหรอกมันเป็นเพราะว่ามันเกมคัดมันเยอะครับเพราะว่า1-2มันชนะรัวเลยโอ้โหเหี้ยที่ฟานซิสแค่พาวเลอร์มีด้วยหาบอกว่าฮันจะมีใน3 2
A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out.
Oh.
And Trent from the Raptor will be able to win this round. But good lord. What a conversion attempt here from Nongshim. Again, it's so very close.
พิวเหมือนเดิมตั้งแต่ G2 แพ้ทีมซี่ไหลฟันก็หายไปหลายซี่โดนหมัดเมาต่อยจริง
very tricky round to navigate for G2 and they do a pretty good job of it overall. Nongshim's trying to throw a lot of unusual ideas and you have some, I guess I'll call them unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto the Baby Bay after being saturated. That right there, freaking nasty. But Trent's there with a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier, the good news is a lot of those early kills for Nongshim with RB's hands. So you don't have that run it back yet. You don't have one of those bigger ults that could be a real problem. Whereas you have a showstopper with a weaker buy. So you've got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden start turning the tables onto Nongshim. See if they can get it to go. We'll get some confirmation on that Prowler, and that means Nongshim, especially with that Boombot there, no way you're going into mid now.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well. No contact off the Boombot, so Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
Honestly, I'd love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exact RB, likely to TP into the back. No, a bit of a pump fake as they're going to rescale into mid.
And they didn't like the reaction. The delay there from the Viper felt a little too quick.
Paranoia going to be baited out for that Prowler. Oh, the Kippa Baby going to be dead.
ปาดไปตายนะเห็นแล้วครับรู้แล้วอยู่ครับเรียบร้อยครับอ้ายหยามันต้องเท่าจะวายต้องวายแล้วครับถ้าจิกเกิลนี้แม่งโดนขยี้แน่นอนครับ2 ชิ้นไม่ปล่อยครับได้อยู่3-4 โอ้สวยโอ้โหเทนมีโอกาสฮะต้องรอมินเท่านั้นเลย
I mean, this showstopper,
วานี้ต้อง
you would think is good for at least one.
Needs to find him. Back of map. The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no. Extros barely getting into damage. Francis is lingering in the back.
ทาวิ่งคือเฮียจัดเลยครับ
Drives the knife into Valen.
วาลินเข้าสโมคแค่นั้นออกสโมคพอดีเลยครับเขาทนกลางหนักจัดหรอกที่จริงทำจังหวะเดียวก็ได้ไซส์แล้วทีมมันชอบปล่อยไซส์
It took a while to get there, but eventually Nongshim's able to find that A execute
มันวัดกลางจริ
that
ง
they were fishing for towards the beginning part of the round. Ivy again really clean, but then
มันก็พยายาม
answers back and you
คอนดิ
think
ชั่น
there's
เกม
hope.
กลางไว้แหละ
But there's that extra layer on the
ได้พื้นที่ตรงกลาง
backside.
ไว้ก่อน
The showstopper from Jog can't find success, even though he's got an opportunity. Xros gives him the chance. Xros challenges him. Still can't quite get it done.
เฮียทีมที่แบบว่าเป็นเต็งนะเว้ย
Another timeout
ทีมที่เคยเป็น
has
เต็ง
to be taken. D2 on the ropes. Bloodied and bruised. The KO punch seemingly in the windup for Nongshim. I don't know. Just seems like it just seems like there's some good ideas from G2, but when it comes down to some of these late round micro executions, that's where they're getting beat. Like the individual kind of step up moments lean Nongshim's way more often than not.
And people call them hero plays, but the hero plays have to be allowed. You're not getting that shutdown if you're not denying it away from them. Nongshim, they're going to make those moments happen for themselves.
จบแล้วครับ
Just have them materialize. That's exactly what G2 needs to do for themselves. A thrifty here. Deny Nongshim from getting up to match point.
It's such a scary round. As G2 obviously winning the thrifty be amazing, but if you could get the Nightfall out here, or if you could get the run it back out from Xros, that's kind of a win too, because if they could keep both of those ults going into the decider, into the match point round, that sucks. Just to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So that's
sometimes blunt is better.
That's exactly
ได้
it.
ก็สแปมนีออนได้ยาวใช่ G2 จะมีเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นไหมครับฟอร์มนี้
Tell it to you straight.
พี่ว่าไม่ครับปีหน้าเลย
That's the paper thin guarantee.
ปีหน้าเลย
Things very quiet. Playing this very close to the vest. Are Nongshim not wanting to get caught off guard. They've already been thrifty a couple times, I believe, so far in this series. We don't want to allow for it again. But what a punish from Dambi. Practice with those snipers paying dividends as Valen will get taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The Cade down around the corner. Swings out, is able to find the one, but nothing more.
โป้งไม่โดนสักเม็ด
Dambi overstepping a bit, but the team is there to
เรียบ
back
ร้อยค
him
รับ
up.
12ไปรู้อยู่นี่ด้วย
As the dust will settle and it's just Baby Bay.
มีข่าวว่าเปลี่ยนเปลี่ยนเป็นเบบี้กับเย่ป่ะใช่โทษทีมีโอกาส
He has to be the one
แต่
to get this over the line.
มันก็ไม่ต่างเลยมั้งทุกคนคิดว่าไงวะ
To bail them out and deny this match point from going into Nongshim's hands.
พี่เย่อีกแล้วเหรอ
The full kit to work with.
อยู่ที่เรียนรู้
Time, there's an opportunity.
อยู่ที่ยอมรับมัน
They are just scattered to the winds. Easy to isolate, but hard to read where they're going to be coming from. First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate. Going to be chucked in. It's a quick exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer. Baby Bay able to find the one, but that costs him life. That costs him time. He just doesn't have enough of it. Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner. Nothing more to be done. Has the money for the buy, so we'll just go down. Could have just held on to it. But that is now the 12th round found for Nongshim.
Man, it's scary. Nice shot from Dambi. Dog able to at least get some value here. He hit. Nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay, I think going to be one away from the convergent paths. Yeah, Trent does have his ult. Xros does have his. I mean, Nongshim didn't even consider saving their night.
หมดยุค
Oh, that's a
หมดยุคพี่เย่แล้วเหรอ
It is, but it's going to be Valen with covering fire. Able to find it. Tommy in the back, but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis. Makes it a 1-for-1. That convergent paths now out of the equation.
Oh, but that's kind of a weird angle to have that flash hit you. They're not going to be ready for him to be underneath.
Extros now storming his way forward with that ult. Paint Shell will be able to snap him back. The exec denied. Meanwhile, Ivy marked all the way forward. Trent will be able to win out the fight. Tagged down to 5, but still alive, still fighting for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from Trent.
ถ้าโดนตัดฟรีตัวอุ้ยโห
That is
รีบต้องได้
heads up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps going to be heard. Not sure if there's going to be a second layer on the approach sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this round.
Oh my!
Strikes out as Xros will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner.
2-4 ครับ
The spike, however,
ไม่ต้องจ่ายแล้วรู้ตำแหน่งครบ
needs
แล้ว
to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant.
โอ้ยอมจ่ายวะ
now. The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back.
อุ้ยบายสวยจัดบายสวยจัดเลยโอ้ไม่โดนไฮเปอร์เฉยเลย
And has RB in his sights. G2
ได้ไงวะ
able to win out another round, getting up to 6, but
อู้ถ้าเมื่อกี้ไวเปอร์โดนบายนะไวเปอร์ไปก่อนเพื่อนเลยครับ
into overtime like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure, going all the way over to get the op. Gonna make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round. Okay, I think you can get a couple more here as G2. The ult cycle going to be in your favor. You're getting close to another showstopper. You've already got a convergent path.
เมื่อกี้เป้ามันตรงแบบ3ตัวนะ
There's a chance here. You can set Nongshim back onto an eco, get a few more, and then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4. Just this time, Nongshim kind of getting lost in the sauce. A lot of big contact fights won. A good trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen, and they're able to hold the line and take Dambi down. Then this time you have the pit available. Oh my god.
They also have an overdrive and a very fast attempt at this hit from Nongshim, but they're going to be rerouted. Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
It's actually pretty painful for Nongshim. I think, again, a little bit too eager to use these powerful ults early in the rounds that don't really find enough value.
อันเมื่อกี้แค่เปิดมาเริ่มเลย
Try to sprint forward the paranoia to try to hold the bay, but no. Valen gonna be caught, but Jogamo and Leaf one apiece. Get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf finds a second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, it ends up being rough, but Ivy able to find him with that Molly on the floor. Immediately brings this now into a 1v1. Drop down, the drift across, the spike is still the opposite side of the pillar.
บีเบปิดข่าวเงียบกิ๊บเลยครับ
So uncomfortable
จบที่ Baby Bay เหรอ
No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is.
โอ้โห
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by that saturate. The classic shots not connecting the tap of the plant. Baby Bay. Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it.
เรียบร้อยครับ GG ครับผม WP ครับ
For another clutch.
ไม่ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหว
Over G2.
หนองชิมมันน่ากลัวเนี่ย G2 แพ้แล้วครับ
I guess it's fitting in a way that it
ยังหา
ends
ชัย
like
ชนะไม่
that
เจ
for
อ G2
Nongshim because that was kind of the
โอ้โห
story
โด
of
น
that
รูดเลยครับ
split.
G2 ตอนนี้
Just some incredible individual efforts to win some of those big rounds, those very important swing rounds. Somehow, some way, they've done it. And this time, split for Nongshim is very clean.
แม่งเล่นดีไม่พอหลังบ้านแม่งโหดด้วย
The guiding light for Pacific here at the event where the rest of the teams have been on struggle street. They once again managed to come out on top this time, significantly clean.
เรื่องทีพีจบทีพีเอ้าหมุนอะไรอะ
Their fashion, the transfers from RB, from Dambi, from Extros, the op shots from Francis when he took it in hand.
ข่าว
A group effort at the end of the day.
ถึงไม่ใช่โลโซก็เสกให้ได้ทีมเนชั่นที่เกือบได้แชมป์แพ้กับทีมเนชั่นที่แชมป์แล้ว
Quite just yet, and G2 now have a rematch with XLG, but we'll leave that for the analyst test
พรุ่ง
to
นี้ดู
break
ตาราง
down.
นี้ก่อน
Thank you very much, guys, as it is Nongshim Red Force continuing the woes internationally for G2 with a 2-1 victory, closing out Split with an exclamation point. A fantastic victory here for the Pacific squad because Pacific had been 0-3 up to that point.
เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้เรามาดูมีลอตตี้ BBL แล้วก็ RQ EG
Global not looking good at all, but it is Nongshim Red Force getting it over the line here for the Pacific teams as Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And Nongshim Red Force is the one leading that line.
Don't let them say I ever doubted. I always believed. I was always believing in Nongshim even after they lost them. It's okay, but they get the job done on Split. I thought they looked very, very comfortable here. Very dominant throughout for me. I like that they're trying to do the double duelist. It's definitely in keeping with the meta, but is it in keeping with their own style? That's the question.
วันนี้เข้าใหม่แล้วนะ
Nongshim, I think they did exactly what they did best. They were able to be aggressive. Dambi, X-Ross to back him up, and then support players had big days today. Ivy was unbelievable. RB in that map 3 really had his moments as well, so a really great opener here for Nongshim.
So as the casters were saying, this is the map that was also the last map in the last time these two teams played against each other there in Chile. And at the end of the day, it was an overtime win, you know, like a 14-12. So you're always in the back of your mind thinking, that could have literally changed and altered the outcome of the entirety of the tournament. If it was that close, how much of a margin there was. And now that we see in that progression and we see how dominant Nongshim was right now, and finally get our answer.
Yeah, again, a
มันจะดีใจอีกไหม
fantastic run here by Nongshim.
มันไม่กล้าดีใจแล้วเฮียกดดันตัวเองจริง
like, oh, I wonder if that one would have gone
โอเคผมทุกคนนะวันนี้ผมขออนุญาตนะช่วงนี้ผมอาการไม่ดีแบบว่าปวดท้อง
We will
พยายาม
have
พัก
an
ผ่อนนะ
interview
ครับ
in
แล้วเจอ
just
กั
a
นใหม่ขอบ
little
คุณสำหรับ
bit
โรงเรียนมากนะครับ ขอบคุณทุกคนเลยครับที่สนับสนุนทุกคนขอบคุณหมอขอบคุณน้องไลน์ครับขอบคุณทุกคนเลยครับ
A great day.
พรุ่งนี้ไม่ใช่สิวันนี้มาเจอกันใหม่นะครับตอนประมาณสัก 5 โมงเย็นโอเคไหมครับมาเชียร์กันต่อไปกันต่อรายการนี้แรกๆมันจะเป็นเหลือทีมเยอะหลังๆก็ช่วงแบบ4 ทีมสุดท้ายจะมันครับใส่สุดขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณมากครับผมทุกคนขอบคุณครับถ้าอีกรอบมันจะน่าจะติดไปทั้งชีวิตเลยเอาจริงป่ะผมพูดตรงนั้นเปลี่ยนเยมาก็ไม่ดีขึ้นหรอกฝันดีนะครับฝันดีทุกคนครับฝันดีครับบ๊ายบายครับพักผ่อนนะครับรีบนอนนะทุกคนบ๊ายบายครับเจอกันใหม่ครับทุกคน